The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
September the 5th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 1666 AD, Great Fire of London ends, leaving 13,200 houses destroyed and 8 dead. In 1774, 12 of the 13 American colonies adopt a trade embargo against Great Britain at the First Continental Congress at Carpenter's Hall in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. In 1781, a French fleet of 24 ships under Comte de Grasse defeat British forces under Admiral Thomas Graves and Samuel Hood at the Battle of the Chesapeake, also known as the Battle of Virginia Cape, and trap General Lord Charles Cornwallis. In 1839, the First Opium War begins in China. In 1958, first color video recording on magnetic tape presented in Charlotte, North Carolina. In 2007, Hurricane Irma becomes the most powerful hurricane ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin region with winds of 185 miles per hour. In 1972, 11 Israeli athletes were taken hostage and later killed by a Palestinian Black September group at the Munich Olympics. And that was this day in history. Now let's get on with the shows. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Hey, Abbott, what time is it?
It's time for the Abbott and Costello Show. We're on the air here in Hollywood.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
Yes, it's the Abbott and Costello Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood for your listening and laughing pleasure. Chuckles with a carload and music by Matty Malnick. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
you please? All right. Stop that racket. Where have you been?
Stop the racket. Where have I been?
Yeah.
Uncle Mike just bought a new house. I went out to see it.
How far is it from here?
15 minutes by automobile and 5 minutes if you walk.
Wait a minute. How can it be faster if you walk?
When you're walking, you pass a skunk farm.
Must be a lovely place.
The way it's laid out. If you want to go into the kitchen, you go through the dining room, through the maid's room. If you want to go to the master bedroom, you go through the living room, through the maid's room. And if you want to go to the patio, you go through the den, then through the maid's room.
Oh, wait a minute. Why do you keep going through the maid's room?
Silly boy.
Will you please talk sense? Tell me more about Uncle Mike's place.
Oh, I will. Well, he ran out of water out of the swimming pool, and he filled it with peroxide.
He filled the pool with peroxide?
Yeah.
What for?
He's nuts about blondes.
By the way, how's Aunt May getting along with Uncle Mike?
Just fine. You know, Mike is expecting a blessed event at their house next Tuesday.
Well, wait a minute. They've been married for 35 years, and they're expecting a blessed event?
Mike's mother-in-law is leaving for Patterson.
Well, there's a sample of the high-grade nonsense you'll be hearing for the next half hour. But before we get back to it, listen to this.
Costello. Just look at you. You've got big circles under your eyes, and you look terrible, Lou.
I can't help it, Abbott. I've been up all night working on my invention. I just finished my latest invention. It's a cellophane mattress for old maids.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Yeah, but what good would a cellophane mattress be to an old maid, Lou?
Well, she could look under the bed to see if there's a guy under there without getting up.
Yeah, but no, you and your inventions, you're wasting your time.
I think you got something there. But really, I'm not. Get a load of this invention. My sister and I, we're working on it now. We're crossing a roll of pink ribbon with a rubber plant.
What for?
So we can raise ladies' garters.
When I look at you, Costello, I wonder how you ever became such an enormous idiot.
Well, it's easy. I could teach you in no time.
You dope your entire family is stupid. None of them knows anything.
Now, wait a minute.
I
now,
said
just a minute. Now, how can you say that? How can you say that? My Aunt May is considered an expert authority on insects.
An authority on insects? Did she study insects in college?
She didn't have to go to college. She studied at home.
Now, wait a minute. How could she study insects at home?
Her first 3 husbands were barflies.
Are you still living with your Aunt May and Uncle Mike?
No, I decided I wanted a nice place to stay, so I reserved a room at the YWCA.
You idiot. The YWCA is full of girls.
Isn't that a nice place to stay?
So, you like girls, I gather.
I like girls anybody gathers.
You idiot. All you think of is girls. Am I tempted by girls? No. When a girl flirts with me, do I flirt back? No. Why, I could go out with a different girl every night, but do I do it? No.
Look, Abbott, all the little kiddies are asleep now. Let's tell them the right answers.
Help! Help! Please, somebody help me! Somebody's got to help me!
Who was that?
I don't know, but he came in twice. show. He finally found a store window he couldn't step out of.
Now, Costello, be careful what you say about that little Johnny. You know, I've heard he's a pretty tough kid.
I ain't afraid of him. I could fight that little Johnny with one hand tied behind his back.
You mean one hand tied behind your back?
Who's fixing this fight, you or me?
If you're so tough, Costello, why don't you enter the heavyweight division? You know, Joe Louis is retired, and they're looking for a new champion.
There's only one reason why I don't become heavyweight champion, Abbott. I'm so tough and ferocious, I can't control myself. The minute I get in the ring, I see blood. It's terrible.
Well, what's terrible about it?
It's my blood.
Well, you couldn't fight your way out of a paper bag.
Is that so? You're talking to a man who can lick anybody. Why, I'd take that Joe Louis apart and see what makes him tick. I'd take Joe Walcott apart and see what makes him tick. I'd take Lee Savold apart and see what makes him tick. I'd take Gus Lesnovich apart and any champion. Name any champion and I'll take him apart.
All right, I'll give you an easy one. How about the swimming champion, Esther Williams? Could you take her apart?
Anything put together that good don't need tinkering with.
Costello, you're
Yes?
a moronic, silly nincompoop.
Thank you, Abbott. And remember, I'm not one of those phony jerks. I'm the real thing.
Costello, you're hopeless. No wonder you have no friends. Why, even Susan Miller won't talk to you anymore. And do you know why?
Why?
Because you don't know how to treat a girl.
Then why are certain types of women crazy about me?
What kind of women are crazy about you?
Crazy women?
All right, Costello, let's see what you know about women. Let's say we're in the Palladium Dance Hall. Now, I'm a girl. Now, you walk up to me and you ask me for a dance.
What's your name?
Oh, what's the difference? What difference does that
You don't
make?
expect me to dance with a girl I don't know, do
Now,
you?
listen. All right, my name is Louise. Is that all right?
How come you picked Louise?
What's the difference? Any girl's name. Louise. Now, go ahead and ask me to dance.
Louise, would you like to sit this out?
Sit it out. Why don't you ask me to dance?
You don't think I'm going to get out there on the floor in front of all those people with an ugly-looking tomato like you?
Come in.
Well, good evening to you all.
Costello, this girl is beautiful. Where are you from, miss?
Down south. I come from the tobacco country.
Are there any more gorgeous girls like you down in the tobacco country?
Why, it's just full of them.
No wonder that F.E. Boone can't talk straight. All right, cut that out. Cut that out, Ed. My, miss, you're pretty. What's your name?
Magnolia Tweety Faddle.
My, but that's a pretty dress you have on.
Oh, thank you all. I try to be neat. My mother's a good housekeeper. She taught me to keep everything tidy and in the right place.
Hand me my dust cap, Abbott. This is the kind of housekeeping I like.
Costello, it's very sweet of Miss Tweedlefaddle to drop in here to see us. And I think it would be a sweet gesture on your part, Costello, if you'd show her the sights of Hollywood while she's in town.
Oh, Mr. Costello, if you only would, then I could go home and tell all the girls I was out with a big, smart celebrity. If you do that for me, I'll give you anything you want.
Anything?
Anything. Now, what do you want?
Could I have a pool cue with my own initials on it?
You idiot. A kiss would be ample reward for a beautiful girl like that, Lou.
Yes. Come here, Mr. Costello, and I'll give you a real southern kiss. There. That's the way we kiss down south.
Now I know why General Sherman marched to the sea. He had to go down there to cool off.
You know, I just can't understand you northern men. Why, in Kentucky, the men are so impetuous, they carry a girl away.
In California, we got cars.
Pay no attention to Costello, Miss Tweedlefaddle. Tell me, are you a single girl?
Oh, yes, indeed. And I came up north to get married.
Well, I don't like to brag, but I'd make a nice husband. I can cook.
And what's the matter with me? I can sew.
And I can do housework and wash dishes.
And I know how to take care of babies and do the washing.
Well, congratulations. I hope you two be very happy together. Goodbye, you all.
Costello, you missed a great opportunity. That girl is the daughter of Colonel Tweedlefaddle. They're very wealthy.
Yeah, but I got a notion to put on one of my Sam Shovel detective disguises and follow that girl.
Mr. Costello, I've got to talk to you.
I'm Costello. What can I do for you?
Mr. Costello, I've been listening to your detective series, and I think you're marvelous as Sam Shovel, the great detective. And, Mr. Shovel, I need your help. My wife has disappeared.
When did she disappear?
Yesterday morning at 7 o'clock. She left the house dressed in a nightgown. She had a frying pan in one hand and a box of matches in the other.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like a pretty tough case. You say she left the house yesterday morning at 7 o'clock wearing a nightgown and carrying a frying pan and a box of matches? Do you have any idea why she left the house?
Oh, sure. She was cooking breakfast and the stove blew up.
Hey, you know, there was something familiar about that guy. Costello, isn't he your brother-in-law?
No, sir. My brother-in-law is living.
Go on, get him.
But before it gets too thick, let's interrupt it for another reminder on a serious subject.
The spotlight turns to Hal Winters, our singing star. Here he is with Matty Malnick and his orchestra.
Somebody's lying when she says, I don't care. Somebody's lying and she's not playing fair. Somebody's lying when she says that I'm untrue. You know I'll never love no one but you. Somebody's hoping we'll break up someday, waiting and hoping you'll send me away. Don't you believe what someone else is saying? Somebody's lying, sweetheart. Somebody's lying when she says I'm untrue. You know I'll never love no one but you. Somebody's hoping we'll break up someday, waiting and hoping you'll send me away. Don't you believe what someone else is saying? Somebody's lying, sweetheart. Somebody's lying, sweetheart. Somebody's lying, sweetheart.
Now, it looks like you'll have to get some new girls, Lou. How about those two girls that moved in next door to you? They're strangers in town. Why don't we double date them?
Oh, I don't think you'd like them, Abbott. One of them has 3 warts on her nose. She's got buck teeth, and she's bald-headed.
How about the other one?
She's ugly.
Costello, you've got about as much chance of getting a girl as Laurel and Hardy.
They married?
Married? They're not married to each other. They're partners, just like Sears and Roebuck.
Sears and Roebuck. Ain't they married either?
Of course not.
Ain't that a shame, with all that nice furniture they got, too?
Where were you last night?
Well, I had a date with our secretary, Viola Vaughn. She took me to the Palladium, and she wouldn't dance with me. Then she took me out to the house of Murphy for dinner, but she wouldn't eat with me.
Well, if she wouldn't dance or eat with you, what did she take you for?
$35.
Throwing your money around like that. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Right now, I need $75, and I don't know where to get it.
Why, Abbott, you must have 100 friends that would loan you $75.
Well, how about you loaning it to me?
Abbott, you must have 99 friends that would loan you $75.
I ought to know better than to ask a stupid, ignorant dope like you for money.
Just a second now. Just a second. Don't call me stupid and ignorant. I'm a college man. For years, I went to Stanford University in the morning and UCLA in the afternoons.
You dummy. Stanford is in San Francisco, and UCLA is in Los Angeles. Now, how could you go to both of them at the same day?
Being an honor student, I had a long lunch hour.
Honor student. How did you ever get to be an honor student?
Well, I took the brain of a monkey and I put it in the head of a man. And today that man is alive and can talk.
What does he say?
Hey,
I thought so. You've never been in a college. And I doubt if any of your family were ever in college.
Is that so? My brother Pat spent 4 years at the medical school at the University of Michigan.
What was he studying?
Nothing. They were studying him.
Costello, you're impossible. And you'd better give up doing that Sam Shovel detective series. The field is overcrowded and everybody on radio wants to become a private eye.
You're right, Abbott.
I know it.
Seems like every Tom and Harry wants to be a dick. Thank you, Nita. That ain't going to stop me, Abbott. Tonight I'm going to do one of my most famous cases. I call it Murder in a Butcher Shop, or have you seen those prices lately?
Well, that doesn't sound like a very interesting case, Costello. Pick another one.
Okay, here's a very, very interesting one. I call it the case of the man who drowned in the Los Angeles River, or Dust Be My Destiny.
Oh, let's get on with the case.
And now, the makers of Sludge Motor Oil present The Adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective. But first, a word about our product. Motorists, have you been changing your oil every month? Switch to Sludge. When you use Sludge, you never have to change oil. Of course, every 6 months you'll have to get a new car. Friends, if you want extra mileage, use Naco gasoline. Listen to what one of our satisfied customers has to say.
I bought 2 gallons of Naco gasoline in Chicago. When I got into Los Angeles this morning, I still had 2 quarts left.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. What kind of a car do you drive?
Who's got a car? I got a cigarette lighter.
Now for the further adventures of Sam Shovel, Private Detective.
Yes, I'm Sam Shovel, Private Detective. I'm sitting here in my little office writing a report on my latest case. I reach for my pen. It's a pig pen. I'm alone in the office. I used to have a secretary. I had to let her go. She could never get her typing done. Every time she got to the end of a line, the typewriter bell would ring. She'd go out to lunch. I'm getting sick of this detective business. Always on the run. I don't even get a chance to eat. Last night I sat down to a bowl of chicken broth. I started to eat the broth. The phone rang. I had to go out and catch a crook. I came back, started to eat the broth again. Another call came. I had to go out and catch another crook. When I came back, the broth was cold. The moral: too many crooks spoil the broth. Suddenly I hear a woman scream. Came from the window across the street. I can't see who it is. I reach for my opera glasses. They're gone. Must have gone to the opera again. I turn to my file. There on top is one of my most famous cases. The case of the Lady Bluebeard. I don't know why they call her the Lady Bluebeard. She never killed anybody. Maybe it was because she had a blue beard. She was a hard woman to catch. I'd have never caught her except she was a flirt. She gave me the eye in Pasadena. She gave me the eye in Pomona. Then I caught her in Pisno Beach. It was easy. I had both her eyes. It was lost. Couldn't see where she was going. Suddenly, through the window, I see my pal, Lieutenant Abbott of the Homicide Squad, approaching. Abbott's a tough man. He's got a dirty look and underwear to match.
Hello, Sam Shovel. I'm worried.
What's wrong, Lieutenant Abbott?
Remember when I joined the department, I found it a beat, and the walking made my feet too big?
Yes.
And then I was transferred to the traffic department, and waving my arms all day made my hands too big?
Yes.
Now I'm really worried. They want me to ride a horse.
I looked at Lieutenant Abbott. What a clever policeman. He's got a Trigger mind, and he ought to give it back to Trigger. I could tell Lieutenant Abbott had something on his mind. He was nervous. He started fiddling with his nose. Lieutenant Abbott had a tough day at headquarters. All day he had been given a rubber hose the 3rd degree. He kept hitting it with a detective.
Sam, you can help me. You've got friends in the department. You've got plenty of drag.
What makes you think I've got drag?
Turn around, Sam, and see what you're dragging.
Lieutenant Abbott has insulted me again. I looked him straight in the eye. He had arrogance, conceit, and meanness written on his face. Seems silly for a man of his age to go around with all those words written on his face.
Sam, it's very warm in here. Why don't you open that door that leads to the balcony?
I can't. I haven't got a key, and I don't know how to open it.
Why don't you use your head?
I don't think my head will fit in the keyhole. Hello, Sam Shovel, private detective speaking.
Is this the great Sam Shovel, the private detective?
That's me.
Sam, you've got to help me.
What's the matter?
There are 5 tough bugs with guns and clubs trying to break in here and kill me. Come right over.
I can't hear you.
There are 5 tough guys with guns and clubs trying to kill me. Come right over.
I can't hear you.
Sam, I'm not even on the phone and I can hear her.
Why don't you go over?
All right, you 2 guys. Put up your hands. Put them up higher.
If I lift them up any higher, I'll break my suspenders.
And lift up your hands. Now lift up your pants.
What's the idea of making us put up our hands?
Don't ask any questions. Go on. Reach for the ceiling.
Okay, we reached the ceiling. What's the idea of this stick-up?
This ain't no stick-up.
Then why have you got us standing here with our hands on the ceiling?
Me and my crew are repairing this building. We're ready to tear out the walls, and somebody better be holding up that ceiling.
Lieutenant Abbott, this seems kind of silly. You and me standing here holding up the ceiling.
Yes, Sam. It's probably something the writers thought up because they were stuck for a finish.
It's ridiculous. Let's put our hands down. Next time, we better play along with the riders. Them guys can kill you.
Don't go away, folks. Our madmen aren't through with you yet. Right now, they want you to hear this.
Tickets to the Blanos-Williams fight on the 29th, please.
What name?
Paul Douglas.
The actor?
That's what it says in my contract.
I thought you'd be in St. Louis on the 26th for the opening of It Happens Every Spring.
Well, I'll be there, but I'm flying back for this great champ battle. It's for the benefit of the kids at the Lou Costello Jr. Foundation, and it's to help juvenile delinquency. And that's good enough to get my support.
Our writing staff is headed by Eddie Foreman, with Paul Conlon, Pat Costello.
Our producer, Charles Vander.
Good night, folks.
Good night, everybody. It's Patterson. Good night.
Just when we're getting on our feet, you're ready to let it all go to hell.
Arthur, for God's sake, do you expect me to give up my marriage?
This is our lives you're playing with. That's very serious business for us. Can you understand that?
I can understand that, and I can understand a great deal more. You've been playing with a lot of children's lives. That's why I had to stop you. I know how serious this is for you, how serious it is for all of us.
I don't think you do know.
You came here to find out if I made the charge. I made it. I don't want you in this house.
Ask her again how she could see us.
I was leaning down by the keyhole.
There's no keyhole on my door.
What?
There is no keyhole on my door.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Exit Moore and Kirby. Enter Clooney, Crosby, and Carpenter.
Hello, everybody. Bing, you want to say hello, too?
Ah, sure do. Howdy, friends. You know what? I'd sing something if someone would ask me.
Oh, don't tell us you want coaxing now. Get on with it, boy.
I want to be happy, but I won't be happy till I make you happy, too. Life's really worth living when we are mirth given. Why can't I give some to you? When skies are gray and you say you feel blue, I'll send the sun smiling through. I want to be happy, but I won't be happy till I make you happy too. Happy, but I ain't gonna be happy till I make you happy too. Life's really worth living when we're mirth giving. Why can't I give some to you? When skies are gray and you say you feel blue, I'm gonna send the sun smiling through. I wanna be so happy, but I ain't gonna be happy till I make you happy too.
Well, ladies, I'm here to tell you American women that you have received high praise from a Paris editor.
Oh, really? Which Paris editor is that, Rosemary?
Muriel Reed, one of the editors of Realités.
Isn't that a great magazine? I love it. Like it so much that sometimes I read the French as well as the English version.
Oh, show off.
Oh, he's just a continental, Rosie.
I suppose you hold the French copy in one hand and the English copy in the other.
Simultaneously. That's the easy way.
Uh-huh. Anyway, Miss Reed gives American women extremely high marks in fashion and beauty.
How nice.
Well, that's not the usual French attitude, is it? Don't they claim that, generally speaking, the French ladies look the best?
Well, Miss Reed says that the American girls are extremely well-dressed, even in small towns.
Oh, style in the sticks, huh?
Not only that, our girls are very well-groomed.
You bet. Neat, sleek, and chic. That's what they are.
Even 15-year-old girls know how to do their hair here in the United States. But in Paris, the middle-class housewife and the young girls are not well-grown.
Have you ever noticed that thing, that the Mademoiselle de Paris aren't well-groomed?
I can when I'm in Paris. I'm so busy with the museums, national monuments, sightseeing. I just don't see any girls.
Oh, you never get to see the real sights.
It's the cold truth, my dear boy. I have no way of knowing whether the French girls are well-groomed or not. Really, I don't.
You poor thing. Where are you buying your blinkers now?
Bing, don't you even go to the Lido or the Folie Bergère anymore?
Oh, yes. I go in there occasionally, but only to look at the costumes.
Kind of hard to do, isn't it?
Takes years of training.
You must be some kind of yogi.
Some kind of faker is my guess.
I have great control.
Bing, would you care to lie down on a bed of spikes now while I sing a song?
No, I think I'll climb up a rope. Disappear for a few minutes.
Bon voyage.
Merci, madame. Au revoir, mes amis.
I've got a suspicion, a sad premonition that I'm losing control. It's kind of exciting. Your arms are inviting, and I'm losing control. Goodbye to the vows I took, 'cause I'm rewriting the book, and the feelings I have suppressed are a nest of wild emotion crash. There go my senses, smash, no more defenses, for love is breasts are a nest of wild emotion. Crash, there go my senses. Smash, no more defenses. For love is taking its toll. And I'm losing control.
Rosie, we sort of lost the thread of our Franco-American fashion talk. Any other opinions from Miss Muriel Reed of Realités magazine?
Well, Miss Reed is very outspoken about French girls.
Oh?
She says they don't wash their hair.
Well, from the pictures I've seen of French hairdos, they're piled high and swirled up in such grand productions it would seem almost a shame to take them down for any reason.
Be absolute vandalism.
Yes.
Yes. You can't knock down a fantastic coiffure every 5 minutes just to wash it.
Well, I say these hairdos are, well, they're artistic and architectural masterpieces.
Certainly, they're national monuments. That's what they are. Why, to dismantle one of them to wash it would be like taking down the Eiffel Tower to give it a bath.
I must say, you boys have rushed to the defense of the mademoiselles.
Well, we are true cavaliers, I guess.
We are the last two of the Three Musketeers.
Who became a Porthos?
That's me.
Oh.
I tell you how I feel about it. It's like this. If French girls will be French girls and American girls will be American girls, all I have to say is hooray for both groups.
Vive la France and hooray for our side.
Exactement.
Huh? Oh, we should love them all. But we must always keep in mind, Bing, that there is a difference.
Right.
And hooray for the difference, too.
Right. Vive la différence. Vive la musique aussi.
Any town is Paris when you're young. Every sky, a dreamer's moon is hung. Every love's the one love that you swear you'll never leave. And the gypsy spell of spring is yours to weave.
Magic when you're young. Every song's the sweetest ever sung.
Every street's a lover's lane where wishing stars are strung. Yes, any town is Paris when you're young. Paris in the spring, it's grand, it's new. Love is in the air, it's me, it's you. Every beating heart becomes a part of Paris in the spring.
I never knew the charm of spring, never met it face to face. I never knew my heart could sing, never missed a warm
embrace. The last time I saw Paris, her heart was warm and gay. No matter how they change her, I'll remember her that way.
Mary, footsteps can be very revealing.
Revealing, Ken?
Yeah, I'll show you what I mean. Rosie, would you mind taking a few steps?
Not at all, Ken.
There, you notice the steady, even, unhurried pace?
Man, if my heels were that high, I'd go slow, too.
Yeah, those are pretty spiky heels, Rosie.
And so narrow at the bottom. Do they hold up?
With so much weight pinpointed on one spot, spike heels were a king-size headache. But now Cat's Paw's new Adiprene tube tips end spike heel troubles for good.
Adiprene, Cat's Paw, Adiprene tube tips? What is Adiprene?
DuPont's miraculous new long-wearing material, made to resist chipping and spreading like never before.
Where do the tubes come in?
They go in, Ken, into the heels. This patented feature reinforces the heel, makes it even stronger than new.
Well, sounds like what our listeners have been waiting for.
That's right, Bang. Cat's Paw Adiprene tube tips wear better and longer than any other lift made.
Folks, get your Cat's Paw tube tips and world-famous Cat's Paw heels, soles, and microlite soles from the shoe repair displaying the Cat's Paw cat. And look for them on new shoes, too.
Great, buddy. Aren't those four good men? Skilled in delivery and interpretation technique. They play good.
Say, Bing, take a look at the egg timer there.
What do you know? We still got some time to go here, haven't we?
Yeah, it looks like we got time for a couple of tunes yet.
Well, that's a very simple problem. You take one, Bing, and when you're finished, Rosie'll take one.
That's a very orderly way to look at it.
I have a very neat mind.
Don't worry about tomorrow. Be thankful for today. And you will find you have peace of mind that way. Don't worry about tomorrow. Be grateful for each day. You'll find somehow everything turns out okay. Just wear a great big smile and sing a happy song. For no matter what tomorrow brings, we'll always get along. Don't worry about tomorrow. Life handles things her way. Don't worry about tomorrow. Be thankful for today. Just wear a great big smile and sing a happy song. For no matter what tomorrow brings, we'll always get along. Don't worry about tomorrow. Life handles things her way. Don't worry about tomorrow. Be thankful for today.
Well, the equipment's yours. Take the mic, Rosie.
Might just do that, Bing.
I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you. I'm gonna write words oh so sweet, they're gonna knock me off my feet. A lot of kisses on the bottom, I'll be glad I got 'em. I'm gonna smile and say I hope you're feeling better, and close with love the way you do. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you. Smile and say I hope you're feeling better, and close with love the way you do. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you.
Got to mosey along now, friends. We'd like it very much, though, if you'd tune in again tomorrow.
Thanks very much for listening.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
About being with someone where no one can see you, don't. Because this summer, a legend of terror isn't just a campfire story anymore.
They'd say he smashed his way through the bunk room door, just a mass of flames. Burned alive, he cried out, "I will return! I will have my revenge!" He lives on whatever he can catch. Right now, he's out there. Watching, waiting.
Who's there?
What happened one summer 5 years ago is about to happen again, and again, and again.
legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Hollywood with Les Brown and his band of renown. Our singing star, Margaret Whiting. Our special guest, Robert Ryan. And here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There are such big crowds out here now. There are such big crowds of tourists in Hollywood. The footprints in front of the Chinese theater got up and went around to the back. I'm not kidding. Los Angeles is so crowded with tourists, the towels at the Ambassador Hotel are marked his, hers, and you just have to wait till there's room in the tub. I used to eat and drive in restaurants all the time when I first came out here, but I never liked the way they hooked on those heavy food trays. I didn't own a car, and they stretched the pockets of my suit. Something terrible. Anyway, I want to tell you it's nice to have the tourists with us. I drove up alongside of a car from Kansas, and I said to the woman driving it, "Congratulations, you give hand signals just like we do here in California." She said, "I'm not giving a hand signal. I'm trying to throw away a piece of gum." I have to go somewhere for a vacation. There's so many tourists in California now, there isn't room for the native sons. Native son, that's anyone who lived out here long enough to get a tan, unemployment insurance, and a Cadillac. But everybody likes to travel. Crosby wants to go to Europe, but he can't stay long. If he's not back here in 90 days, the government's going to sue him for non-support. I'm not sure. My sponsor was talking to me about a vacation. He said, "Hope, you need a vacation. You've been working very hard and you must be tired." I said, "Me? I'm not tired." And he said, "Then think of your listeners." Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this may have been a normal week for a lot of people, but it's really been hectic for Bob. It all started when I went over to Bob's house with a piece of startling news. Oh, Bob, where are you?
In here, Bill. Hiya, Bill.
Bob, I rushed right over here. I've got some fantastic news for you. I just heard a Hollywood news broadcast. Bing is going to make another road picture, and you're not going to be in it. He's going to make the picture without you.
Oh, you're kidding.
No, Bing says in this picture he's going to cut out the dead weight.
Crosby's a fine one to talk. My weight isn't any deader than his.
I thought you'd be surprised, Rob.
Gee, I don't understand Bing's attitude. My new picture is doing well all over the country. What could a road picture possibly be without me? Why, it'd be sheer...
Sheer entertainment?
You have a 10-year contract, but it can be canceled at the end of any 5-minute period. I'll get it, Bill.
Hiya, Bob.
Well, Margaret Whiting, come on in.
Hello, Maggie.
Bob, I just dropped in to talk about the music we're going to do on... What are you two looking so excited about?
Bing Crosby is making a road picture, and he's leaving me out of it.
No.
That's right.
Well, rush me a Tutti Frutti Sunday. My world is shattered.
You lay on a line like that. No, you don't seem to realize what's going on, Maggie. This is a big double cross.
Oh, that's silly, Bob. You and Bing ought to be the best of friends. I don't think he means you any harm.
You're right. After all, Bing's just an eccentric old man.
Exactly, and that's why you two should get along.
This kid's quite a combination. Half Peggy Lee and half Pinky.
Well, the important thing is, what are you going to do about it, Bob?
I don't know.
Well, there's only one thing you can do, Bob. Get out and produce your own road picture. Beat him to it.
Yeah, but that would be a whole new thing. I've never done that before.
Well, so what? You never high jumped before till Zsa Zsa Gabor built that wall around her house.
Yeah, what an awful way to find out she's got a swimming pool.
Hey, that's the thing to do, Bob. Get out and produce your own road picture.
Yeah, but you make it sound easy. Do you know how much money it takes? $1 million.
Well, so what? Somewhere there must be a rich old miser crouching on his money bags who'd part with $1 million.
We're back to Bing again.
Bob, the Bank of America will lend money to an independent producer to make a picture if they know him. What's your credit rating?
333A.
Well, what does that mean?
If we make 3 more payments on our refrigerator, they'll give us back our car. Hey, but that's a good idea, Bill. I think I'll run down to the bank. I know the president, Mr. Harkins.
Mr. Harkins, we'll see you now.
Oh, thank you.
Well, well, Bob Hope. Step right in and have a chair.
Oh, thank you.
Pardon me. Miss Jones, Bob Hope is in my office. Shut off my phones and make sure we're not interrupted. Now, Bob, what brings you to the bank today? Is your milk bottle full of pennies again?
No, Mr. Harkins. I've got something important on my mind. I've got to have $1 million right away.
How much?
I want the money to produce a picture on my own.
But, Bob, $1 million?
Well, what's $1 million? More than that falls out of Howard Hughes sneakers every day. Come on, Mr. Harkins, just put the money in my shopping bag and I'll be going along.
Now, wait a minute, Bob. Before we go any further, first there's the matter of collateral.
Well, if you give me the money right away, I won't require any.
I see you're quite a businessman. I always try to judge the man I'm doing business with by his character. Take you, for instance.
What about me?
A good reputation, an honest face, a clean, straightforward look in your eye. I wish you had 'em.
You didn't talk like this when you were whining and dining me every night trying to get me into your Christmas club.
Now, Bob, let's not have words. We've been friends for 15 years. You may be a big star, but I remember when you used to come in here just to steal our Dixie cups.
Yeah, that was quite a while ago.
Yeah. What's that under your coat?
Oh, force of habit. Now, Mr. Harkins, how about the $1 million? Do I get it or don't I?
You certainly don't understand banking, Bob. Before your loan can go through, I have to approve it, the vice president has to approve it, the chairman of the board has to approve it, then it goes to the main office in San Francisco. Then there's still one more step before you get your $1 million.
What's that?
Well, one of our directors has to go on strike it rich and win it. All joking aside, though, I'm sorry, Bob. The answer is no. I've got to turn you down.
Okay, so long, Mr. Harkins.
No, Bob. I'll tell you what. I am the president of this bank. I've got some authority around here, and you're Bob Hope. We've been friends for 15 years. Now, while I can't just hand you $1 million, Bob, I'll tell you what I can do.
What's that?
I'll be glad to validate your parking ticket.
Thanks a big heap. I don't understand, Mr. Harkins. I thought this bank invested in movies.
Oh, we do, but naturally we like to be protected. If there were another star in this picture with you, we might go for the proposition.
You mean I've got to have an important name in my picture?
We couldn't consider the deal otherwise.
Oh, thanks a lot. See you later, Mr. Harkins.
Well, goodbye, Bob.
Gee, the bank is crowded today. Pardon me, can I squeeze through here? Thank you.
Hello, Bob.
Huh? Oh, Robert Ryan. Hiya, Bob. Say, nice to see you, Robert. What are you doing in the bank?
Came in to deposit some money, Bob. My milk bottle is full of pennies again. But it's darn nice to see you, Bob. What brings you into town today?
Oh, a business proposition. I want the bank to lend me $1 million.
This bank is going to lend you $1 million?
I think so. Why?
I'm going to draw my money out.
No, this is strictly business. I'm trying to produce my own picture, and I want the bank to finance it. I've also wired a couple of big money men in the East, and they're flying out to have a conference with me, and we're going to survey MGM and Paramount and rent a few studios. Have you been doing anything exciting, Bob?
I sure have. Yesterday, the washing machine overflowed, and I chased my underwear clear down the driveway.
You know, the bank requires that I have another star in this picture with me.
They do, huh?
Yeah, are you busy right now? Do you have anything coming up?
Thanks a lot, Bob. But Rita's much prettier.
You haven't seen me with my nylon eyelashes. I could start a whole new race. Look, Bob, we can't talk about the picture here. Why we can't talk about the picture here? Not with me wearing my eyeliner eyelashes. Why don't you come over to my radio show tonight? We'll talk about it.
Fine, Bob.
You know, making an independent picture is a fine investment. I'm sure we could do all right, and of course we'll cut up some nice profits.
Well, when it comes to business, I'm just a babe in arms, Bob.
A babe in arms?
Yeah, for instance, who would get the other 50% of the profits?
You mean after my half?
No, after mine.
What did you teeth on, Fort Knox? I'll see you later, Bob. Here is Margaret Whiting, that capital gal assisted by Les Brown doing Young at Heart.
Fairy tales can come true. It can happen to you if you're young at heart. For it's hard, you will find, to be narrow of mind if you're young at heart. You can go to extremes with impossible schemes. You can laugh when your dreams fall apart at the seams, and life gets more exciting with each passing day. And love is either in your heart or on the way. Don't you know that it's worth every treasure on earth to be young at heart? For as rich as you are, it is better by far to be young at heart. And if you should survive to 105, look at all you'll derive out of being alive. And here is the best part: you'll have a head start if you are among the very young at heart. And if you should survive to 105, look at all you'll derive out of being alive. And here is the best part: you'll have a head start if you are among the very young at heart.
Ladies and gentlemen, someone once said humor's the true democracy. That's why we in America can smile when we tell the stories of the legendary heroes who helped build our country's great industries and institutions. In Mike Fink's day, there weren't any steamboats to transport goods, only long, flat keel boats like barges that had to be poled upstream. And Mike Fink was the greatest keel boatman of them all. He could load it single-handed from stem to stern in less than a half an hour and turn it around on a dime. His strength and skill was the talk of the river. And when the steamboats began to take the place of the keel boats, Mike was the last of the boatmen to admit defeat. But not before he raced the first steamboat clear up the Ohio and beat it. Yes, it is a democracy which lets us tell stories of our industries, institutions, and legendary heroes with a twinkle in our eyes and a chuckle in our throats. And as long as we continue to laugh together as a people, we will live together as a nation. Thank you very much. Say, where's Robert Ryan? Say, Bob.
Yeah, Bob.
I just phoned Mr. Harkins, the president of the bank, and asked him to come over. We can do a scene from our picture for him. It's going to be a Western, you know. Margaret Whiting will be the girl. All set, Maggie?
Sure, Bob. Gee, it's going to be a pleasure to work with Robert Ryan. Gee, he's made so many wonderful pictures.
Well, thanks, Maggie. I've had my share of luck.
You know, it's strange that you've been making pictures in Hollywood all these years, and yet you've never made one with Bob.
Guess I've had more than my share of luck. Of course, Bob and I have been friends for a long time. When I moved out to Hollywood, Bob was one of the first people I met.
That must have been quite a while ago.
It sure was. Bob wasn't a star in those days. He used to come around to our neighborhood selling Dixie cups.
Well, there wasn't much in it. I hardly made taxi fare from washroom to washroom.
Well, I think it's wonderful that two friends like you are finally going to work together in a picture.
Well, I still haven't made up my mind, Maggie. I don't want to rush into this.
Well, what's the matter, Bob?
You know what can happen to your career in Hollywood if you make a flop picture?
What?
It's goodbye, that's all. Today you're at Ciro's drinking wine, and tomorrow you're up at Fresno crushing the grapes.
Oh, that couldn't possibly happen, could it, Maggie?
You tell him, Purplefoot.
Believe me, there's nothing to worry about, Robert. We both had experience making pictures. Hey, that must be Mr. Harkins from the bank. Come in.
Oh, hello,
Oh,
Bob.
hiya, Mr. Harkins. This is Maggie Whiting and Robert Ryan.
Oh, how do you do?
Now, we're all set to do a scene from our picture for you, Mr. Harkins.
Oh, splendid.
It's a comedy scene. I hope you have a sense of humor.
Oh, don't worry about that, Bob. I'm a real kidder at the board of directors meetings. Hey, for instance, did you hear the story of the dirty shirt?
No.
That's one on you. I've got a lot of jokes like that. Ski snoot. Think that one over.
Yes, that was a doozy, all right. He's so square he blocks his own hats. Well, let's get on with our scene from the road picture. Okay, let's go.
And now we present a story of two strong men and a girl in the Old West, the road to Cactus Gulch.
Yeah, I'm one of the many mentioned folks. They call me Tex. I'm an outlaw. Always been against the law. When I was 6 years old, I shot a man. When I was 8 years old, I shot another man. When I was 10 years old, I shot a couple more men. When I was 12 years old, love came into my life, so I shot a woman. Killed a lot of people in my time. Got so many notches in my gun, I use it to comb my hair. I'm so tough, I can sit on a cactus and not get the point. A man like me doesn't have many friends. Only got one buddy in this whole world, my pal Smokey Jim, back there in Cactus Gulch.
That's me. I'm Smokey Jim. 5 years ago, the people of this here town made me their sheriff. And I'm so proud the star's never been off my chest since. Of course, I'm getting kind of sick of sleeping on my back. Yes, I'm a respected citizen of Cactus Gulch. Even got myself a gal, Maggie Lou. Mighty pretty heifer.
Oh, you're playing the guitar kind of sad today, Smokey.
I got a feeling of foreboding. There's something in the air.
What is it?
I don't know. But everything's so still, the leaves are hanging down in the trees. And look over yonder at the mountains. Even the pecos are pooped.
What's the matter with you, Smokey?
It's just a feeling I got. When I came riding over this morning, there was a couple of dead men laying in front of the saloon. The door was blown off the bank. The schoolhouse was on fire. I just can't put my finger on it, but there's something wrong in this town. Whoa!
Why, look who it is. It's your old buddy.
Yeah, it's him. Hello, Tex.
Hello, Dopey.
That's Smokey. What are you doing back in Cactus Gulch, Tex?
Oh, Posse's been chasing me for 3 days. I've been riding day and night, and I'm plumb tuckered out. I'm so tuckered out, my plum is numb.
You better get back on that horse and keep riding, Tex. I'm the sheriff here now, and I've cleaned up this town.
Yeah, leave us be, Tex. Smokey here's trying to go straight. Leave him alone.
Hey, you're a cute little palomino. How about some smooching? The girls say I'm pretty good. I got lips like mustard plasters. And they never let go.
Here's my gal, Tex.
Tex and I are fixing to get married. Old Judge Fisher's going to let us have a cottage over by the Mill Creek, the other side of Spoon River, where Indian Head Mountain juts out and hides the entrance to Moon Valley down back of the Painted Desert.
Yes, sir, we're going to be mighty happy in that house, if we can ever find it.
Yeah, it was a nice dream, but I guess now that Tex is here, you two are going to fight it out to the death.
This town ain't big enough for both of us. I'll fight you bare knuckle, Tex. I ain't got a gun with me.
Yeah, but I have, and it's pointed right at your head.
Go ahead, shoot. Get it over with. I knew you wouldn't shoot me. You're thinking about the time when we were kids together. You were drowning in the old swimming hole, and I jumped in and saved your life.
No, that ain't the reason.
Then it was the time I saved you from that rattlesnake. At the time you were dying of fever, and I rushed you to the hospital.
Nah.
Then what's the real reason you didn't kill me?
My gun jammed. Draw, Smokey.
I'm warning you, Tex. I'm the best shot in these parts.
Yeah, I'll show you some real shooting. You see that little bird sitting up in that tree? Watch. Looks mighty pretty sitting up there, don't it?
As sheriff, I'm ordering you to leave the county, Tex. And when I say you're a-leaving, you're a-leaving.
I say I ain't a-leaving.
I say you are a-leaving.
Ain't a-leaving.
Are a-leaving.
Ain't a-leaving.
Are a-leaving.
This may be bigger than Oh My Papa. Okay, reach for your gun, Smokey, and we'll shoot it out.
Start blasting, Tex.
No, Tex. You can't kill my Smokey. He's all I have in the world. You can't do this to me. You can't.
Stand back, gal.
No. I can't let you kill my man. It's too awful. You can't do it. Do you hear? You can't. You can't. Oh.
Nobody's going to steal a scene from us. How was that, Mr. Harkins? You like that scene from our picture?
I certainly did. And I'm lending you the money to start production immediately. Oh, but there's one thing. Robert Ryan will play the leading role.
Yeah, but what about me?
You're out, Bob. Well, Mr. Ryan, you're an excellent actor.
Thank you very much.
Well, come on, Mr. Ryan. Let's go over to my office and we'll discuss the details.
So long, Bob.
Yeah, but... how do you like that? I invite Robert Ryan to my show, and he takes over the whole thing. He winds up with the job, the money, the picture, and everything. I've never been so mad about anything in my whole life. You shut up! Where's that gun? Looks mighty pretty sitting up there, don't it?
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
we care? Oh! Come on, don't get your chin down there. Come on.
Well, then you ain't married to the champ anymore. Well, then I guess you're not my mother.
No. You're going to go to your mother's. I'm not going to have any sniffling around. You're going to stay with her, and I'm not going to have any more back talk from you now. That's all.
No, sir, champ, I ain't gonna go. I'm telling you, I ain't gonna go. Telling you,
You're going to go.
Please,
You're
champ,
going to your mother's now.
Oh, I don't. I want to stay with you, please.
You're not going to. You're going to your mother's, Dick.
I want to stay with
No,
you.
no.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a narcotics detail. The body of a man has been found in a public park lake. Physical evidence indicates he was killed by narcotics. Your job? Check it out.
It was Monday, July 9th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of narcotics detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Shy. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 10:23 a.m. when we got to room 42. Homicide.
Yeah, that's right. Mm-hmm. You got a name on him? Yeah. Hi, Joe. Frank.
Oh,
Sit
yeah.
down. Be right with you. Yeah? What's the spelling on that? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll check it out. Right? I'll call you back. Mm-hmm. Bye.
Jack, how's it going?
Pretty good. With you?
Well, it doesn't do much good to kick.
Yeah, it never worked for me.
What do you got for us?
Wait a minute, I'll get the pictures.
All right.
We got it late Saturday night. Just got the results of the autopsy this morning. Thought maybe you and Frank would be interested. Here, let me clear the table.
What is it?
Oh, here. The way we got the story goes together like this. A couple of kids on their way home from a late show walked through MacArthur Park. Must have been about 10:30.
Yeah.
Stopped by the side of the lake for a minute, and they saw something in the water. Went down to check it and found the body of a man.
Yeah.
Here's a picture where we found him. Mm-hmm. Contacted the park authorities, and they called the police. Felony car answered, and they called us.
Uh-huh. You know who he is?
No ID on him. Made him through his prints. Name's Walter Gilmer. Appears to be his true name. Got several aliases.
How about his background?
Been picked up for just about everything in the code. Copy of his arrest record.
That's right. Your first arrest when he was 14.
Yeah. Been piling him up ever since. He added up, he spent over half his life in prison.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, looks, he died someplace else.
How do you figure that, Jack?
Oh, here. This is a picture taken of the path leading to the lake.
Yeah.
See here, the tracks?
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he was dragged down the gravel path and then dropped into the water.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See there, Joe?
Yeah. What killed him?
Yeah, had us for a while. No evidence of violence that could have done it. In his record, there are half a dozen people in town who'd like to take care of it.
Yeah.
Copy of the autopsy report.
Mm-hmm.
That'll explain why we thought you might want a piece of it.
Yeah.
Died of narcotics poisoning.
We went over the dead man's effects without coming up with any additional information. From the report of the coroner's office, we knew that Gilmer had died of narcotics poisoning. We were not able to tell the type of the narcotics used, but it was listed as either heroin or morphine. During the past 3 months, the Southland had been flooded with an inferior grade of heroin. From chemical analysis, we knew that it was being processed in Mexico. We'd been in touch with Mexican authorities, but in spite of our joint activities, the drug continued to cross the border and it continued to be circulated. Arrests of mules and pushers had been made. Suspects had been interrogated, and all other leads had been checked out, but we were still unable to come up with the key people in the operation. The death of Walter Gilmer gave us a possible lead. We couldn't be sure that he died of the low-grade drug, but it was worth looking into. Working with Sergeants Jack McCready and Danny Galindo of Homicide Detail, we pulled Gilmer's package and we went over all of the available information on him. We made out a list of his known friends and his associates. All of the places he was known to frequent were checked. For the next 2 days, anyone who had been seen in Gilmer's company was talked to. Apparently, we were at a dead end. Thursday, July 12th, 11:14 a.m., Frank and I got back from talking to an informant. There was a note in the book to call McCready. McCready there? Yeah. Oh, Jack, Joe Friday. Mm-hmm. Well, where's he now? No, we'll be right over. Thank you.
What's he got?
One of Gilmer's friends.
Yeah?
Says he was with Gilmer when he died. Frank and I left the Central Police Station and walked over to the City Hall. By the time we'd gotten there, McCready had pulled the suspect's package and had what background information there was on the man. The three of us talked to him in the interrogation room.
For the record, what's your name?
David Flack.
How old are you?
26.
That's still your address?
Yeah. How well did you know this Walter Gilmer?
We roomed together.
How long?
A couple of years.
According to your package here, you've had several arrests for being a user. Is that right?
You got the paper.
Told us you were with Gilmer when he died.
Now, look, there you go again.
What?
I said I was with him when he was sick, that's all. We got together Saturday night, had dinner, and Walt didn't feel so good. He shoved off, said he was going home and get some rest. It's the last time I saw him. He went home to get some rest.
Go ahead.
With what? There ain't no more to say. You guys asked me, remember?
We talked to the manager of your apartment house.
Real goof, ain't she?
She said you and Gilmer came in together Saturday night, puts the time about 8:30. Says the two of you stayed there till about 9:30. Then she heard you come out of the elevator with Gilmer.
She's got real big ears.
That's what she says. Goes on to tell us that she went to the door of her apartment, looked out into the hall. Says she saw you carry Gilmer out of the apartment building.
I carried Walt out?
That's what she says.
You know how big Walt is?
We got an idea.
Well, you know I couldn't carry him any place. God weighs me about 50 pounds. I ain't that strong.
The landlady's willing to testify to it.
Yeah, she talks a lot.
She's going to talk you right into the joint. We find Gilmer an hour later dead. You're the last person seen with him. Fit you real good, Flack. From here, it looks like you're right for a 187 charge.
You figure you can nail me down for murder, huh?
It's worth a try.
Yeah, but can you make it go?
We think so.
Now, one thing's going to louse it up.
Yeah?
I didn't do it. I had no part in it. None.
You better tell us then, huh?
If I give it to you, it'll make a difference?
Depends on the words. Go ahead.
Where do I start?
The beginning will do.
Yeah. I guess Saturday afternoon's as good as any.
We'll listen.
Old Walt got himself a new connection, said it was a good one.
For heroin?
Yeah. Got a good buy and a couple of bindles, said it was a real good deal.
Do you know where?
No, he wouldn't tell me. He just said it was his and that when I needed some stuff, he'd set it up for me.
You're on H2, huh?
Yeah, why lie to you? A couple of days in the tank will bring it out anyway. Yeah, I'm swinging a pretty good habit.
How much?
Shooting 3 a day.
All right, go ahead.
Oh, Walt had a fix about 4 in the afternoon. We were going out for dinner, and Walt said he had enough H so he could take one for free.
Mm-hmm.
After that, we went out and got something to eat. Walt didn't eat much, said he felt way out, didn't hardly eat at all.
Yeah?
Went back to the apartment, sat around, talked. Tried to get him to tell me where he made the connection. He just laughed and said it was the best thing he ever fell into.
Didn't he give you any idea?
No, not a smell.
All right.
Well, pretty soon he said he didn't feel so good. I thought maybe he needed another pop. I asked him if he wanted me to cook it for him. He said no. Said he just wanted to get some air. Told me he couldn't breathe too good. Just lay there on the bed grabbing for air.
Mm-hmm.
I asked him if he wanted me to call a doctor, get somebody up there to fix him. He looked pretty bad.
Yeah.
He told me he didn't want anybody, just to leave him alone.
Mm-hmm.
About an hour later, I checked with him. I wanted to see if he felt any better. He was dead.
You took him out of the apartment then?
Yeah, I got scared. I didn't know what had happened, but I could see you guys laying it on me.
What'd you do?
Took him out to the park, got him in the back seat of the car, and took him out there. Sat in the car for about 15 minutes waiting for a couple of kids to leave. They were sitting on a bench near there talking. I had to wait for them to leave.
Yeah.
After they'd gone, I dragged Walt down the water and dumped him in the lake.
What about his identification?
Took it out of his pocket. Figured he'd give me a couple of days to try and grow an alibi. Figured it'd take that long for you to find out who he was.
You just left him in the lake then, huh?
Yeah. Drove back to the house and tried to figure what to do. Think of somebody who'd go me an alibi.
You haven't got any idea where Gilmer made the connection, huh?
No.
You know where he went Saturday afternoon?
No, he left the place about 10 in the morning. I didn't see him until about 3 or maybe 3:30. He was holding pretty good then, real happy, laughing it up all over the place. Oh, Walt, he had a real good laugh when he was feeling good. Gee, I still can't get it straight that he's dead.
Gilmer have any close friends that you know of?
Couple, not more than that.
Want to give us their names?
I guess, as long as they don't find out.
Did you meet any new people he told you about?
Well, if he did, he didn't say nothing. I'm sorry. I'd sure like to help you. It's a lousy trick making Walt think he was getting such a good deal and having it turn out like this. It's a lousy deal.
Mm-hmm.
He was real happy because he thought he scored real big, got it real cheap. Told me he hardly paid anything for it.
Well, he had it wrong, didn't he?
Huh?
He was overcharged. We continued to talk to David Flack. From him, we got additional names of people Walter Gilmer had dealings with. We also got the addresses of bars and restaurants the dead man was known to have frequented. In our interrogation of Flack, he was unable to give us any lead as to where Gilmer might have bought the lethal narcotics. Thursday afternoon at 4:21 p.m., Flack was taken to the main jail to be booked in on suspicion of violation of the State Narcotic Act, a felony. Frank and I went back to the office and talked with Captain Shy. We told him what had happened, and we reviewed the progress we'd made in attempting to apprehend the leaders of the narcotic ring. After talking over all the possibilities, it was decided that the only way we had of getting to the higher-ups in the operation was for one of us to go underground. It was decided that I would act the part of a buyer from Northern California and try to make the contact with the members of the ring. I was given a quantity of marked bills and fictitious identification before I left the office. Frank and I worked out a method for communication, and I went home to change my clothes. I left all of my police identification there, and the next morning I began to be seen in the bars and restaurants where Walter Gilmer was known. For the first week, it went slow. The people involved were cautious of all newcomers. On Saturday, July 21st, I had breakfast, and then I walked over to a small place on East 7th Street.
Not open for business yet, Joe.
No problem. I had some time to kill. Thought I'd do it here if you got no beef.
No, sit down. Just getting the booze up from downstairs. Hey, you want something, a Coke, maybe?
Yeah. You got one that's cold?
Yeah. I could put a shot in it if you want.
No, it's all right. It's too early.
Boss don't like it if I pour before 10.
Mm-hmm. How's business?
Oh, not bad. Guess it's a little slow all over.
Yeah.
How's it going with you, Joe?
Slow.
How long you figure to be in town?
Only got a couple more days.
Mm-hmm.
I got to get back up north.
Never heard you say what you did.
I told you I'm a promoter.
You mean like prize fights?
No, anything I can make a buck on.
What are you working on now?
Well, I got a deal.
Yeah, I guess you'd rather I didn't get too nosy, huh?
Yeah, it might be better that way.
Mm-hmm. Word's out you're trying to make a buy.
What's that?
I say, word's out you're trying to make a buy.
That's so?
Yeah, that's what the word is.
Where's it from?
Around. No place you can point to, just around.
Anything on what I'm looking for?
I understand it's H.
Is that what you think?
I don't know. I'm just telling you what the word is.
Uh-huh.
I understand you're a good friend of Walt Gilmer.
Yeah, I knew him. We didn't live together. I knew him.
Rough thing about Walt.
Yeah, yes it is.
Did you ever find out what killed him?
I don't know. I don't read the papers much. Was it in the papers?
Yeah. Rumble is he got some bad stuff.
Is that right?
Yeah, that's what they're saying.
There might be. I told you. I don't know.
Well, I guess if you're a friend of his, you'd like to talk to his connection, huh?
Well, it doesn't make any difference to me one way or the other.
Mm-hmm. You ain't sore about Walt, then, huh?
I told you I knew him. I didn't know him good. Just enough to say hello. That's all.
Hmm. Yeah, rough the way he went.
Call it your way. Well, I'll see you around, Al.
Hey, you gotta leave, huh?
Told you I only got a couple more days in town. I gotta line something up before I go back.
Well, maybe I can give you a hand.
Yeah?
Depends on what you're after. I got a lot of friends around. Might be able to do you some good.
Now, how you gonna work that?
How much you want to buy?
What's that?
Come off it, Joe. We got the rumble on you. You're down here from Sacramento. You're here to make a buy. It's a simple question. How much you want to take back with you?
If I wanted to make a connection, you the guy I'm supposed to see? If I wanted to make a connection.
Might work out that way.
You holding now?
A little.
How big?
Enough to handle your action.
I want a couple of ounces.
It's a lot of stuff.
I don't sell cut rate. Now, you holding that much, or aren't you?
No, I can line it up for you.
Where do you take your piece?
Off the top. I make the deal for you.
Oh, no. No go.
Huh?
I don't know how you work things here, but I only do business with a gun.
Yeah, well, this one don't work that way.
Well, then let's forget the whole thing.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold it, Joe.
Yeah.
You got the cash?
I can get it.
Maybe it'll work. I'll have to see.
I deal with the gun or the buy's off.
I'll check it.
Is it good stuff?
The best we got to offer.
That's not much of an answer, is it?
It's good.
When will you know? When will you know?
We'll wait here. I'll make a phone call.
All right.
This is Al. Yeah, I know, but this is important. Got a guy here who wants to buy a couple of shirts. All large size. Uh-huh.
far as we know, he is. I talked to you about him. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. No, he says he won't buy him from anybody else. Yeah, that's what I told him. He says he's got it. Just a minute, I'll check. You be here about 7 tonight?
Huh?
You be here tonight about 7?
Well, we can make the deal, sure.
Yeah, he can make it. All right. Yeah, I know. I told you we checked. He's all right. Uh-huh. Yeah, right. Goodbye. Deal's made.
All right.
Be here at 7. Make it sharp, huh?
Okay.
You meet the boss.
I got in touch with Frank, and I filled him in on what had happened. For the first time in several months, it appeared as if we had a concrete lead to the operators of the dope ring. It was arranged to keep the bar under surveillance, but not to take anybody into custody until a buy had been made. I went back to the room I was renting, and I waited. I left at 5:30, had something to eat, and at 5 minutes of 7, I walked into the bar. The place was crowded. There wasn't an empty stool, and most of the booths were taken. I edged up to the bar and caught the bartender's attention.
Hiya, Joe. You're early.
No, you said 7 sharp.
Yeah.
We're going to do business?
Wait till I get out from behind the bar. Yeah. Back here, Joe. Yeah, here it is.
You're joking, aren't you?
No, Joe, this is the boss.
Oh, I had it figured a little different.
Yeah, everybody does.
The woman sitting in the booth was in her late 30s or early 40s. It was hard to tell. She had dark hair and blue eyes. The suit she was wearing was gray, and it looked expensive. After the bartender introduced us, she told him to bring a drink, and then she motioned me to sit down.
Your name's Joe Frizee, is that right?
Yeah.
Alf tells me what's in action.
Well, he gave you the story.
How do I know you're a legitimate dealer?
You don't.
Still, you want me to go out on a limb and turn over 2 ounces of heroin to you.
I'm willing to pay for it, lady.
Where's it going to go?
Up north.
A lot of ground.
Sacramento.
You got the route to get rid of it?
They're waiting for it now.
Going in, I should tell you, I haven't got 2 ounces.
Well, and I'm wasting my time.
But I can get it.
How soon?
Sit down.
All right.
How quick do you need it?
I want to leave town in a couple of days. I told Al.
You working alone?
I don't see how that figures in the price.
You're wrong.
What?
H we've got goes for $4.50 an ounce.
It's pretty high.
The best we can get.
Should be.
If you want to make a deal, the price comes down.
No, I can't swing more than 2 ounces.
Even if the price is dropped?
How much?
To $3.50.
No, it doesn't fit. What's the angle?
If you're on your own, it must get a little tiresome to have to carry the load by yourself.
Maybe.
I was thinking that maybe you'd like a partner.
You?
That's what I had in mind.
No go.
Why?
Oh, a lot of reasons. Mainly because I don't need anybody.
Then it's going to cost you $4.50.
Well, I figured that going in.
When do you want the stuff?
Tomorrow night will do.
It'll have to be late. We got it coming in then.
From where?
The price doesn't include that.
Okay. Where do I pick the H up?
Alf will call you. He'll give you the time and the place.
Well, if it's high grade, I might want some more.
You can pay our price, you'll get it.
It's all right.
You're making a big mistake, Joe.
That's so?
Yeah. I got L.A. sewed up good and tight. Good distribution. All the product I need. You got the North. We put them together, we could both come out real well.
No, I told you before. I don't need partners.
You might be wrong, Joe.
What?
You might already have one.
I stopped by the bar and gave the bartender my phone number. He said he'd call me as soon as he had any information. I left the place and walked over to 5th Street. At a corner restaurant, I put in a call to Frank, and I filled him in on what had happened. It was set up that he and Sergeant Roxy Lucarelli would keep me under surveillance all the following day. In the meantime, the woman, Dolores Page, would be watched also. I went back to the hotel where I was staying and went to bed. At 3:30 a.m., the phone rang, and the bartender, Alf, told me to get dressed and meet him in front of the hotel right away. He said we were leaving town immediately to make the narcotics buy. I tried to call Frank and fill him in on what had happened, but I couldn't reach him. I got in touch with the office and left word regarding the meet, and then went downstairs to wait for Alf. At 3:45 a.m., Alf drove up to the entrance. I tried to stall as long as possible to give the men from the office time to get there, but finally we left the hotel before they arrived. In the car with Alf and myself were a man who introduced himself as Earl and the woman, Dolores Page. We drove down to the beach and turned south on Highway 101. We continued down to San Diego. At 6:30 a.m., we checked into a small hotel, and Alf, along with Earl, left to make the meet and the buy. I tried to find out where they were going, but they refused to give me any information. Dolores Page and I waited for him to come back. I was unable to contact the San Diego authorities, telling them what to watch out for. Apparently, I'd lost contact with Frank and Lucarelli. The only hope now was that someplace along the line, the Page woman and her associates would make some kind of a mistake. We waited at the hotel until 12:15 when Alf and Earl returned.
Where's Earl?
Downstairs in the car.
How come you're so late?
We got hung up on the other side of National City. Customs inspection. Went through the car.
Find anything?
No, but there's something wrong about the whole deal.
What do you mean?
Looked like they were waiting for us, like somebody had tipped them off we were coming through.
What makes you think that?
The way they acted. Other cars they just looked over. Ours, they went all the way through, took the seats out, checked the tires, even climbed underneath. I tell you, somebody tipped them off. They were waiting.
Anything wrong with this? I want no part of it. You understand that?
We've been working it a long time without no hitch. All of a sudden, you come along, we got trouble.
What are you trying to build?
Just that it's funny it'd happen now, first time you're here.
Are you trying to say that I got something to do with the shakedown?
If it fits, wear it.
Now, you listen, you two-bit punk. I got more to lose than you have. I'm paying top price for this product. I got customers waiting now. You come breezing in here and try to lay one of your own mistakes on me, and I'll break your back.
You talk like a man 12 feet tall.
I don't have to be that big.
All right,
you.
knock it off. You two beefing isn't going to do any good. They didn't find anything. You got no call to figure it was a tip, Alf. No reason at all. Now, let's get out of here.
Tell your boy to get off my back.
Don't worry about it. There won't be any more trouble.
Better not be, because I'll spell it out for you.
Is that right?
There is, and I'm going to cause it.
The three of us went downstairs and got into the car. We started the drive back to Los Angeles. From what I could find out, the narcotics buy had been made in Mexico, but the heroin was not in the car we were driving. We continued up the coast. Just south of Oceanside, California, we began to follow a large bus. As we drove, I noticed that Alf was being careful to keep the vehicle in sight. At San Clemente, the bus pulled into a small roadside restaurant for a rest stop. We parked immediately in back of it. Alf got out of the car and approached the bus. He walked up to the rear of the vehicle, reached under the rear bumper, and removed a small package wrapped in waterproof material. He checked the contents, and then he walked back to the car.
Get it?
Yeah, right where we put the stuff.
Get in. Let me have it.
Yeah.
Here it is, Joe. Got the money?
You want to wrap it up right here?
No reason not to.
Why don't we wait till we get back to town? It'll be easier there.
You got any special reason to wait?
No.
Got the money?
Yep.
Then why wait?
Well, let me see what I'm buying.
Here.
Well, it looks all right.
Best we can buy. You don't have to taste it.
What are you trying to pull?
What?
What are you trying to sell me? This stuff's no good. You're not going to stick me $4.50 for this junk?
You made the deal.
And I'm leaving it. I want no part of it.
It's a little late to come up with that.
You haven't been paid yet.
We will be. Get out of the car.
Leave him alone, Alf.
We've done it your way all along. It hasn't worked out. From here in, I'm going to call it.
You're doing it wrong, Alf.
You let me worry about that. Get out, mister. Go on.
Well, where to?
Let's take a walk around the back of the buildings. Go ahead.
Figure to kill me and come up with the money, too. Is that it?
Keep walking.
You know you're not going to get away with it, don't you?
You keep buying those fairy tales.
Maybe we can make a deal, Alf.
Yeah?
If you get the money, it doesn't make any difference about me, does it?
What do you mean?
Now, wait a minute. Suppose I give you the money. You got it clean. You don't have to roust me then, do you?
Maybe I'll like shoving you around. I never did figure you on our side.
Why?
Because you knew Walt Gilmer.
What happened to him doesn't make any difference to me.
It don't read good, Joe. Right from the beginning, I didn't figure you.
What do you mean? You set the deal up, didn't you?
Looked like some fast change. I didn't count on this much McGill. It's not worth it.
All this talk about Walt, what's he got to do with it?
He was working with us, pushing. Got too wise. Thought he could do it without us.
So you gave him a connection with Bad H, is that it?
That's it.
You kill me and Dolores isn't going to like it. You know that, don't you?
The wheel just passed out of her hands. Come on, let's get it over with.
All right. Where to?
Back there.
What are you trying to prove? All right, come on, Alf. Drop the gun. Drop it.
Joe, you all right?
Yeah.
We've been right behind you since you left Dago.
Yeah? How'd you work that?
Well, I got the message you left at the office. We had a tail on the Page woman. Picked you up down south.
How about her and that other fellow back there?
Roxy's got him.
Let me have your handcuffs, will you?
Yeah, here. The bartender?
Yeah. He copped out to giving Walt Gilmer the bad junk.
Huh. That takes care of it then, huh?
Yeah, come on, let's get him to the car.
All right.
Come on, get up. Well, I'm glad this one's over.
Yeah. Well, you don't look any the worse for wear.
All right.
Sure. You didn't really have anything to worry about.
Is that right?
Well, sure.
You don't mind me telling you that, do you? It's a good thing you weren't 2 minutes later. Huh? I might not have heard you.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
Dolores Marie Page and Alfred Giles Harnett were tried and convicted of murder in the first degree. David Alcott Flack was tried and convicted of using narcotics, and Earl Tyler Rockland was tried and convicted of possession of narcotics. They all received sentence as prescribed by law. Murder in the first degree is punishable by life imprisonment in the state penitentiary. Possession of narcotics, first offense, is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for a period of not more than 1 year. Using narcotics is punishable by imprisonment in the county jail for a period of not more than 1 year.
Dragnet. The story of your police force in action is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
Where do we begin? A year ago, these cops and lawyers wouldn't dare cross any of you. I mean, what happened?
So what are you proposing?
It's simple. Kill the Batman. Here's my card.
Bruce, this is Harvey Dent.
Rachel's told me everything about you.
I certainly hope not. You once told me that we'd be together. Did you mean it?
Bruce, don't make me your only hope for normal life.
You're Alfred, right?
That's right, sir.
Any psychotic ex-boyfriends I should be aware of?
Oh, you have no idea.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're tonight's entertainment. Well, hello, beautiful. You look nervous.
I've seen now what it would have to become to stop men like him.
The night is darkest just before the dawn. I promise you, the dawn is coming.
And here we go. This city deserves a better class of criminal. And I'm gonna give it to him. No! You'll see. I'll show you.
You either die a hero, or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain.
Be wanting the back putt, sir?
In the middle of the day, Alfred? Not very subtle.
The Lamborghini, then.
Much more subtle.
now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. What do you late meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Hey, did you see me picture in the paper with Pierre, the talking dog? Well, what'd you think of it? The dog's collar looked cleaner than mine, huh? Duffy, that statement is a little embarrassing. Well, it happens I wasn't wearing a collar. How's business? Well, I told you we got a singing dog here. How would you expect it to be? Well, you're wrong. It's terrific. Yeah, and a good class of trade, too, Duffy. You know, the uptown crowd, the toilet water set. Yeah, the kind that order champagne by the maggot. Well, yeah, they can be nuisances. Like last night, the guy came in and ordered wine served at room temperature. What'd I do? Just brought it to a boil and served it to him. Look, Duffy, you know, as long as we're getting this kind of trade, I was thinking maybe we ought to put a canopy out in front. Well, it'll make the place seem soigné, you know, and instead of throwing the drunks in the gutter, we can lean them against the canopy, and it'll seem like they're waiting for a cab. Yeah, it'll be great when it rains, too, you know, in case one of our higher-class customers dives for a butt. He won't find it so soggy. Well, look, Duffy, I'm working on a very big idea. I'll call you back, huh?
What's this big idea you're working on, Mr. Archie?
Well, I didn't want to tell Duffy, but I'm making arrangements for Pierre, the singing dog, to co-star with me on our own radio program.
Oh, that's nice. Well, what you going to call it, John's Other Wolf? A dog on the radio.
Why not? Victor did it with a phonograph.
Look, how often do you get these crackpot ideas?
No oftener than any other genius. Yep, Eddie, these things seem to hit me like lightning.
This is a new one. Lightning strikes the bug house. You a genius.
Don't take such a doubting attitude, Thomas. Just analyze me, Eddie. I got talent, imagination, sense of humor, brains.
Modesty?
That too. And the way I figure is if Pierre the Poodle can attract the dinner jacket crowd...
Now, wait a minute. That dog ain't attracting nothing but the straight jacket crowd.
What do you mean?
Well, all week long there's been people around here trying to sell you everything from a moose that whistles Yankee Doodle to an octopus that plays the bagpipe. Now, I can't take it no more. Look over there in the corner. A guy with a bear what dances.
A dancing bear? You know, Eddie, I thought that was a customer.
Yeah, so did I, till I tried to help him off with his fur coat.
Well, you better get rid of him, Eddie.
Oh, maybe you better get rid of him. That bear don't seem to like me.
Why do you say that?
Well, first he ate the 35-cent dinner, and then he ate the 55-cent dinner, and then he just sat there looking at me.
Well, Eddie, it's only a bear. Don't let him throw you.
I ain't getting near enough for him to even pick me up.
Excuse me. Hello? What's that, lady? Yes, I'm the gentleman with the singing dog. You're a dancer, huh? You're training a parrot to take off your costume piece by piece? What have you trained him to take off so far? Is that all? Well, look, when you get him completely trained, call me up again. I think you're right, Eddie. We're starting to attract more freaks around here. Oh, hiya, Finnegan. Where's Pierre the Poodle?
So he'll be around. He just had to stop by the post office.
Oh, the post office, huh? What's he expecting, a litter from his girlfriend?
He just went down at a Phyllis fountain pen.
Oh, has he been doing a lot of writing lately?
Oh, yeah. Everybody's been pestering him for autographs. Takes a lot of time, Arch. Last night, for instance, it was 2 o'clock in the morning before we got to bed.
Wait a minute. You and the dog sleep together?
He don't mind, Arch. Of course, it is a little tough sleeping with somebody that scratches and rolls around all night.
Well, can't you do anything to stop it?
I'm trying. I promised Pierre I'd cut it out.
Look, Finnegan, are you sure that you ain't getting the rabies?
What do you mean, Arch?
Well, this ain't healthy. I think you're seeing too much of that dog.
Oh, don't worry. I'm in perfect health. Here, feel me nose.
That's what I mean. You better call in a veterinarian. You're starting to pick up the dog's habits.
You think so, Arch? Maybe I got a split personality.
Well, be careful of it. You ain't got enough to split with anybody. Now, listen, I want to talk to you about this, Pierre Finnegan. I'm thinking about putting him on the radio, you know. And I can see a big future for him. Radio, television.
What's that?
Television? That's sort of a modern version of the old-fashioned keyhole. It's where people all over the country can see you as well as hear you.
Oh. You mean I could go on television and people all over the country could see my face?
Well, that's one of the things that's holding it up. But in the meantime, we can make a fortune out of this mongrel Melchior. You see, if we could kind of...
Hello, Glamour Boy.
I beg your pardon?
So, you got your picture in the paper, didn't you? I suppose now you think you're famous.
I have always been famous. It's just that I've been keeping it to myself. And besides, if you think I'm famous now, wait till me and Pierre goes on the radio together.
Who bites who?
Nobody bites nobody.
Huh. You and Pierre on the radio. Who'd listen?
Plenty of people.
Only a bunch of jerks. But believe me, here's one that won't.
Miss Duffy, we will be flattered if you don't listen. I know the kind of programs you go for. That stuff like Joyce Jitsu, girl wrestler. Or young Dr. Killjoy. If there ain't a tear a minute, you ain't happy.
Oh, what's the use of standing here talking to you? It's a waste of time. If you'll excuse me, I have an appointment at the beauty parlor.
You never give up, do you? What are they going to try this time? Excuse me. Hello? Yes, madam, this is Archie. You heard that I was interested in animal acts? Well, what have you got? A skunk that what? Well, they all do. A skunk that imitates Hitler. Sorry, madam, we're all booked up. Try Hobby Lobby. Hey, Eddie.
Yeah?
Look, I got to get out of here. Now, if anybody wants me, tell them I'm indisposed. Eddie, you know, I've been thinking about a sponsor for this radio program starring me and Pierre. You know who's the logical man to sponsor it?
Let's see. Madman Month?
No. Duffy himself.
Well, 6 of one.
Eddie. A program like this would really build up Duffy's Tavern. Here, read this sample commercial I wrote.
Yeah, let me see. You say, ladies and gentlemen, irregardless whether your radio is tuned in or not, listen to this. Are you tired of staying at home? Are you looking for a nice place to spend the evening out? Then come to Duffy's Tavern and spend the evening out.
Eddie, please, watch your infection.
Okay. It says, Duffy's Tavern is famous for its fine food, And also it's 35-cent blue plate. Excellent liquors can be had up until the legal closing hour, after which rum cake will be served from which the cake has been removed.
See, that's a very strong selling point, Eddie.
Yeah. It says, free drinks will be served to all men in uniform, providing they are Civil War veterans. Over 97. Do a dog have to read all this?
Oh, no, I read that part. Pierre just does the singing commercial.
Singing? Oh, this is worse than I thought. Where's the singing commercial?
Right there in the bottom of the page. Try it, Eddie. Go ahead.
Oh, no, miss.
Go ahead.
The tail waggers will hate me for this. Make Duffy's your home, and you'll never more roam. And the beer and the ale are a thrill, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the food that we serve you is swill. Swill?
Well, it ain't true, Eddie, but this is poetry, and I was stuck for a word to rhyme.
Well, you got one that made more truth than poetry. I'm afraid Mr. Duffy ain't gonna like this stuff.
Well, if he don't, we can sell it to somebody else. Duffy ain't the only fly in the ointment. I'll bet you that Cavendish, the undertaker, would buy this program in a minute.
And there, I'll go along with you.
Yeah. Think I'll give him a ring. Hello? Cavendish's undertaking parlor? Who's this talking? A customer. Oh, you just window shopping. Well, put Cavendish on, please. Funny what some guys will do on a day off. Huh? Hello, Cavendish? Archie. Look, I got a business proposition for you, Cavendish. A radio program. Yeah. Well, I've been thinking about you for a long time.
Yeah. He's been thinking about you for a long time, too.
Quiet, eh? Well, see if you can hear this program in your mind's eye, Cavendish. It opens up, see? I come on and I say, Cavendish's caskets are best by test.
Or ask the man who owns one.
Please, Eddie. And then after that, we have soft organ music. Your theme song, Look for the Silver Lining. Yeah. You get it? Well, then we go into a little schmaltz to kind of put him in a mood for you, Cavendish. With a quiver in me voice, I gently remind the radio audience that they ain't gonna live forever. And what makes this part so beautiful is that underneath it, a dog is quietly humming Masses in the Cold, Cold Ground.
Yes, and that is very effective.
Oh, thank you, Eddie. Where was I, Cavendish? Oh, yes. Then in closing, I prefaced the whole thing with a terrific punchline. I say, friends, tomorrow, Father Time may be pounding his gavel. Why not see Cavendish today and beat the rap? Well, how does it sound to you? Not enough laughs, huh? Well, thanks, Cavendish. I'll call you back. Eddie, he's nuts about it.
Uh-huh.
Boy, this dog is going to be worth $1 million to me.
To you? But this dog belongs to Mr. Finnegan.
Eddie, believe me, the dog would be better off with me. You know, them family things never work out. Wait a minute. Here they come now.
Hello, Art.
Oh, hi, Finnegan.
Art, you remember Mr. DePoodle, don't you?
Oh, sure. Glad to see you again, Mr. DePoodle. Thank you, I think. Look. Yeah, would you excuse me and Finnegan a minute? I'd like to have a word with him. Look, Finnegan, come here.
Yeah.
Look, you're pretty fond of this dog, ain't you?
Of course, Art. We're just like brothers.
Naturally. And you want him to be happy, don't you?
Well, sure.
Then you gotta sell him to me, Finnegan.
Why, Arch?
Why? Because I can give him things. The material things that a dog needs. Things that you yourself never had.
But, Arch, you forget one thing. I love him.
That's why you got to sacrifice for him, Finnegan. You want him to point a paw at you someday and say, but for that man, I could have had my own kennel.
Arch, I see what you mean, and I think you're right. Every dog should have his day. How much will you give me for him?
$3.
Arch, couldn't you make him just a little happier?
Okay, I'll make it $4.
Sorry, Arch.
All right, $3.50.
Now you're beginning to talk my language. But you still got to keep going.
Okay, $2.75.
$2.50.
$2.25.
$2. Hey, wait a minute. Are we going in the right direction?
Finnegan, stop trying to welch. Here's the $2. Now go over there and tell Pierre that I'm his new owner.
Yeah, okay, Arch.
Well, Eddie, shake hands with the owner of radio's newest singing sensation.
Miss Archer, I've been thinking, do you think you can trust that dog standing in front of a microphone?
What do you mean, Eddie?
Well, a crazy dog like that is liable to say anything.
Oh, yeah. Well, we'll have to take the chance. Hello? Yes, this is Archie. Huh? What's that, madam? You saw my picture in the paper with your dog. The dog was stolen. You're coming right down with a cop and throw me in jail. Hello?
What's the matter?
Eddie, what am I going to do? I've been stuck with a hot dog.
Well, now, yeah, well, you see, you can tell him you didn't really steal the dog. You was just acting as a fence.
No, they'll never believe it. Look, Eddie, what can I do to you for that dog napping?
Well, not much. They'd probably just send you to jail for a while.
Jail?
Well, yeah. You heard about them fellas trying to break out of Alcatraz?
Yeah.
They was just making room for you.
Oh, this is terrible. Now, Finnegan, please, all I'm doing is trying to sell the dog back to you. And I'm willing to give you original $2 plus $4 besides.
Make it $3.75.
We ain't going through that again, I hope. Don't you understand? I'm giving you the dog back plus $4 more.
But, Arch, how can you make money that way?
Crooked bookkeeping. Now, please, here, take the $4.
Yeah, but what'll I do with all that money?
Who cares? Do anything with it. Take Pierre to the flea circus.
Not me, Arch. I don't want them fleas jumping all over me.
Well, then go enter yourself into a dog show. I don't care. There's only one thing you got to remember, though, Finnegan. If anybody asks you who owns the dog, you own him, not me.
Oh, so there you are, Archie.
Oh. Hello, Officer Clancy. The bottom of the bottle to you.
And the top of me nightstick to you. Archie, you're under arrest.
Just a minute. What's the charge?
There's no charge. This one is on the house.
Now, wait a minute,
Never
Clancy.
mind the argument. I'm taking you to jail.
That's the man, officer. Where is my dog, you thief?
Now, just a second, madam. Are you sure that I'm the man?
Of course I am. Your picture was in the paper with the dog. Let me look at you. Yes, you were the one on the left. Now, go ahead, officer. Go ahead, arrest him. And let's get out of here. This horrible place makes my flesh creep.
Well, it's too bad you can't get some of it to creep up where it belongs. Now, look, Clancy, I'm trying to tell you, this talking dog don't belong to me.
Talking dog. Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. I raised that dog from a small puppy.
Well,
And
madam...
I've taken good care of him for years, been just like a mother to him.
I know, lady.
For 5 years, he was never out of my sight, and I can tell you right now, officer, that I never once heard that dog talk.
He probably couldn't get a word in edgewise. Look, lady, I'm trying to tell you, I didn't steal your dog.
Well, Archie, if you didn't steal him, who did?
Who?
Arch, is there anything I can do for you?
Finnegan, why don't you confess?
Okay, Arch. I did it.
Did what?
I don't know.
Then why are you confessing?
What was the original question?
You mean to say this is the man who stole my dog?
Madam, I didn't say that. I merely say to you that he has certain criminal tendencies.
Now, wait a minute, Archie. I've known Finnegan for a long time.
But, Clancy, do you know the real Finnegan? The Finnegan behind that horrible mask? The sneaky Finnegan? You know that paper towel rack in the back room that says, rub, do not blot? Do you know the Finnegan that blots?
Oh, just a second.
Oh, I know you're clever, Clifton. But I'm afraid this time they caught up with you. Look at him, Clancy. He's as guilty as the day is long. Look at his eyes. Look at the way they cross. Why do you think that is? Because they got to keep an eye on each other. And look at them nervous, shifty lines around the mouth.
Arch, I'm chewing gum.
A likely story.
Wait a minute. There's my dog now.
Oh, Pierre, I told you to stay under the table.
Oh, my poor little doggie. What have they done to you? Come to Mommy and... why, this isn't my dog.
Huh? It ain't?
No. My dog had a white spot on his back.
Lady, maybe we better get out of here before one of us goes nuts. I'll see you later, boys.
Well, Finnegan, I guess I got you out of that one, didn't I? Finnegan, speak to me. Just a second. Hello? Oh, hello, Cavendish. You thought it over and you'd like to buy the radio show? But first you want to hear the dog sing. Okay, I'll bring him right over. Look, Finnegan, I'll let you keep all the money I give you, plus I'll give you $2 more if you give me back Pierre.
Arch, I'm afraid this time it'll cost you $10.
Okay, you're robbing me, but here's the $10.
Okay.
Wait a minute, what was that last remark?
Oh, it's nothing.
What was it?
Well, Pierre merely says on account of the way you double-crossed me, he'll never sing another note as long as he lives.
Ow, ow!
And so we leave Duffy's Tavern for this week to return again, same time, same station, on our next time around. But right now, let's pay a visit to Roy Shields and Company, who are putting the finishing touches on their dress rehearsal in the adjoining studio. Let's give a listen, shall we?
Kurt Weill is remembered best, perhaps, as the composer of such refreshing ditties as Speak Low for the Broadway success One Touch of Venus. Now, here are the orchestra and Roy Shield highlighting another of Mr. Weill's brilliant works, this one from Knickerbocker Holiday and titled September Song. Here is a case where the word revived is synonymous with the word refreshed. Roy Shield and the orchestra take a recently revived old love song and make of it a refreshing moment of music. Written in 1926, this melody is now the theme of the motion picture 30 Seconds Over Tokyo. It's Sweetheart of All My Dreams.
Our thanks to Roy Shields and Company for some mighty fine listening. Now it's about that time, so we'll just say don't forget next week, same time, for that familiar phone bell that tells us it's Duffy's Tavern, starring Ed Gardner as Archie the manager.
Switch off. Contact.
This was the immortal Royal Air Force, whose gallantry thunders across the pages of history. Young warbirds, gloriously reckless, taking off in rickety ships to challenge the enemy veterans of the skies. Drama that soars with the courage of youth in a story that will write its message on the hearts of the world.
You can laugh with him, joke with him, a man that just murdered your best friend.
Shut up! What good's he gonna be up there? Do you think he's gonna bring down any Boche plane? No. Oh, they'll slaughter him, Court.
I said every man goes into the air at dawn.
I don't care, I won't do it.
Those are the orders! Now get out!
We were outnumbered and forced to fly low. We had to fight our way out.
All right, suppose you did. You should be more cautious.
More cautious? I suppose you think I enjoyed sending those two men up there. Sending them up in crates that should have been on the scrap heap months ago.
That's right, now. Say it. But I'm a murderer. That ought to give you better planes, older men, better flyers. Say it! Why don't you say it? It's rather like a game at school. Great, big, noisy, stupid game that doesn't make any sense at all. Then one day, I suppose it'll all end as suddenly as it begun. We'll go home. Some other bunch of criminal fools sitting around a table shove us into another war and we'll be at it again.
Munitions for the advance concentrated in a dump at railhead at Sule. Our squadron's ordered to destroy that dump, gentlemen. There's no chance for a flight to get through. But one man flying low, hedge hopping, might possibly succeed. There's about 1 chance in 10 of his getting back. I want a volunteer. That's my job, Tony. I spoke first.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Jimmy Allen has plenty to think about these days. His flying instructor, the disagreeable and impatient Shorty Mason, tells him that his air work is almost hopeless. Jimmy wonders if he'll ever learn to fly.
The lad is also worried about the hint of suspicion that has been thrown upon his great friend, Speed Robertson. What does Speed know about the missing plans for the new jet-propelled Army fighter? Then, too, just who is the strange Oriental Major Moto? Well, let's see what's happening to Jimmy. We find him standing beside his training ship talking with Flash Lewis, the droll mechanic. Jimmy is waiting for his instructor to appear.
You can't prove it by me, Jimmy. All them guys from Manchuria and China and Japan looks alike to me.
But, Flash, does Major Moto seem to know much about airplanes?
Say, them slant-eyed babies sometimes look dumb, but their old thinking apparatus is turning over at 2,400 revolutions a minute. I learned that in the Pacific, and don't you ever forget it.
He seems smart enough, but he never says anything. I just can't seem to get acquainted with him at all.
Well, what do you care about Major Moto? He ain't bothering you, is he?
No, nothing like that. He's always very polite and, well, respectful, you know. But, well, I just can't dope him out.
Well, all I know is that his government sent him here to learn to fly. But listen, kid, you got other things to think about. Here comes that ding-dong instructor of yours, the Honorable Shorty Lindbergh Doolittle Eaker Smith Mason, the world's greatest flyer. Ha! Well, I'd better wipe off this powerful training plane that you and Shorty's gonna fly this morning.
Gee, Mr. Mason looks kind of sour. He must have climbed out the wrong side of the bed.
Looks like a rough morning for the students of good old Central Flying School. Oh, never mind, Jimmy. There's worse things than Shorty Mason to put up with. Why, once I had scarlet fever.
Good morning, Mr. Mason.
Morning, Alan. I suppose you sat up all night studying that book of yours on how to fly.
Oh, no, sir. I had a good night's rest last night. I feel just fine this morning.
Maybe a good rest will improve your flying. It needs something.
Is my air work showing any improvement at all, Mr. Mason?
No, it's getting worse.
Can you make any suggestions that will help it, sir? I'm willing to do anything.
The trouble with you, Alan, you don't pay any attention to what I tell you. You're one of these smart crackers who thinks he knows everything. You come down here with the idea that you was going to show me how to fly.
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mr. Mason. I've never had any such intentions.
Just because you got mixed up in an airline robbery and got your picture in the paper and got to running around with that big ham Speed Robertson.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Mason. I'm willing to admit my flying's bad, but I think you'll have to admit that I'm trying just as hard as I possibly can. And I certainly didn't come down to the school here to get
save all that. I know what you're going to say. And I'm going to tell you another thing, Alan.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Mason. Isn't it a gorgeous day for flying? Simply gorgeous. A beautiful day for you brave and intrepid birdmen.
Shut your mouth, Flash. I suppose you're trying to be funny. Well, you're about as funny as a cry for help.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Mason. Excuse my glove. I was just trying to start the day pleasantly for you.
Yeah? I'll put a gag in that big mouth of yours. Say, Alan, how are you getting on with your ground school course?
All right, I think. You see, I spent quite a bit of time studying before I came to the school.
I suspected that. Well, answer this question. What are the 5 component parts of an airplane?
The 5 integral parts of an airplane? Oh, that's easy, Mr. Mason. There's the power unit, or engine and propeller. That's 1. The landing gear, or chassis, is 2. The wing, or wings, is 3. The fuselage is 4, and the tail group is 5. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, all right. Well, I'm glad you're learning something. I don't seem to be able to pound anything about flying into your head.
Well, really, I think I've learned quite a bit. I guess I seem pretty awkward, though. Oh, here comes Mr. Jones.
Yeah. I wonder what the boss wants. Hello, Mike.
Howdy, Shorty. Hello there, Jimmy.
Good morning, Mr. Jones.
Hello, Shorty. You and Alan getting ready for a hop?
Yeah, I was just going to start the engine.
I see. Better wait a minute. Say, Jimmy, I want you to do a little errand for me. And, better take Flash Lewis with you. Flash, you go along with Jimmy Allen and see if you can find a flying jacket in my car. It's parked over in back of the administration building.
Okay, Mike.
I can go over alone, Mr. Jones. I know your car when I see it.
Oh, you better take Flash with you. He knows where I park my car.
Just as you say. But I can go over alone, and then you won't have to take Flash away from his work.
I said take Flash. Now get along.
All right. Come on, Flash.
It's that brown flying jacket of mine, Flash. I think it's in the back seat.
Okay, Mike.
What's the big idea, Mike? I saw your jacket hanging up in the office.
Yeah? Well, never mind that. Now, look here, Shorty. How's young Allen getting on with his flying?
Well, to tell you the truth, he's doing all right. That lad's a smart kid. Don't fool yourself about that. And he's going to make a smooth pilot, too.
Yeah, I was afraid of that. Don't be telling me how smart he is. I know.
What have you got on your mind, Mike?
This kid is too smart. Get it? He knows too much. Altogether too much.
You think so?
Mason, I don't think it. I know it. He and Robertson messed up one deal. And now what do you think has happened?
Go ahead. I'll bite.
After me and Moto landed yesterday, young Allen starts giving Moto the question box. Now do you begin to see the light?
What? You mean he suspects that Moto...
Shut up. Don't start thinking out loud here or anywhere else. I don't know exactly how much the kid knows or how much he suspects. But whatever it is, it's too much. Get it?
Maybe you're right, Mike. You know the picture better than I do.
I'll say I do. And I don't want this picture smeared up. Now listen, Shorty. Could Allen get this training ship off the ground? Could he fly it alone?
Great guns, Mike. Do you mean turn the kid loose?
I mean this, Shorty. We can't afford to have our plans messed up. And, what could be more natural than one of those unfortunate aviation accidents? See?
But, Mike, we're taking a chance.
Listen, Mason, you got to take chances in this racket.
I know it, Mike, but the kid's pretty good. What if he got up and down okay?
Well, if he should, we'll have to try.
Listen, Mike, I got it. I think I can fix that. Now, wait a minute. I think I got a small wrench in my pocket.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you going to do?
Come on over here by the landing gear. There, now stand in front of me, Mike. This is worth trying.
Oh, I see. Not a bad idea, Shorty. Hurry up, though. They're coming back.
One's enough, Mike, and I think it'll work.
Come on, hurry up. They're coming.
Okay, that ought to do it. Now leave the rest to me.
I don't know why we couldn't find it. We certainly looked all over.
Well, boys, couldn't you find the jacket?
We looked all through the car, Mr. Jones. There's no flying jacket there.
That's funny. Thought I left it in the car. Oh, well, never mind.
Well, it sure ain't in the car, Mike.
All right, let it go. Oh, say, Jimmy, Shorty Mason tells me you're getting along swell with your flying. He says you're the best student he ever had.
He said what? Why, I don't understand. He told me just this morning that he thought...
Jimmy, I was just kidding you. Just kidding you. I do that with all my students. So they won't get overconfident.
Oh, gee, I'm certainly glad to hear that.
Sure, kid. You're doing great. Why, Shorty tells me you're all ready to solo. Well, got to be getting back to my office. Come along with me, Flash. Got a job for you in the shop. And, Shorty, it's a nice, calm morning. If you say it's okay, let Jimmy solo. Bye. Be seeing you later.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Jones. But, Mr. Mason, I didn't think my
Oh,
flying
that's
was...
all right, kid. You've been doing a great job of flying. You're all right. In fact, you're ready to solo. I think I'll send you out alone right now.
But I haven't had any takeoffs or landings. Oh, I don't think I'm ready to solo.
Sure, you're ready to solo. Why, you'll get this ship up and down without any trouble at all. That's the easiest part of flying anyway.
I wouldn't want to try it before I had some instructions in landing.
Oh, so you don't want to solo, eh? You're losing your nerve, eh, Ellen? I thought you was yellow. I thought you was the kind
now,
of kid
look here,
that...
Mason, I'm not yellow. I'm not afraid to take this ship off and land it. But I do think I should have some instructions in landing.
If you're not yellow, what's the big idea of putting on the baby act with me?
All right. I'll solo the ship. And I'll get it up and down, too.
Now you're talking like a man. All right, get up there in the cockpit and get it started. You know how, and there ain't much wind. You could take off from the line right here.
That suits me okay.
All clear. Come on, get it started. All right. Turn her around and head her right down the field. And land her out there on the north-south runway.
Roger. I'll make it all right.
Look at the kid take off that ship. Hey, that is pretty good at that, isn't it, Mike? Watch yourself, Shorty. Here comes Speed Robertson. That's a bad break.
Hey, what ship was that just took off?
That's Jimmy Allen making his first solo.
What? You mean Jimmy Allen's alone on that ship? Why, he isn't ready to solo. Are you crazy, Mason?
Listen, Robertson, I'm his instructor. I know what I'm doing.
You dirty pup.
Hey, Speed, look. What's that falling away from Jimmy's ship?
Great Scott, a wheel. One of the wheels has come off the landing gear.
What in the world will happen to Jimmy now? The young student, alone in the airplane, with no training or experience to help him to a safe landing and a damaged landing gear. Many breathtaking thrills are in store for us in the next episode of The Air Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. If you've ever thought, why should I go to the trouble of cleaning and polishing my car, I'd like to suggest that it seems to be a matter both of good business and of personal pride. It's good business to protect the paint job from injury by removing destructive road grime and dirt, thus increasing the trade-in value of your car. And on that subject of personal pride, the impression your car makes on your friends and associates, the impression it makes on yourself, can be very important. So give your car an occasional beauty treatment with Johnson's Car New, the popular auto polish that both cleans and polishes with one application. Car New is so easy to use, you'll gladly do the job yourself. It's a liquid that dries on application to a white powder. Wipe off this powder, and there's that beautiful finish you'd almost forgotten. Car New is unchanged. Your dealer has it. Ask for Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Anytime you pass 79 Wistful Vista and hear the windows rattling slightly and a low, nasty murmur coming out under the door, you'll know the squire has received his monthly bank statement. And here he is, rapidly losing his equilibrium while trying to find his balance, while his wife does her best to drown him out. As we meet, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Dirty, double-crossing, pocket-picking book jugglers. You know what that Fourth National Bank done to me this month, Molly?
I can't imagine, dearie.
They figured my balance exactly the same as I figured it. Now I don't know where I am. I got nothing to go on. I have a notion to... Hey! Hey, can't you do that a little quieter, Molly?
I'm sorry, dearie.
I'm trying very hard to concentrate on this statement, and that noise is very distracting. Very.
Well, if your figures agree with the banks, what is there to concentrate on?
Aha, that's just the point. Anytime they agree with me, they gotta be wrong. They know darn well that I... Hey, what are you doing with my wood-burning outfit?
Is that what this is?
Why, certainly that's what this is. Don't you remember that spool rack I made for you with all the design I burned onto it with that? You said that was the prettiest spool rack with that particular design onto it you ever saw.
Oh, yes, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as long as I was cleaning out the hall closet, I merely thought I'd put things away.
I'll be very careful with stuff like my wood-burning outfit. One of these days, that fat will come back and... You're what?
I'm cleaning out the hall closet.
Ooh.
Mrs. Carstairs is coming for tea this afternoon. I don't want her to wind up under an avalanche of moose heads, mandolins, and fish poles.
Hey, now, wait a minute, kiddo. If anybody's going to clean out that closet, it'll be me. I got a lot of valuable stuff in there. By the way, what'd you do with my stamp collection?
Heavenly days, did you have a stamp collection in there?
Did I have a stamp collection in there, she said.
She said that.
Didn't you see a little celluloid envelope with a 3-cent stamp in it that the cancellation was upside down onto it?
You had a collection of 1 3-cent stamp?
Well, it was the nucleum of a collection. The guy's got to start someplace. You better let me clean out that closet, Molly. Well, frankly, I don't think Carstairs coming to tea is a very good reason for it.
Do you want her to think you married a bad housekeeper?
What that old gooseberry thinks is frantically unimportant to me, Mommy.
Well, I don't want her to think now that...
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Hello, Alice.
Hi, kid. Now, don't get in the way here now.
Creepers, are you cleaning out that closet? May I watch?
Sure, but don't touch things, Alice. I got a lot of personal valuables in there. I don't want them all around. Like this stuff here.
McGee, if that's what's been making this closet smell like a cider mill, throw it out.
What? Throw out my old chemistry set? I went clear through high school with this stuff.
Gee, did you really, Mr. McGee?
Yeah.
Yes, and I remember the day he did it, Alice. Yeah, he went clear through the high school and through the roof of a laundry a block away. You know his eyebrows haven't grown quite back yet. Look at him, Alice.
I wish I could remember the formula I was working on that day. Seems to me I was on the track of a new kind of high-powered gasoline. I was going to call it Ethel in honor of my chemistry teacher, Ethel Faditch.
But they've been making ethyl gasoline for years and years, Mr. McGee.
What? They have?
Sure.
Well, by George, if I had the dough, I'd fight for my rights all through the juvenile court.
Juvenile court?
Why, sure, I was just a kid when I invented it.
Oh, I think chemistry is wonderful, Mr. McGee. My cousin is a chemist, and he's just patented a new kind of glue that simply won't stick to anything.
Why, Alice, what good is a glue that won't stick?
Well, he says it will teach people not to break things in the first place.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's simple stuff like that makes fortunes for some people. I stumbled onto a freezing compound one day that kept a bottle of water cold for 2 days.
What'd you call it, dearie?
Ice.
Creepers. I've been using it for years, and I never knew who thought it up.
Yeah, and you know he never got a nickel from Sonia Henny for it either?
Well, I got an idea I'm going to work on one of these days that'll put us all on Easy Street. And I'm not going to breathe it to a soul, except a few close friends.
What is it, Mr. McGee?
Well, Shut the door, Molly.
Okay.
Thanks. After what happened with that ethyl gasoline deal, I'm kind of suspicious. You know what they feed silkworms on to make them make silk?
Certainly. Mulberry leaves.
Ever think what might happen if you fed them on leaves from a rubber plant?
Jeepers, girdles.
Exactly. Now, not a word of this to anybody, see? The nylon people would shoot me down like a dog if it ever got out. But that's for the future. Right now, I got to straighten out this closet. One side.
Billy Mills from the orchestra, and The More I See You.
that hall closet cleaned out, dearie. The house looked very nice.
You know, it's a lot of wasted effort just to make an impression on old Mrs. Carstairs. Well, that old man-trap is so nearsighted that last week in the grocery she paid 2 bits for her left hand, thinking it was a bunch of bananas.
You're exaggerating.
Yeah, I was exaggerating. She only paid 23 cents.
You know, you'd like Mrs. Carstairs if you'd stop antagonizing her.
Me? Stop antagonizing her? You got the slipcover on the wrong love seat, Snooky. She antagonizes me. Why, she looks at me like I was something unpleasant she just found in her club sandwich.
Well, my goodness, I don't think she's so. Come in. Oh, it's Dr. Gamble.
Yeah, I recognize him.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello, Molly. Hello there, Rumpelstiltskin.
Rumple what skin?
Rumpelstiltskin. A legendary character, like you.
Oh, thanks.
Excuse the looks of the place, Doctor. Magee is cleaning out the hall closet.
Voluntarily, or did you get a court order?
As the trout says when he snapped at the fly, I'm doing this on my own hook. Don't get in my way, Fatso. I'm busy.
Well, interesting evidence of a misspent life you have there, Chubby. Where'd you get the school bells? Christmas present from Mr. Chips?
Those are Swiss bells, Doctor. He used those when he was in vaudeville. Play something for the doctor, dearie.
He wouldn't appreciate it, or I would. That guy's got less music in him than a wet drum.
As usual, beanbag, you are speaking from the depths of your abysmal ignorance. I was seriously considering an operatic career at one time.
My goodness, were you really, Doctor?
Mm-hmm.
Tenor or baritone?
You sang second base with the Brooklyn Dodgers, didn't you, Doc?
I refuse to be drawn into a musical controversy with you, you illiterate little pack rat. You're the kind who'd sit through a movie 3 times to hear the Hoosier Hotshots play the Hawaiian war chant on a washboard and auto horn.
You're darn well right, I would, big boy. That's real music.
See what I mean, Molly? Every time he mentions a sextet from Lucia, he asks if you'll pardon the expression. Remind me to sing for you sometime, my dear.
Oh, that I will, Doctor. I will indeed.
Sing her something from Ada, Doc. She loves Ada.
From what?
Ada. That's the opera, Ada.
Are you by any chance referring to the opera Aida by Verdi?
Oh, yes.
First presented in Cairo, Egypt, December 24th, 1871?
I think that's what he means, Doctor.
I think so, too. And if you'll excuse me, I'll get out of here before I lose what little respect I have for the little music lover.
No, I was just kidding, Doc. I know my music. I didn't study the mandolin 25 years for nothing, you know.
That's one man's opinion.
Well, he really knows more music than you think, Doctor.
If he knows any music, it's more than I think. Let me ask you one question, Rigoletto.
Shoot, Siegfried.
What is counterpoint?
Why, that's when a kid in a candy store asks how many of these do you get for a penny.
That's all, brother. So long, Molly.
Oh, for goodness sakes, Magee, I don't know why you have to tease people like that. Why do you pretend to be so dumb?
I like to be underestimated. Then when I do something unintelligent, I get twice the credit. Well, I better get busy.
Magee, I wish you'd get rid of that old moose head.
Oh, I will after she has her tea. Wouldn't be polite to give her the bum's rush the minute she gets here, you know. I can't...
Oh, I was not referring to Mrs. Carstairs. I meant that one in the closet there.
Oh, that. Well, I still think that'd look swell over the fireplace.
I think it would look better in the fireplace. It's such a... Oh, my goodness, I almost forgot. We're practically out of sugar. I wonder if Mr. Sale would send some over right away.
I'll call and ask him. He owes me a favor.
For what?
I called his attention to a misspelled word in one of his ads last week. He had an L in salmon.
Oh? Well, call him anyway, dearie.
Hand me the phone.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Jimmy Sales Grow. Is that you, Mert?
Oh, dear.
How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's that, Mert? Your brother. Judge gave him 20 years, eh? Gee, that's great, Mert.
Good heavens, Magee. What's great about that?
Mert's brother helped old Judge Jeffrey husk some green corn. Did such a good job, the judge gave him 20 years.
Oh.
What's that, Mert? Yeah. Okay, I'll call later.
Well, maybe we can squeeze by with what sugar we have, dearie.
Carstairs shouldn't ought to use sugar anyway. She shows every lump she's ever eaten. For particularly around...
Hello, folks. I was just going by, and I thought...
Doggone it, watch your step there, will you, Junior? Now look what you did.
Oh, I'm sorry, pal. Very clumsy of me. What did I step on?
Just an old cigar box, Mr. Wilcox. Think nothing of it.
What do you mean, just an old cigar box? You know what I was saving that for?
No, what were you saving it for?
Well, I was... Oh, well, I don't remember right now, but I'll bet I had a definite use for it.
Excuse me for pointing, but just what are you doing, pal? Playing store?
No, he's cleaning out this closet, Mr. Wilcox. Mrs. Carstairs is coming for tea, and we want things to look real nice.
Yeah, she's the kind of old Snoopy puss that'll be poking her snozzola into all the closets, Junior. You know the type. Talking about the weather with one hand and counting the pillowcases with the other.
Oh, look, you've got her wrong, pal. Mrs. Carstairs is a very nice person.
That's what I keep telling him, Mr. Wilcox, but they just don't seem to get along together.
Ah, pata. She's just a wilted petal off the Mayflower. Why, she's one of the worst old... Hey, what are you doing, Junior?
Just looking in this closet, pal. I never saw it empty before. I want to satisfy my curiosity.
Curiosity about what, Mr. Wilcox?
The floor in that closet. Gee, it's wonderful. In spite of all that junk piled in there, year after year, the floor's in wonderful condition. What did you protect it with?
Waxy. If I wasn't a truthful guy with whom loyalty to a sponsor was a prime consideration, I could break your little heart.
But we have to tell the truth, Mr. Wilcox. Johnson's wax it is.
I knew it. Gee, I'd like to have a photograph of that closet floor. You throw moose heads in there, you toss in horseshoes and ice skates, you bang it with golf clubs and wet snow shovels, you heave in a lot of fishing tackle, shotguns, and mandolins, and look at it. Hardly a scratch. What a perfect example of how Johnson's wax protects and preserves a wood surface.
Look at his eyes flash, Molly. I'll bet Balboa looked just like that when he discovered the Panama Canal.
Ah, what a beautiful, beautiful floor. What luster. What a tactile delight to rub one's digits over such a luminescent patina.
Shaw.
What on earth is the man talking about?
Is the guest room made up? Maybe he better lie down a little while. You feel okay, Junior?
Oh, I feel marvelous, pal. Magnificent. What a day in my life to have everything I've ever said about Johnson's wax so completely justified, so marvelously exemplified. Its qualities of beautification, preservation, protection. Oh, I've got to write to Racine about this. See you later, folks.
Right to Racine. There goes the greatest ham actor since the Three Little Pigs.
I thought he sounded very sincere, McGee.
Oh, he meant it all right. It was those gestures that pulled my cork. Those rolling eyes, clenched hand on the forehead. Like William S. Hart bidding farewell to his favorite horse.
Well, never mind him, McGee. Mrs. Carstairs will be here very shortly. Better get this stuff put away.
Okay, I'll have it out of the way in 2 jerks. Now, let me see. Oh, gee, look what I found. My old camp stove. I'd like to have $5 for every pound of bacon I've ruined on that thing.
Speaking of stoves, dearie, I better see how Beulah's coming with the refreshments. Oh, Beulah! Beulah!
Somebody bawl for Beulah?
Yeah, Mrs. McGee was just wondering if you were all set for the tea clutch, Beulah.
Yes, everything is 6-2 and even, sir. Best china laid out, cake all frosted, silverware polished, and a napkin start like Mr. Hoover's collar.
Well, we want to kind of spread it on for Mrs. Carstairs, Beulah. Send the ladyfingers out for a manicure if necessary. And see that the seams are all straight on the tea bags.
Oh, you just leave everything to Beulah, folks. Everything going to be done with finesse, eclair, and savoir-faire. Je ne sais pas?
Je ne sais what?
Je ne sais pas, ma'am. That's a French expression meaning, you think I'm kidding?
You speak French, Beulah?
Well, just enough to get by with folks that don't speak it at all, sir. I tried to learn it once by phonograph records, but there was a bad rattle in the speaker, so I never know if my accent is wrong vocally or mechanically.
Mr. McGee tried to learn Spanish that way once, Beulah.
You have any luck with it, sir?
Nope, I took 5 lessons, then tried to order dinner in a Spanish restaurant. The hat check girl slapped me, the waiter gave me an apron, and the cashier handed over all her dough and called the cops. I guess I'm strictly a Latin from Peoria.
Get his face laughing away to him. A Latin from Peoria. I love that man.
The King's Man and the Fireman's Bride.
Fireman Joe Magee, who married in June, wants to be free. He bought a handsome love nest, but his hard-lying spouse likes a fire how she wears a crimson skirt, a fireman's hat, a red flannel shirt. Whee! Clang goes the bell and she's off, boys, in a cloud of confusion and dirt.
Wait a minute, boys. I gotta run in the hole.
Well, hurry up. The fireman's bride won't stay home by her fireside. From all accounts, she'd rather bounce in a fireman's net. She leaps to the engine and clings to the hose. How she hangs on, nobody knows. Out comes the net and then over she goes. High up they throw her while she hollers, "More, the fireman's bride." People confide, has the fireman goggle-eyed, high as a kite. Ain't she a sight? Naughty fireman's bride. Oh, the fireman's bride, the fireman's bride won't stay home by her fireside. From all accounts, she'd rather bounce in a fireman's net. She leaps to the engine and clings to the hose. How she hangs on, nobody knows. Out comes the net and then over she goes. High up they throw her while she hollers, "More!" The fireman's bride, people confide, and the fireman goggle-eyed, high as a kite. Ain't they a sight? Roaring around all over town with the fireman's bride.
McGee, I just looked into the hall closet, and I want to congratulate you. I think it looks wonderful.
Oh, it's nothing that any red-blooded American boy couldn't have done. His wife kept hollering at him about it. Hey, how does this shirt look?
Very nice when you put a tie on.
A tie? This is a sports shirt. Didn't you see that picture of Jack Carson in last night's paper? He was wearing a shirt exactly like this one.
Jack Carson is a comedian. You're more the Herbert Marshall type.
My George, I think I am at that.
You are?
Does Herbert Marshall wear a bow or a four in hand? Because I want to... Oh, I'll bet that's her. It's too late for a necktie. If you can casually drop Jack Carson into the conversation, I'll explain about the sports shirt.
Just forget it, dearie. Let her take you as you are.
Okay.
Come in. Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Carstairs? Do come in.
How do you do, my dear? So nice of you to have me for tea.
Hi, Carsty. Wiggle out of the mink and toss the weary frame on an orange crate.
Good day, Mr. McGee. Am I to construe that bit of jargon as an invitation to be seated?
You ain't whistling Dixie, babe. Try this chair over here. You can sink down in that like a sow in a swamp.
Let me take your coat, Mrs. Carstairs. I'll hang it right here in the hall closet.
Hey, look out. Don't open that. That's so... Oh, yeah, I forgot. That's okay. My gosh, I'm not used to this yet. Go ahead, open it.
Yeah, he's joking, Mrs. Carstairs.
Yeah.
He's always kidding me about this hall closet being too full of everything.
I'm sure it looks very neat, my dear. You are evidently an excellent housekeeper.
Oh, I sometimes think I'm almost too fussy.
I sometimes think so, too, myself.
Oh, well, it was so nice of you to come over, Mrs. Carstairs.
I have been looking forward to it, my dear. I think afternoon tea is such a pleasant custom. The English do those things so well, you know.
Yeah, but I bet it gets monotonous day after day, Carsty. 3 or 4 weeks of it, and I'd run out of small talk.
I rather doubt that, Mr. McGee. The longer I know you, the smaller your talk seems to get.
You're not saying that just because you admire me, are you, Carsty?
I rather doubt that my statement was motivated by any such consideration, Mr. McGee.
Well, you're not a bad kid yourself. Have a cigarette?
Thank you. I don't smoke.
Neither do I, Mrs. Carstairs.
Well, that needn't stop you kids from picking up a few packages for the old man now and then.
Are you quite sure we're not keeping you from some important masculine affairs, Mr. McGee?
No, I got nothing particular to do, Carsty.
This is such a charming little living room of yours, Mrs. McGee. And may I say that is an extremely handsome piano you have.
Well, thank you. I think very highly of that piano.
Yeah, I gave her that piano for Christmas 8 years ago, Carsty. I just happened to be walking through the Bontown department store one day, see, thinking about nothing in particular.
Naturally.
And I seen this piano, and I says to myself, there's the piano.
Excuse me a minute, Mrs. Carstairs. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hi, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Jimmy, my boy. Here's your check. It's all made out. $2.40.
Oh, thanks a lot. Here's the receipt.
How are the wife and family, Jimmy?
Just swell, thanks. My little girl was 8 years old yesterday.
Gee whiz, the time sure flies, don't it, kid?
Yeah. You know, she was born just a few months after you bought that piano.
Yes, she must have been if she's 8 years old now.
You're going to have that thing paid for before you know it. Well, thanks a lot, folks. See you next week.
Now then, what were we talking about, Mrs. Carstairs?
You were saying that Mr. McGee gave you this piano as a Christmas gift 8 years ago.
Yeah.
It was so thoughtful of him to make it a weekly remembrance. My dear, I would like to see the rest of your house.
Why, sure, Carsty. Come right along. It may not be a palace, but it's home.
Yes, do come and see it, Mrs. Carstairs.
Thank you.
This is the dining room in here.
Yeah, you can tell that by the table. This table seats 12 people when we put the extra leaves in, Carsty. Only thing is we haven't got any extra leaves. I used them to make some shelves in the garage. Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I think large parties are such a bore.
Oh, you're just self-conscious, Carsty.
And right through here's the kitchen, Mrs. Carstairs. Something you wanted, ma'am?
No thanks, Beulah. Just giving Carsty the 40-cent tour.
Good afternoon, Beulah.
Oh, good afternoon, Miss Costello.
You can take the tea things in any time, Beulah.
Coming right up, ma'am.
What a cozy little kitchen, Mrs. McGee. So convenient.
No, it's a pip for a small family like us, Carsty. You can build yourself a 5-decker salami sandwich and open a bottle of beer in here without walking 5 acres.
Really? And that, I suppose, is the service porch through that door, Mrs. McGee.
This door? No, this is just the back stairs, Mrs. Carstairs. You see...
Hey,
don't open that. That's where I put all the...
Tea is served in the drawing room, ma'am.
Why is it that some homes seem to have so much more charm than others? Is it because of more expensive furnishings? Well, not as a rule. It's a matter of good taste and good housekeeping, in which richly polished floors and other surfaces play a very important part. Floors that are regularly waxed with Johnson's wax become more and more beautiful. They set off your furnishings to best advantage. There are many other uses for Johnson's wax in a well-groomed home. Picture frames, ornaments, windowsills, even the fireplace and the andirons. And, of course, you know that the tough film of wax protects all of these surfaces from wear, dirt, and moisture. Also, that it saves you hours of housekeeping work, because waxed surfaces are so easy to keep clean. Careful housekeepers call this protective housekeeping with genuine Johnson's wax, which comes in 3 forms: paste, liquid, and the new cream wax especially developed for use on furniture and woodwork.
How long did Carstairs stay after I left, Molly?
Oh, about 3 cups and 6 crumpets. But what made you leave in such a hurry?
Look, Mommy, when a woman like Carsty takes my own mandolin back in the living room and starts playing Tea for Two on it, I can take a hint. I don't have to be hit with a brick bat.
No, although I'll admit the idea crossed my mind.
Huh? Oh, good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Texaco dealers from coast to coast present the Texaco Star Theater, starring Fred Allen, with Fred's guests, everybody's favorite, Ted Lewis, Portland Hoffa, Falstaff Openshaw, the Texaco Workshop Players, Hilo Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. Last of all, this is Jimmy Wallington, here to tell you that your car can last many, many thousands of miles more than you may expect. Don't think it's about through because it's gone 30 or 40,000 miles. Life begins at 40,000 when you see your neighborhood Texaco dealer regularly for top-quality Texaco products and services, famous from coast to coast. Tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, will be the first day of spring.
Yeah?
The day when Mother Nature awakens and the sap stirs in the trees. Now, we can't bring you Mother Nature tonight, but we can bring you the sap. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I certainly enjoyed your rather dull tribute to spring. Spring in New York. So much has been cut out, I don't even know what's left here. Spring in New York. The birds, the trees, the green things shooting up, Jimmy.
Green things? Name me one green thing you've seen in New York.
Did you see the St. Patrick's Day parade last Friday, Jimmy? That was a man left over from the parade. I told you people were getting pushed into places with the crowd. Well, that's the parade was certainly green, Jimmy. It was greener than a grasshopper's instep and had twice as much kick in it.
Say, that was some parade. You know, I couldn't get across Fifth Avenue for 7 hours.
Well, you should have done what I did, Jimmy.
How did you get across Fifth Avenue?
Well, I joined the Knights of Columbus, marched 4 blocks in the parade at an angle, and stepped out on the other side of the street.
Say, Fred, how come every March 17th they let 50,000 Irishmen stop traffic and parade down Fifth Avenue?
Jimmy, do you know anyone who can stop 50,000 Irishmen? Unless, of course, it is 50,000 other Irishmen who might... Spring, you know, it rained all day of the parade. The parade shrunk 3 blocks, I think. It shrunk up from the rain. Spring, when a young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of his induction day. Spring is when...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, gee whiz. Well, Portland, tomorrow is the first day of spring.
Tomorrow starts National Donut Week, too.
National Donut Week, that's right. This week, all the Dunkers come to New York to hold their convention. New York will see some of the biggest drips in the country this week. Do you like to dunk?
Do I? I've been put out of Shraps 3 times.
Put out of Shraps 3 times. Is that little old lady with the shawl still the bouncer in Shraps? You mean you were caught dunking in there?
Yes, and I'm a sneaky dunker.
How do you mean you're a sneaky dunker?
I stand my menu up in front of my coffee.
In front of the coffee, yeah?
Then I slip the donut over the side of the cup. Sneaky-like.
Oh, sneaky-like, eh? Well, that's fine.
Do you dunk?
Oh, yes, but I don't horse around. I put 4 or 5 donuts in the cup. When the donuts soak up all the coffee, I eat the whole thing with a knife. And leaving you with that soggy thought, I think I'll be off to Allen's Alley.
What is your question tonight?
Well, spring is with us again, and the government is asking all of the people who can to start victory gardens this year to grow their own vegetables. And so our question tonight is, have you started your victory garden yet? And if you have, how are things growing?
Shall we go?
As one strapless evening gown said to the other strapless evening gown, what's holding us up? Well, looks like something fell off the Fitch bandwagon. Strange people pass here in the alley. Well, Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I'll see if Senator Bloat is in.
Yes?
Senator Bloat, are you taking action in this Victory Garden campaign?
Yes, indeed. If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through,
yes,
from now on every taxpayer will get the same seed.
The same seed? You mean that in the past there has been seed discrimination?
Last spring, a certain Republican wrote his congressman for seed. The congressman was a Democrat.
Yes.
The Republican planted his seed.
Yes.
2 months later, a bush came up.
Mm-hmm.
On the bush hung one little piece of fruit.
Yes.
That expressed the congressman's sentiment.
Well, how could a Democrat express his sentiments toward a Republican with that one piece of fruit?
It was a raspberry. Right, that do?
Well, the senator looks like something the president just vetoed. Well, let's try next door.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. You name it, we've got it. Mrs. Prawn, how do you... The old record man. Mrs. Prawn, how do you feel about Victory Garden?
For the last 2 years, I've had Victory Garden.
Good for you.
But something always happens.
Well, how do you mean?
Last year, my husband threw some old Vitalis bottles out in the garden.
Yes.
When the lettuce came up,
yes,
every head had hair on it.
Well, that couldn't happen with the apples. The apples are Baldwins, aren't they, that you have? So tell me, have you...
That's a pippin.
Have you planted your Victory Garden this year?
Yes. I stepped in it yesterday and nearly got drowned.
Well, how could you step into a garden and almost get drowned?
There was a leak in the watercress.
Mrs. Prawn had better put pontoons on her carrots, I must tell her. Well, what will happen if I knock at this next door, I wonder?
No.
Mr. Nussbaum, are you doing anything about a Victory Garden this year?
Victory Garden, it says. My whole house I'm turning into a farm. It is strictly rural.
It's rural, hey?
Mm-hmm. In the dining room, I'm keeping chickens. Plymouth Rock.
Good.
In the bedroom, I'm keeping a cow, a Hoboken.
A Hoboken cow?
It's a Jersey.
It has dawned on me.
Yeah, I thought it would. The kitchen, I am covering with dirt and planting.
You're planting? What did you plant in the kitchen?
All kinds of scraps. Carrots, Brussels sprouts, rutabagas, radishes. Cuke should be with combats.
Gosh, you must be getting plenty of vegetables.
I'm getting nothing.
Well, why?
Why, the canaries escaping the cage and eating up all the radish seeds.
Ate up all your radish seeds?
Instead of all day chirping, the canary is all day boiping.
Well, what about your other seeds, Mr. Nussbaum?
One of the chickens is pecking out the turnip, carrot, and spinach seeds.
How do you know?
This morning, the chicken is jumping on the table.
And?
The chicken is laying a vegetable dinner with an egg on it.
That brings us to the little FHA job at the end of the alley.
A toast to all. Clink your glasses. Falstaff's here to please the masses.
Ah, Minnie Singer Openshaw. You have more new poems?
Oh, yes. Have you heard Nellie raised a terrible fuss when that stranger kissed her on top of the bus?
No.
Or, the stale glass of beer to the pretzel said, "Forgive me, Cookie, I lost my head"?
Not by Tennyson, is it?
No, straight Openshaw.
Openshaw. I haven't heard it.
Or perhaps they wanted my mother to shinny up a steeple before they put her on We the People.
Now, wait a minute. If I stick to you, I will be the man in the street. It so happens that tonight our subject is Victory Garden.
Precisely why I am here. I have contrived a poem.
What is your garden poem called?
My Victory Garden's a great success.
How does it go?
My Victory Garden's a great success. My crops have exceeded my hope. My beets are as big as basketballs. My string beans don't have string, they have rope. My asparagus stalks look like buggy whips. My corn is as big as a bunion. People start crying 10 miles away when I take the skin off an onion. I defy you to lift one of my peas. My rhubarb's as high as a pole. If you want to boil one of my cabbages, you'll have to use the Yale bowl. Yes, my Victory Garden's a great success. There's only one fact I bemoan. When I want to get a tomato, I still have to call her by phone.
Thank you, Falstaff. And as Falstaff holds his sacroiliac while he bows, Maestro Al Goodman lays aside his racing form and makes ready for our next entry. High-Low Jack and the Dame. Tonight the kids sing Chi-Chi Castanango.
Money, who wants money? In Chi-Chi Castanango, in Chi-Chi Castanango, where they do not care for money, and though you may think it's funny, it's a feature down at Chi-Chi Castanango. So if you speak Malango, come to Chi-Chi Castanango. They depreciate the dollar till the eagle starts to holler, and the streets are down at Chi-Chi Castanango. Dance if you're full of bags, 'cause there's not a chance that you lose your Pan-American ambition to do a new fandango in Chi-Chi Castanango. If you like the panorama, take the top of your pajamas, and I'll meet you down in Chi-Chi Castanango. You don't wear a collar, you can't spend a dollar, you just want to follow the crowd. There's no way of knowing just where you are going, you live with your head in the cloud. You'll find that everything is peachy, since we Chi-Chi down in Chi-Chi Castanango, in Chi-Chi Castanango, where the girl you left behind has no earthly way to find you. She can reach you down in Chi-Chi Castanango, and so be glad you can go to Chi-Chi Castanango. Take a choo-choo down to Chi-Chi, take a choo-choo down to Chi-Chi. There's a fortune and a future for the baker and a butcher. Mother Nature is a teacher for the poacher and the preacher. Take a choo-choo down to Chi-Chi, take a choo-choo down to Chi-Chi, take a choo-choo down to Chi-Chi Castanango. To Castanango.
Thank you, High-Low Jack and the Dame. That was swell. Say, Jimmy, what are you writing there? If you're filling out your income tax, you're a week late, you know.
Oh, no, Fred. I'm working on the last chapter of my mystery.
Oh, no kidding. You've written a mystery story?
That's right.
What is it about?
Well, I call it The Strange Case of the Missing Motor.
Oh, Mr.
Or Who Tried to Kill Lizzie Carr.
Oh.
As the story opens, Lizzie, an old family automobile, is found dying in a traffic jam. The police investigate and put the blame on age, because Lizzie has gone more than 40,000 miles. But then I arrive, flash my Texaco star, and snap into action.
Oh, you're the detective, are you?
Inspector J. Marfack Wallington of Texaco Yard, sir. I give Lizzie's owner the third degree. I fasten the blame on his neglect, not on her age. I prove that with regular Texaco care, regular Texaco Marfack lubrication, and regular changes of Texaco's famous motor oil, insulated Haviland, there's lots of life in Lizzie yet.
Well, how does your story end?
Oh, it doesn't end, Fred.
No end, eh?
No, because with Texaco care, Lizzie keeps right on rolling along for many, many more thousands of miles. And the moral is, at Texaco dealers, life begins at 40,000.
That was Little Lamsey Divey from You Know What, played by Al Goodman and 20 pale men who are appearing through the courtesy of the Red Cross Blood Bank. Well, I guess we'd better...
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Portland?
Have I any
more jokes to say tonight?
No, not tonight. Why?
I'm going to turn my script into the waste paper drive.
Well, that's a good idea, Portland. We all should conserve paper.
Oh, the big stores have stopped wrapping bundles to save paper.
I know that.
Yesterday, Mama bought 10 pounds of roast beef.
And the butcher didn't wrap it?
It was terrible.
What?
2 buzzards followed Mama up 9th Avenue.
2 buzzards, really? Well, I know a man who bought a bottle of liquor, and they didn't wrap the bottle of liquor, and 4 bums followed the man right into his house. One mendicant had a corkscrew. Well, I've got to get busy, Portland. Our guest should be here any minute.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, Ted Lewis. You know, Ted is packing them in at Dave Wolper's famous nightclub, the Hurricane, and he's going to run over here between his shows. I have to see Ted tonight. It's very, very important.
Why?
Well, Warner Brothers just made Shine On, Harvest Moon, you know, based on the life of Nora Bayes and Jack Norworth, and the picture is such a big hit, another company wants to make the life of Ted Lewis.
Who's going to play Ted Lewis?
Well, I am. Is everybody happy? Yeah? The first picture that got laughs before it was made I ever saw. What are you laughing at?
Does Ted Lewis know it?
No, I'm going to tell him. Shh, this is Ted now. Now, don't crack. Come in. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Ted Lewis.
Is everybody happy?
Ted, before we get started, there's one question I would like to ask you.
Yes, Fred.
Today, the nations of the world are beating each other's brains out. Food is scarce, you can't get a seat on trains, taxes are high, and you're still going around the country saying, is everybody happy? How come?
Fred, do I tell you how to run your radio program?
No, Ted.
Well, please, let me husk the corn my own way.
Well, now, look, please. Now, let's not start with an argument. There's a big deal on the fire. Have you seen that new picture, Shine On, Harvest Moon?
Why, yes, Fred. You know, it's a great tribute to Nora Bayes. A picture like that will perpetuate the memory of any artist.
Well, how would you like to have a picture glorifying your career?
Fred, you're kidding.
No, Ted. You have been one of America's favorite entertainers for many years. Now, Hollywood wants to make a picture called The Life of Ted Lewis.
Well, who's going to play Ted Lewis?
I am.
With that face?
Well, now, wait a minute, Ted. Look, as faces go, you are no Robert Taylor.
Yes, and I'm no Boris Karloff either.
No, frankly, you look like an old Mickey Rooney. Or an old Mickey. I could have stopped at that.
That's not in the script.
So, you know, those makeup men out in Hollywood can work wonders, Ted. They can make me look exactly like you.
But you're 8 inches taller than I am.
Why, they can take out my shin bones, Ted. Now, look, if my kneecaps rest on my ankles, I will be just your height. I may have some skin hanging down around my shoes, but who will notice it?
But, Fred, you know, I thought a person had to be dead before they eulogized him in a picture.
Well, that's right. The company sent a man to New York. He looked you over, and they're going ahead with the picture. I will play you to perfection.
That's just my luck. Alexander Graham Bell gets Don Amici to play his life, and I get a schnook like you.
If you don't like the Graham, we could make that whole wheat in there. I mean, if you didn't... So don't worry. Ted, don't worry. Your life will be a sensation.
But what company, Fred, is making the picture?
MGM.
Great. MGM make terrific musicals. Metro Golden Mare.
Well, look, Metro isn't making the picture, Ted.
But you said MGM.
This is another MGM. Muck and Fuss, Goldblatt, and Mandelbaum.
What, they're in the picture business now?
Well, you know the boys?
Well, look at the label on this coat.
Muck and Fuss, Goldblatt. Believe me, Ted, the picture will fit you better than that suit.
Those 3 tailors aren't making any picture about me.
But, Ted...
I don't want the story of my life to come out with a belt in the back.
Ted, this picture will make you. If I'm going to lead your life, of course, I should know a little something about you. You know, after your early days being with carnivals and medicine shows in the Middle West, you came to New York.
Yes, I had a band at Rector's, and later the Old Parody Club.
Well, who played with you, Ted?
Well, a boy named Benny Goodman played the clarinet.
Benny Goodman?
Another boy named Jimmy Dorsey played saxophone.
Benny Goodman and Jimmy Dorsey.
You know, Fred, I often wonder, what became of those 2 boys?
Who knows? You know how it is. They're probably with Spike Jones or Zeke Manners by now. So who else was at the parody club, Ted?
Well, there was a kid named George Raft dancing at Charleston. I fired him, though. I figured he'd never amount to much.
George Raft? Why, George Raft was on our program last Sunday.
You see, I was right. Yes, that's
Well, Ted, so much for the plot of the picture. About here in the picture, I think we'll need one of your old songs.
Well, how about Sunny Side of the Street?
Say, that would be great, Ted. How did you used to sing it?
Well, as I remember, Fred, it went something like this. Grab your coat and get your hat. Leave all of your worries back on that old doorstep and just direct your feet to the sunny side of the street. Oh, listen, can't you hear that pitter-pat? Why, that's the happy, happy tune, and it's your step. You know that life can be so sweet on that sunny side of the street. You know, folks, I used to walk on parade with those blues in the shade. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not afraid, no, sir. I'm one rover who crossed over. And if I never have a cent, I don't care, I'll be as rich as any Rockefeller. And there's going to be gold dust at my feet on that sunny side of the street. And you know, it's just around the corner, that's where the sun will shine on high. And you'll hear those little bluebirds, they'll be singing on a rainbow up in the sky. And oh, say why, even though it's dark and it's cloudy, don't worry, the sun will peek through and say, howdy, howdy, buddy, howdy. Just around the corner. Well, if I never have a cent, I don't care, I'll be as richer than all of the Rockefellers. And there'll be gold dust at my feet. Come on with me to that sunny side of the street. Come on along. Come on along.
Say, that was great, Ted. You know, you can't beat those old songs. Tell me, what happened after you got your band together?
Well, I played around the country in shows and in vaudeville.
In vaudeville, hey?
Yes.
You know, I was in vaudeville years ago, Ted. Remember some of those old acts we used to play with? Remember Happy Saul Klein, the glass eater?
Yes, I was on the bill with Saul in Duluth when he got ptomaine.
Ate a dirty window or something like that.
Yes, you know, they operated on Saul, the glass eater.
They operated on Saul,
yes,
did they?
Yes.
What
they
happened?
took out 3 fruit cups, 2 water pitchers, and a set of Japanese chimes.
They remember some of those other acts we used to play with? Fields and Fink, that snappy duo. Honey Shapiro, Southern aristocrat of songs.
Uh-huh. And do you remember Mahatma, the tightrope walker?
Oh, Mahatma. He
Yes.
used to drink a lot.
Well, yes. One night Mahatma was tight, and the rope wasn't. Well, so long, Mahatma.
Hey, remember that other old act, Shimmick, the fire eater?
You know, I haven't seen Shimmick for years.
Oh, well, he went to pieces, Ted.
Yeah?
The last time I saw Shimmick, the fire eater, he was hanging around French restaurants, snapping at crepe Suzettes. Absolutely true. Do you remember that contortionist, Ferry the Frog?
Say, I knew Ferry the Frog when he was only a tadpole.
No kidding. Whatever became of Ferry?
Well, Ferry retired, Fred. He's living in a swamp down in Florida.
He's got his, huh?
Yes.
Ted, remember Remember some of those boarding houses we used to stop at?
Did you ever live in that boarding house in Cheyenne, Wyoming, Mother Boone?
Oh, Mother Boone's. Dan's niece, as I remember.
Yes.
For dinner, every guest got a whole steer. You could back the steer into the fireplace and roast as much of it as you wanted.
Yeah, they used to make wheat cakes as big as manhole covers.
Ah, that was some eating in those days. They had Indian waitresses at Mother Boone's. When a waitress brought your coffee, her papoose would lean out and drop 2 lumps of sugar in it.
Say, you know, this stuff is going to be swell in the picture.
Ah, the life of Ted Lewis. It'll be bigger than Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, Ted.
Say, are you sure that you can play me, Fred?
Is everybody happy? Why, I'll play Ted Lewis, so you'll come out like Danny Kaye. Now all we need is a theme song for the picture.
Well, why don't you do When My Baby Smiles at Me?
All right, Ted, you sing a chorus and show me how it goes.
Okay, Fred. All right, here's a little song I hope you'll all remember and never forget, entitled When My Little Baby Smiles at Me. Why, my thoughts go roaming to paradise. And when my baby smiles at me, gee, what a wonderful light that comes to her eye. Listen, buddy, give all the folks out there, give them the smile that just brings love. Give That's it. Why, that's the smile that brings real harmony. You know, I sigh and I cry. Why, it's just a bit of heaven when my baby. Now, Fred, come on. Show me you can do it now. That's it.
Oh, when my baby.
That's it, Fred.
My little baby. My baby smiles at me.
You got me, buddy. You got me. Perfect.
My thoughts go roaming.
Where do they roam?
They roam all around, Ted.
around.
They roam to paradise.
Is everybody happy?
Is everybody sleepy? When my baby smiles at me, Theodore.
That's it, Frederick, that's it.
There's such a wonderful light.
What a wonderful light.
And it isn't neon, Ted. It's a wonderful light. It means just love.
Now, what's this part right here?
Now, be
Give me my
careful,
glass.
Ted. The kind of love that brings... I was a little late, Ted. I was a little late with the love. I'm coming in on the 5 o'clock train. Bring sweet harmony. I sigh. I cry. Well, it's just him or heaven when my baby smiles at me. Yes, sir. Before we close the Texaco Star Theater, I want to thank Ted Lewis for dropping in tonight. Next week, our guest will be Ed Gardner, the popular Archie at Duffy's Tavern. And incidentally, I'm going over to Duffy's Tuesday night to talk things over with Archie. And now, Jimmy, you have something to add?
Thousands upon thousands of miles to add, Fred. Extra miles that many motorists never expected to get from their cars. Your Texaco dealer, ladies and gentlemen, has the products and services to keep that car of yours in the running for a long, long time to come. With regular Texaco Marfac lubrication, regular changes of insulated Haviland motor oil, and regular Texaco care, life begins at 40,000.
Thank you, James. This is Fred Allen speaking for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Sunday night and reminding you to help the Red Cross, help the boys who need your help. Thank you, and good night. Thank you.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
has visited the Earth in many forms. Now it returns as the car.
There was no driver in the car.
The car possessed.
I know why he didn't go into the cemetery. The ground was hallowed.
Nothing can stop the car.
This is Wade. We can't let him through no matter what. Stay in close. You'll have to stop.
There's nowhere to turn.
The car, he's in here.
Nowhere to hide. No way to stop the car.
I think I hear the engine of that car. It's around here somewhere. Wait, I'm scared. No, I promise you I won't go out. Tell me what to do, baby.
What evil force drives the car?
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Like to take a quick hop to Paris tomorrow? The CBS Radio Network is offering you a lightning-fast route via the Monday through Friday feature entitled Your Man in Paris. Your man, in this case, happens to be CBS News correspondent David Schoenbrunn, whose perceptive eye makes for fluent, fascinating observations about the great city on the Seine. Your Man in Paris, weekdays. Also heard each Monday through Friday, A Woman's Washington with Nancy Honchman, which takes you on a tour of the nation's capital. There's Man and Wife, hosted by Zachary Scott, with absorbing stories of famous couples. Personal Story brings you autobiographies in sound of a new celebrity each week. And for entertaining, rewarding data on a host of topics, Information Central with Alan Jackson and Sidelights with Douglas Edwards. Weekdays, hear them here.
Dillon, how are you? I sure am glad to see you back.
It's good to be back, Chester.
My land, you've been gone over a month.
Yeah, 6 weeks to be exact.
I declare, you sure must have covered a lot of territory.
I'll tell you all about it later, Chester, but what's been going on here?
Oh, nothing much. Guess you know how Dodge is. Things is just about the same.
They are, huh? Now, what about that new sign over the Long Branch there?
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon, I plumb forgot that. That happened the week after you left.
Kitty Russell, proprietor.
Ain't that the doggonest thing you ever heard of? Miss Kitty bought the place.
Well, where'd she get the money?
Well, now, you know Miss Kitty, she don't never spend much, and she's been saving it for years and years.
Well, I guess it mounts up. You save it that way.
You ought to go in and say hello, Mr. Dillon. Miss Kitty's been waiting real proud for you to get back.
Yeah, I'd like to, if you'll put my horse up for me.
Oh, sure.
I'll see you in the office later, Chester.
Okay.
Hello, Sam.
Well, Marshal Dillon, when'd you get back?
Just now. I saw the new sign outside, and I came in to see if the price of whiskey had gone up.
Marshal, the price of whiskey's gone down at the Long Branch. It's the first thing Kitty did. Well, the place make more money than ever, though. Sure gotta hand it to her.
Where is she, Sam?
She went to her room, Marshal. I wish you'd go see her. She got me worried.
Oh, why?
Well, we were sitting here talking business, and a boy come in with a telegram for her. She read it, turned kind of pale, and she got up and left.
Oh. Well, all right, Sam. I'll go up and see her.
Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Come in.
I just got back. I thought I'd come around to congratulate you.
Oh, thanks.
Kitty, Sam told me about the telegram, if there's anything I can do to help.
Oh, Matt, you got it all wrong. Sam, too. It's not bad news.
Oh? Well, I'm glad to hear that.
It's my father, Matt.
What?
My father, Wayne Russell. He's coming here to Dodge tomorrow.
Well, I thought your father was, well, lost.
Well, he has been. I've never even seen him. He left my mother in New Orleans a few months after I was born.
Yeah, I know.
He was a gambler, Matt. Worked the riverboats. Mother always said he was a very charming man. Funny thing is, she never held it against him, his deserting her. She just accepted it as the way he was.
Well, how do you feel about him, Kitty?
Same as my mother, I guess.
He's coming tomorrow, you say, huh?
Matt, will you go to the depot with me to meet him? Like I say, I'm real happy about it, but I feel kind of scared.
Are you all set for Valentine's Day? Have you remembered to get that special someone a card or even a gift? And what about your camera? Are you planning to snap pictures of your loved ones, ready to make this St. Valentine's Day a memory that will last forever on film? Well, if you haven't done the latter, then now's the perfect time to stock up on film and flashbulbs. Because right now, Sylvania is offering the greatest premium ever. Yes, with every pack of Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs you buy, you'll receive a free Bright Star Penlight Photo Flash battery for your flash camera. But don't delay. This offer is good for a limited time only. Hurry. The next time you're out shopping, whether it be at your supermarket, drugstore, department store, or photo supply store, pick up a pack of Sylvania Blue Dot flashbulbs, the world's largest selling brand, and receive your free Bright Star Photo Flash battery. Get your Blue Dots and battery in time for Valentine's Day.
Matt, do you really think you'll be honest?
Now, you just keep calm, Kitty.
Well, people are starting to get off, see?
Yeah, you see.
Oh, I just thought of something.
What?
Well, Oh, I recognize him. I don't even know what he looks like. Matt, what'll I do?
Wait a minute. Here comes Chester with somebody now.
Oh, do you think that's him?
Well, he's about the right age. Gray hair. Dressed mighty fancy.
Well, what'll I say to him? Maybe it isn't him at all.
Take it easy now, Kitty.
I found him, Miss Kitty. He come right up to me and asked if I knew you. Imagine that.
So you're Kitty.
Hello.
You're beautiful. I knew you'd be beautiful.
Thank you.
Well, I know how you feel, child. But we'll get acquainted. We're going to be great friends.
Oh, sure. I mean, of course. Oh, this is Marshal Dillon.
Welcome to Dodge, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Marshal. It's a pleasure to know you. Kitty, I want to meet all your friends. And I have an idea.
Yeah?
I'd like to give a dinner tonight. I trust there's a restaurant here that could accommodate us.
Oh, sure they are, Mr. Russell. That's a fine idea. There's Delmonico's. It's the best. We could go there right now and tell them to get started cooking.
Chester.
Well, I'm only trying to help.
Well, that'd be pretty expensive, wouldn't it?
Kitty, my child, the expense doesn't matter. I own a very prosperous freighting business in New Orleans now. I've had it for some time.
Well, that's wonderful.
Will you invite your friends for me, Kitty?
Yeah, if you want.
And about how many shall I tell them to expect?
Well, Chester and Matt and Doc Adams and... Oh, I don't know.
Miss Kitty ain't going to ask Sam. After all, he's your very best bartender.
A bartender? What does that mean, Kitty?
Oh, it's nothing.
Nothing? Why, Mr. Russell, she's the owner of the Go-In' Saloon in Dodge, after all.
Is this true, Kitty?
Well...
You associated with the saloon business?
An unmarried woman has to make a living, and I'm making a good one.
Yes, of course. We'll talk about all this later, Kitty. But tonight, we'll celebrate. Shall we say, 8 o'clock at Delmonico's? I'll see you there, too, Marshal.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll take you to the hotel, Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Chester. Very kind of you to put yourself out of your way for a travel with a stranger.
Well, Kitty.
So that's my father, huh?
He's quite a gentleman, isn't he?
Matt.
Yeah.
I need a drink.
Well, sir, it was a pretty good meal, wasn't it, Mr. Russell?
I want to thank you for recommending the place, Chester.
Of course, I guess it ain't nothing like what you're used to down in New Orleans. Miss Kitty told me about how good they eat down there, ain't you, Miss Kitty?
Yeah, I guess so, Chester.
Pretty good here.
What's the matter with you, Kitty?
I don't know, Doc. What do you mean?
Well, you sure don't have much to say.
Maybe she's kind of shy, Doc.
Kitty? Oh, nonsense.
Hey, let me fill your glass, Doc.
What?
Sam Noonan's getting ory-eyed. I think he's about to propose a toast.
Oh, that's all we need.
Watch him.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What'd I tell you?
Let's drink. Let's drink a toast to my new employer, Kitty Russell.
Thank you, Sam.
To her old man, her father, and to their happy reunion. Yes. A very happy reunion. And to more of them, forever and ever and forever.
Sam? Oh, thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. This is the happiest day of my life. Now, here's to you, Kitty.
Hooray! Hooray for a gift, everybody!
Oh, look at Chester there. So you better lock Chester and Sam in the same cell tonight, Matt.
That's a good idea, Doc.
I'm afraid I gotta go now.
Okay, come, Kitty. The evening just started.
Well, it started at the Long Branch, too. I'm in business, remember?
Yes, I know.
I don't think Sam's gonna be much help tonight. I'd better get down there and take over.
You know, I ain't gonna be no help at all, Kitty.
Don't you worry, Sam. You stay. Have a good time.
No, Kitty, you can't go out in that street this time of night.
That's all right, Mr. Russell. I'll go with her.
Well, if she must leave, I'll stop in later and say good night, Kitty.
Hey, now, Sam, you shouldn't be drinking all that. Well, now, look, I just get bored.
Well, that's a very nice party.
Yeah. Fine.
What is it, Kitty? Because he disapproves of your being in the saloon business?
Mm-hmm. He'll get used to it, Matt. Maybe I gotta get used to having a father, that's all.
Now, you haven't made him feel very welcome.
I haven't decided yet whether he's welcome or not.
Well, I didn't mean to interfere, Kitty. It's no business of mine.
Oh, I understand, Matt. But we'll see soon enough.
Look, Chester. It's a good-looking horse Chester's riding, Matt.
He's thinking of buying it, Doc.
Buy it, Chester?
Yeah.
With what? That horse will be old as a man before he closes the deal.
Well, that could be.
Oh, hey. Isn't that Kitty and her father coming out of the bank?
Yeah, it is.
Is she treating him as cold as ever, man?
Yeah, it's been 2 weeks, and she hasn't changed a bit toward him as far as I've noticed.
She's waving to you, see? She wants you to come over there.
Yeah. All right. And I'll be back directly, Doc.
All right. The sun will keep your seat warm.
Yeah.
Good morning, Marshal.
Mr. Russell. Good morning, Kitty.
We got some news for you, Matt.
Oh?
It's good news, Marshal.
We've been talking to Mr. Botkin, and he'll buy the Long Branch anytime, for cash.
You mean you're thinking of selling out?
Tomorrow morning, just before we leave.
Before you leave?
I'm going back to New Orleans, Matt. I'm going to take my money and put it into my father's freight business there.
It makes sense, Marshal. Kitty and I should be together.
And besides, the saloon business is no place for a lady. I can see that now. I've had to learn a lot in the last couple of weeks, Matt.
Yeah, I guess you have.
Well, if you're going to get packed, you better start, Kitty.
Oh, I am, right now. I'll see you at supper.
Fine. I'll go over to the depot and see the train agent about our tickets. Oh, I'm a proud man today, Marshal. A proud and happy man. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Kitty.
Yeah, Matt.
Whose idea was this? You're selling out and all.
Well, he likes to think it was both of ours.
But?
I'll have to give him the credit, Matt. He's been talking about it one way or another for 2 whole weeks now. He's awful smart. He can convince anybody of anything.
Yeah, I guess he can.
What is it, Matt? Don't you like him?
It doesn't matter whether I like him or not, Kitty.
No. No, I guess it doesn't.
But I sure don't trust him.
Now we're getting somewhere.
What?
I'm going to need your help, Matt. I don't trust him either.
Income tax time seem a long way off? Not for the smart taxpayer, it isn't. It's time now to round up all the facts and give them a leisurely going over. Haste makes waste of possible tax savings. Haste also makes for mathematical mistakes, which result in returned returns. File early, now, while there's time to make sure you have passed up no legal chance to save yourself tax dollars. Assistance, free assistance in any aspect of your income tax return, is available for the asking by phone or in person at any Internal Revenue Service office listed in your phone book under the United States government listings. Don't hesitate to ask. Don't hesitate to learn which form it's to your best advantage to use. Having decided that, do a slow, careful job with all the help you need to get your return mathematically correct, factually accurate. And take advantage of every legal means to cut your tax bill. Something you can best do when you leave plenty of time for the job.
Morning, Mr. Russell.
Good morning, Marshal.
I see the train's ready. Where's Kitty?
And she insisted on meeting me here. She wanted to do her business at the bank alone for some reason.
Well, maybe it's because this is the last time she'll be doing any business on her own.
Yes, I hope so. No woman should be in business anyway.
Yeah, especially Kitty. She trusts people too much. They take advantage of her.
Not anymore, I can assure you. I only hope she gets here with that money.
Well, nobody's likely to hold up a woman in broad daylight, Mr. Russell.
Yeah. But they would at night.
Oh, there are some men who'll do anything for $1, day or night.
Yes. Ah, there she comes.
I told you she'd be all right. Nobody'd bother Kitty anyway. She's awfully well liked around here, Mr. Russell, by an awful lot of people.
Yes, of course.
And they'd take it mighty personal if anything happened to her.
Yeah.
No matter who did it, Mr. Russell. Morning, Kitty.
Morning, Matt. Father?
You're late, Kitty.
Oh, the train hasn't left.
No, but we'd better be getting aboard.
All right.
Do you have a bag of some kind?
Oh, my luggage is all taken care of.
No, I mean a handbag. You're not carrying anything.
I know.
But where's the money, Kitty? Didn't you get it?
No, Father, I didn't.
What?
I changed my mind the last minute.
What do you mean?
Well, I decided to leave it here in the Long Branch with Sam Noonan. It's a good investment I can always come back for.
Now, look here, Kitty. I'm deciding things for you from now on.
Oh, we'll talk about it on the train. Come on.
No, we're not leaving until you get that money.
Which is it you want, Father? Me or the money?
Now, it isn't a question of that. Now, you do as I say.
You haven't changed a bit.
What?
Mother always said you'd never change, and she was right. Don't tell me you're running a freight business in New Orleans, you liar.
That's enough.
Take it easy, Mr.
You
Russell.
stay out of this, Mark.
You're just another man to me, Father. And a crook to boot.
Kitty, you're going to be sorry for this.
I'd be a whole lot more sorry if I let you steal my money.
All right, Kitty, all right. I think he understands.
Now, you're in this together. I'll fix you both. Right?
Now, Mr. Russell, you played it pretty smart so far. Don't disappoint us now.
What?
Why don't you see it through? Don't come apart at the last minute. Don't make me throw you in jail. Why don't you play it all the way, Mr. Russell? You can do it.
Please, Father, do it. Get on the train and go. Leave me at least that pride. Father, please.
Goodbye, Kitty.
Goodbye.
Marshal?
Bye. Well, he did it, Kitty. You were right.
Sure he did. You bet he did.
Hi, this is Dennis James. To make a point about reliable, effective Kellogg's All Brand. Repeat after me, please. What do you want when you need brand?
What do you want when you need brand?
Reliability.
Reliability.
Now, what do you get in Kellogg's All Brand?
What do you get in Kellogg's All Brand? Reliability.
Right. You see, Kellogg's All Brand is the reliable brand that millions depend on for the effectiveness they want. It's the real Battle Creek formula that brings you more brand bulk in every serving. More of the vital brand bulk that helps you keep regular. Kellogg's All Brand is also low in calories and mighty pleasant tasting. You can trust Kellogg's for that. The crisp toasted shreds have the kind of good brand muffin flavor that most folks are partial to. So next time you're shopping, get Kellogg's All Brand, and you'll get reliability.
That's what you get in Kellogg's All Brand. Reliability.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke. Have a happy habit, Monday through Friday with Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney on the CBS Radio Network.
Thrill after thrill, and you are in the middle of them all. Windjammer, Louis de Rochemont's spectacular epic, now showing at the Wynwood Theater. Windjammer can never be shown in a local or neighborhood theater, but only in a specially equipped Cinemiracle Theater. Don't miss Windjammer, now showing at the Wynwood Theater in Oak Cliff. You're in tune with KRLD, AM and FM in Dallas, complete big-time radio. You may have less time to read, but you'll enjoy it more when you read the Dallas Times-Herald. The Times-Herald has the right combination, the news, the features that sharpen your viewpoint, widen your world. The Times-Herald brings you Sunday, the local color gravure magazine that's fast, and fun to read. All about people and places you know. Get the Dallas Times-Herald. KRLD time, 7 o'clock, the downtown temperature, 68 degrees.
One shot is what it's all about. Deer has to be taken with one shot.
Blessed is the kingdom of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
You gotta listen to me. You want to stay down here and die?
Oh, Michael!
I just want to say how sorry I am about Nick. And how I know how much you loved him, and I know that it'll never be the same. How do I know you know where he is? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. What's the matter with you? Don't you recognize me?
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Goodbye, Broadway, Hello, Figueroa Street. Today, ladies and gentlemen, those big red letters on the box mean twice as much as they ever did before. For today, the name Jell-O not only means America's favorite gelatin dessert, it also stands for those rich, creamy Jell-O puddings. Jell-O puddings are so downright delicious and so quick and easy to make, they're winning new friends every day. With Jell-O puddings, all you have to do is add milk, bring to a boil, and pour into sherbet glasses to cool. And there, almost before you know it, you've made the family a smooth, creamy pudding with a mellow flavor so grand that it outrivals any other pudding you ever tasted. So the next time you ask your grocer for Jell-O, ask him for Jell-O puddings, too. In all three flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. And when you buy, be sure the name Jell-O is on the package. Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. And it identifies two of the finest desserts that ever graced the dinner table, Jell-O and Jell-O's creamy puddings. That was Goodbye, Broadway, Hello, Figueroa Street, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I bring you a man with whom I have been associated for many years. A man whose friendship and thoughtfulness...
Hold it, Don, hold it. We've got a long play to do tonight, so you needn't bother with the introduction.
But, Jack, I had a very special reason for wanting to do
Hello
it.
again, this is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I'm sorry I had to rush you like that, but as I said, we're doing a very important play tonight, Tobacco Road. And I'm anxious to get into it. Did the rest of the gang get here yet? Don, did the rest of the gang get here yet?
Who cares?
What's the matter with you? I simply asked if the gang got here yet.
Well, if they mean more to you than I do, I'd like to tender my resignation.
What are you talking about?
Well, just this. The reason I wanted to introduce you tonight was because I wanted to tie it in with my 8th anniversary.
Your 8th anniversary?
Yes, I've been on this program 8 years tonight, and the least you could have done was to acknowledge it.
Oh, so that's it. Well, gee whiz, congratulations, Don, and many happy returns of the day.
Thanks.
Well, what do you know? It's your anniversary. I'm sorry it slipped my mind. Say, I wonder what happened to the rest of the gang.
Slipped his mind.
What?
That's fine treatment. After I've worked and slaved and given you the best years of my life.
The best years of your life. For heaven's sake, Don, we're not married. Jeepers. You'd think I was the husband and you were the little woman. Now, please, don't be unreasonable.
I don't think it's unreasonable to talk about my anniversary.
All right, let's talk about it. So you've been with me 8 years, eh, Donzie?
Well, if you hate me, come right out and say so.
Now, look, Wilson, if you're going to act like a baby, I'm going to put you over my knee and change your option. Now, pull your lips in and behave. And stop laughing when you're supposed to be mad. Now, the reason I asked about the gang getting here is because I want to start casting Tobacco Road. I think we've got a swell play for tonight. It happens that my writers are very illiterate, and this hillbilly stuff is right up their alley. Yes, sir.
Don't expect me to laugh, brother.
Who asked you to laugh? I merely said my writers are a couple of hillbillies. And that's the truth.
Well, why don't you get writers that are educated?
Don, if they were educated, they could read, and if they could read, they would never have signed their contract. I got Phil Harris the same way. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Oh, hello, Don. Congratulations on your 8th anniversary.
Thanks, Mary. I'm glad you remembered. Mighty nice to find out who your friends are.
Don, I'm your friend, believe me. I just happened to forget your big, fat anniversary. That's all.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Now, look, there are only two ways out of this, Don. You can either accept my apology and I'll buy you a lovely present, or I can kill myself. Now, which do you want?
Which is easier for you?
Well,
I'll be darned, he's thinking it over.
just thinking how silly you are, and Wilson, too.
Well, I don't blame Don. He never forgets your birthday, does he?
Nobody forgets it. How can you? Every year I send each one of you a telegram. Don't forget Jack's birthday, a friend. It's lucky that I'm sentimental, or I wouldn't get a thing.
Why, Jack, you even send us telegrams 2 weeks before Christmas.
Well, certainly, those are just holiday greetings.
Some greetings. Merry Christmas. All the stores know my sizes.
I don't remember sending anything like that, and if I had, it would have been funnier. Anyway, I'd be much more subtle than that.
Oh, you're about as subtle as the $2 toupee.
Now, let's analyze that little remark, Mr. Anniversary. In the first place, you can't get a toupee for $2. They cost a lot of money.
You got yours for nothing.
Never mind.
Remember that windy day?
Now, wait a minute, Mary. That thing I grabbed that was rolling down the street was not a toupee. It was a bird's nest.
Well, a seagull must have made it. Had a wave in it.
All right, forget it. Now, Mary, I asked you to be here early tonight because I want to get going with Tobacco Road. Of course, I'm going to play the leading role, Jeter Lester.
Why can't I be Jeter Lester? It's my anniversary.
Don, you can't be a hillbilly. If you ever took your shoes off, your feet would spread out clear across the stage. Now, Mary, you're going to be my wife, and we have 18 children.
18 children?
What are you laughing at?
You can write anything.
That's the play, and that's the story. Now, let's see.
Hiya, Jackson. Here I am, bright and early.
Well, I might know you'd been on time tonight, Phil. This hillbilly stuff is your meat.
Yeah, you know my Mammy and Pappy down in Tennessee are listening in tonight. I just sent them a radio.
Thought you sent your folks a radio over a year ago.
Well, I did, but Pappy spilled a drink on it and it ate the dial off.
Well, there's an 8 that Wilson can't tie into. Say, where's Dennis? I told him to get here.
What'd you say?
I said, where's Dennis? Thanks, Phil. I said, where's Dennis? I told him to get here early tonight.
Oh, I seen the kid. He's across the street shooting pool.
Shooting pool? Why doesn't he get over here?
Well, he was making a tough shot and he got his foot caught in the side pocket.
What?
Imagine he's paying 60 cents an hour just for laying there.
Well, if that's the case, you might as well play your band number, Phil. And Mary, you run over to the bowling alley and get Dennis.
I'm tired of that place. I've been setting up pins there all morning.
You have not. You're just too lazy to go over, that's all. All right, hit it, Phil. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Estamos aquí otra vez y muy enojados. Pues, ¿qué dicen? ¿Nos va a pagar o no? Sí, ya esperamos mucho tiempo, Jack Benny. Páganos el dinero enseguida, pronto.
I told you last week. Mañana. Play, Phil. All right, boys. 80-os, will you, muchachos? 80-os. My goodness. That was Framphaliciference, played by Phil Harris and his lovely orchestra. Lovely being as close as we could get to the word that was blue penciled at rehearsal. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Now, we should lay off of my boys. They're high-class artists, and they're commencing to resent it.
High-class artists?
Yeah.
Phil, I'd like to throw a cigar away just once without having one of those high-class artists grab it on the first bounce. They're all down there on their hands and knees.
Not my first violinist.
No, he's proud. He's got a nail on the end of his bow. Seriously, Phil, I wish you'd speak to your boys about that habit. It embarrasses me.
Well, I will, Jackson. Hey, fellas, no more smoking cigars unless it's their maiden voyage.
Well, at last, we're on the right track. All right, Don. At last, we're on the right track.
Sorry, Jack, I'm not going to do that.
What? Don, at last, we're on the right track. Now, go ahead.
I'm not going to read the commercial unless it ties in with my 8th anniversary.
Don, I'm not going to argue with you. Now, go ahead. At last, we're on the right track.
Oh, keep your old track.
All right, then I'll read it. Mary, give me the lead.
Okay. At last, we're on the right track.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are always on the right track when you ask your grocer for a package of tempting and appetizing Jell-O. But even though you are on the track, don't let him switch you to another brand.
Boy, is that obvious.
Quiet. So remember, folks, always insist on genuine Jell-O.
And look for the big red letters on the box.
Yeah. Isn't that awful? Don, I'd kick you right in the pants if you could feel it. Personally, I think that was a very clever commercial. And now, folks...
Hello, Mr. Benny. I'm sorry I'm late.
Well, I warned you here early tonight, Dennis. Are you all set for Tobacco Road?
This ain't Benson I'm chewing.
Dennis.
Boy, am I sick.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, the idea of chewing tobacco just because we're doing a play called Tobacco Road.
Well, I'm such a lousy actor, I figured anything would help.
Dennis, we don't use that word on this program. You're a lovely actor. Lousy. Lovely.
Then I ought to get more money.
Look, Bud, make off like I didn't correct you. Anyway, Dennis, in our play, you're going to be Dude Lester, my son.
Say, Jack, who's that fat girl standing in front of the piano?
Where? Oh, her. That must be the actress I hired to play the part of Ellie Mae, my daughter. Are you looking for me, miss?
I sure am, kid.
Well, look, Miss...
Noodleman. Heather Noodleman.
Heather Noodleman. Oh, yes. I saw you in your latest picture, Puppets of Passion.
Wasn't I lovely in that?
You certainly were. Now, look, Miss Noodleman.
Just call me Heifer.
That's Heather. Heather.
It's Heifer from where I'm standing.
Never mind. Now, look, Miss Noodleman, you're not exactly the type I had in mind for our play. You see, Ellie Mae is supposed to be a thin, undernourished girl, and you're a little bit on the plump side. What do you weigh?
I beg your pardon?
I said, what do you weigh?
I don't know. Every time I put a penny in the machine, a little card comes out that says, if you don't get off, I'll scream.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Frankly, Miss Noodleman, you're much too fat.
Be careful, young man. I'm a high-class artist.
You are?
But don't drop your cigar.
I won't. Well, Miss Noodleman, it's too late. It's too late to make any changes, so we let you handle the part.
Thanks, kid.
However, try and look as hungry as possible. And now that we're all here, ladies and gentlemen, our version of Tobacco Road will go on immediately after Harris and the boys get us in the mood. Go ahead, Phil. Nice going, boys. Now, there's the number they can play. No music. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we bring you our feature attraction of the evening, Tobacco Road. All right, fellas, let's get in the spirit of this. Take off your shoes, everybody. Good.
Hey, Jackson, you only took one shoe off.
Well, I got a little hole in my other sock, so I better leave it on.
Take both shoes off. You made us do it.
Oh, all right. Darn it.
Oh, boy!
Get away from there, all of you. It's mine. See, our shoes are off. Phil, come on. You're a hillbilly, too. Muss up your hair.
I'd rather die first.
All right, if you won't cooperate. Well, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, our version of Darrell F. Zanuck's 20th Century Fox production, Tobacco Road. Set the scene, Mr. Wilson.
I won't do it unless it ties in with my 8th anniversary.
It does tie in with your 8th anniversary. Look, Don. Tobacco Road is in its 8th year on Broadway. Erskine Caldwell wrote the novel. Caldwell has 8 letters. Jack Kirkland wrote the play. There are 8 letters in Kirkland. John Ford directed the picture. There are 8 letters in John Ford. Nunnally Johnson wrote the screenplay. There are 8 letters in Johnson.
There are only 7 letters in Johnson.
8. I borrowed an extra N from Zanuck. Johnson. Now set the scene, will you, Don? Please.
Oh, all right.
Gosh, what I have to go through. Music, boys.
Tobacco Road 100 years ago was the scene of the richest cotton and tobacco plantations in the entire South. But today it is a famished and desolate land. The opening scene is the tumble-down shack of the Jeter Lesters. It's a hot summer's day, and Jeter is lying on the front porch asleep in the sun.
Jeter, Lester, you lazy good-for-nothing. Wake up. Wake up, Jeter. Wake up, I say.
Hit me with something.
Okay.
Thanks, Mo. What do you want?
I want you to go out and rustle up some food. We ain't ate for a month.
Don't worry, Ma. We'll get some food one of these days.
I hope so. I'd like to burp just once more before I die.
We ain't going to get that much. Well, Ada, it's about time for my nap. If I dream of turnips, I'll save you one.
Now, Jeter, Lester, you get up and go find Ellie Mae and Dude. I ain't seen them since this morning.
Ellie Mae and Dude, them's our hogs, ain't they?
No, them's our kids. The hogs moved out on us.
Oh, that's right. You know, Ma, that Ellie Mae is getting to be a mighty pretty gal. And besides that, she's a half-wit.
Yeah, she sure is smart. You know, Pa, I was wondering, if Ellie Mae is a half-wit, what does that make Dude?
I don't know. I never was no good at fractions. He's very happy, though. Giggles all the time. Yes, sir.
Hello, Jeter.
Hiya, Skeeter.
Where's Peter?
He went to Toledo.
Oh.
So long, Skeeter.
So long, Jeter.
Who is that, Pa?
Just a stooge. I'm sick of talking to you. Hey, Ma, ain't that our son Dude coming down the road on his hands and knees?
That's him, 18 years old, and he never learned to walk.
Well, give the kid a chance. Maybe he never thought of it. Hello, son.
Hello, Jeter.
That's Jeter.
The way you shake?
Well, by gum and by jello, that's a fine way to talk to your poor old pa. Where you been?
I drove your old car down the village and stole that load of wood that was in the back seat.
What'd you get for it?
$1.50, including the car.
True deal, son. I hand over the money.
I ain't got it. I bought gasoline with it.
Bought gasoline? What good is gasoline after you sold the car?
If I knew that, I could walk standing up.
Why, you...
Leave him alone, Pa. At least we got a can of gasoline.
Yep. Now, if we just had a lemon, we could have a cocktail party. Yes, sir.
You know, Pa, I saw Banker Wilson down the village, and he said if you ain't got $100 by tonight, he'll send us all to the poorhouse.
The poorhouse? What's wrong with that?
We go there, you gotta take a bath.
Not me. I've had 3 baths this year already.
Getting caught in the rain don't count.
Does, too. I was chewing soap at the time. Anyway, where am I going to get $100? Say, I got an idea, Ma.
Hello, Cheater.
Where you going, Skeeter?
Gonna buy a heater.
Well, you can get one up the street here. I had a reach for that one. So long, Skeeter.
So long, Cheater.
I got an idea, Ma. If we can only get our daughter Ellie Mae married to some rich fella, our troubles is over.
Oh, I'll be glad to marry a rich fella.
You're a boy. Ma, haven't you never told him what he is?
I didn't know.
Well, he's a boy. He's got long pants.
Hey, Pa! Pa, I'm hungry.
I'll go over at that barrel, son. Help yourself to some ice cream.
Thanks.
Listen, Jeter, I wish you'd stop feeding our kids cotton.
Oh.
They know it ain't ice cream. Their gums don't get cold.
What's the difference? Got vitamins. Say, what's that a-coming down the road?
That's our daughter. Hello, Ellie.
Hello, Ma.
Boy, is she thin. Sit down, Ellie. I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Well, there goes the chair.
The only one in this county, too.
Too bad. Now, listen here, Ellie Mae. We're up against it. The only way out is for you to get married in a hurry.
I'm willing, Pa. I chased a man 10 miles today.
Nice work.
I'd have got him, but he took a shot at me.
They always do. Say, how about you getting married to Twitch Harris? He works at the Wilshire Bowl, and he'd be a good catch for you.
Well, tell me, Pa, do you think I'm his type?
His type? Ellie Mae, that is a general classification if I ever heard one. Hear that, Ma? Ellie Mae want to know if she was Twitch Harris's type.
I'm his type, and I got a mustache.
There you are. I tell you, daughter, if you play your cards right...
Hiya, Jeter. Well, howdy, folks.
By gum and by jello, here's Twitch now.
Hello, Twitch. Hi, Twitch.
You're looking good, Twitch. I see you got your banjo with you.
That ain't my banjo. I just put strings on my jug to fool them revenuers.
Well, I'll be doggone. Say, Twitch, have you ever thought of getting married and settling down?
Sure, lots of times, but a little bromo in the morning takes care of that.
Well, Twitch, you ought to have a wife. Someone to drag you in off the road at night. You're liable to get run over.
Well, maybe I ought to get married. What gal you got in mind, Jeet?
Well, there's a few of them around here. First is my daughter, Ellie Mae. I said Ellie Mae.
Keep a-talking, brother.
Now, hold on, Twitch. Ellie Mae's a fine gal. She's homelier than a mud fence, but she's a wonderful cook.
Who cares? If I marry her, I couldn't eat.
Now, wait a minute, Twitch. Ellie Mae is very affectionate. Give him a kiss, daughter.
Okay.
You come near me and I'll straighten your teeth.
Wait a minute. Her teeth don't stick out so far.
My hat's hanging on them, ain't it?
Well, that's just plain rudeness. Now, listen here, Twitch. The reason I want...
Hello, Skeeter.
Hiya, Skeeter. Did you get the heater?
Yep, and you can't beat her.
That's good. So long, Skeeter.
So long, Skeeter.
Now, Twitch, the reason I want you to marry Ellie Mae is because I need $100 or Banker Wilson's going to take away my land.
What you worrying about? You got most of it on you.
Well, that's the last straw. Twitch Harris, you get off my property. Get. Well, what's keeping you?
Make Ellie Mae open her mouth. I want my hat back.
Yeah, it on, daughter.
Hey, Pa, here comes Banker Wilson.
Doggone, he's here already for his money. We better hide.
Yeah, let's all get behind Ellie Mae.
Oh, tain't no use. You might as well face it. Hello, Banker Wilson. Nice day, ain't it?
Now, listen here, Jeter Lester. I came here for that money, and I'm going to get it.
Well, I'll tell you.
Tell me nothing. You give me that $8 or I'll throw you out.
$8? I owe you $100.
Make it 8. I want to tie it in with my anniversary.
We ain't got $8, Banker Wilson. We ain't got $7. There's 6. Shucks, we ain't even got $5. Have we, more?
Gosh, no, we ain't been to Ciro's for weeks.
That's right.
Then get going, Jeter. Get off this land.
We're a-going, Wilson. Come on, Moore. Come on, Ellie Mae. Hey, dude.
Yes, Pa?
Get down on your hands and knees. We're a-walking to the poorhouse. I sure hate to leave the old place, though.
Hello, Teeter.
Hello, old Skeeter. Say, if you got $8, you don't need her?
Sure. Can I marry your Teeter?
Skeeter, she'll be better than that heater. Here, Banker Wilson, here's your $8, and we're a-staying on this land. Thanks, Skeeter.
You're welcome, Teeter.
So long, Skeeter.
So long, you old bum.
Well, that was it, folks. Our version of Tobacco Road. Play Twitch.
In a few months now, along about the end of May or the 1st of June, cherries will be on the market again, and once more we'll be able to enjoy their sweet summery goodness. But why wait until June, when all the rich, delightful refreshment of juicy ripe cherries can be yours right now in a big, red, shimmering mold of fruited cherry jello? This grand dessert is an eye-filling, taste-teasing treat that your family will ask for time and time again. And you'll always be glad to make it, too, because it's so easy to prepare. Just dissolve 1 package of cherry jello in 1 pint of hot water and chill until slightly thickened. Fold in 3/4 of a cup each of diced orange sections and diced grapefruit sections. Then mold, and there's a mighty swell dessert. A brilliant blend of sweet, juicy oranges, golden grapefruit, and bright crimson cherry jello. So get a package of cherry jello tomorrow and make up this luscious dessert. Cherry jello, like strawberry and raspberry jello, now has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And today you'll find it better than ever, even more distinctive, even more delicious. Try a glistening mold of rich, colorful jello real soon.
The last number of the 25th program in the current Jello series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Say, Jack.
What did I say, the same time?
You certainly did.
The same? We're with you next Sunday night at the same time.
Say, Jack.
What?
Do you know that Fred Allen did Tobacco Road last Wednesday?
He did? Well.
You don't have to... Oh.
You don't have to be jealous, Jack. More money fell out of your shoe than his. Oh. I knew I was a better actor. And now, folks, at this time, I want to wish a lot of success to Sam Schlepperman Hearn, who opens at the Palomar Theater in Seattle, Washington tomorrow. Good luck, Schlepp. Good night, folks.
A family pet, a bedtime story, the familiar landscape of childhood.
You have to come out sometime. You can't sulk in there forever.
Where witches and wolves are the forces of evil. Where good will triumph and all will end happily.
Your granny spoils you. She makes you think you're something special. That red shawl.
But this is no fairy tale. This is where legend ends and survival begins, where the dreams of childhood hold no promise of a happy ending.
Big eyes you have.
The worst kind of wolves are hairy on the inside. And when they bite you, they drag you with them to hell. She ran away!
Did I scare you? I am sorry.
When I killed it, it was a wolf. And then before my very eyes.
Neither child nor adult, wolf nor human. This is the twilight world, which lies between the pages of any fairy tale.
My, what big arms do you have?
To deny it is to kill the child that lives within us all. To enter it is to kill the dreams of childhood.
Jesus, what big teeth you have!
Where did you hear a story like that?
Not a story, but God's honest truth. Granny told me.
The company of wolves. They are all the company we keep, even in our dreams.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater, up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you For Whom the Bell Tolls, starring Gary Cooper, Ingrid Bergman, Hakim Tamirov, Dale Sondergaard, and Mikhail Razumny. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Otto Kruger. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. If you've ever been to our California Sierras, you have a good idea of what the central mountainous areas of Spain are like. A high, spectacular land, remote and inaccessible. And here in the volcanic years of 1937 to 39, when Spain was torn by civil war, guerrilla fighting found its perfect setting. And in tonight's Lux Radio Theater play, these mountains become, too, the setting for one of the great love stories of our time, For Whom the Bell Tolls. This is based on the best-selling book by Ernest Hemingway. It is presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, producers of Here Come the Waves. And our stars from the original cast are Ingrid Bergman, playing what Reader's Digest calls the greatest part ever offered a woman on the American screen, and Gary Cooper, producer and star of his own new international picture, Along Came Jones. Also, Hakim Tamirov, Mikhail Razumny in their original screen roles, and Gail Sondergaard. So far, this Paramount picture has played only special engagements in key cities. It will be released for general distribution in just 4 days. Meanwhile, we're happy to bring it to your home in return for your loyalty and your appreciation of Lux Flakes. I hardly need to add that through your use of Lux Flakes, you not only make possible these Monday night productions, but you help yourself in that all-important task of taking care of the nice things you wear and helping them to look better and last longer. So you see, you get two blessings in one package. Now, here's the first act of For Whom the Bell Tolls, starring Gary Cooper as Robert Jordan, Ingrid Bergman as Maria, Hakim Tamirov as Pablo, Gail Sondergaard as Pilar, and Mikhail Razumny as Raphael. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Spain, 1937. A nation gasping under the savageries of merciless civil war. During a historic siege of Madrid, an American named Robert Jordan slipped into the ravaged city.
Jordan, it is good to see you. Thank you, General Ghost. You did well with the ammunition train. Well, it blew up, General, if that's what you mean. Yes. And next is a bridge. Here is a map. And here, Jordan, high up in the mountains of Segovia is your bridge. It is all important that it be blown. We are taking the offensive, Jordan, at last. When? Dawn. 4 days from now. When we attack, the enemy will call up reinforcements. Troops, artillery, tanks, and everything will have to cross that bridge. Above all else, it must be destroyed at the stated hour. Now, how will I know the exact time? A squadron of our bombers will fly over the mountains. That will be your signal. What about a guide? Got anybody? An old man named Gunsmoke. He knows the people to help you. Guerrillas, a handful. They hide out in the forest and caves. Now, How soon can you leave?
Any time. I'd like a drink and a haircut.
Good. Get the drink first. You need it more. Oh, wait, I'll go with you.
Get behind this rock, Roberto.
Yes.
Now look down there, you see?
Yeah, I see. The bridge.
And the sawmill. The guards live there. 8 men and a corporal. Roberto.
Yes?
That soldier on the bridge, he's a boy from my village.
You couldn't kill him, Anselmo?
Yes, considering the necessity for destroying the bridge. But if I live, I will never do harm to anyone again that it will be forgiven.
I hope for that, too, old man. Well, now where to?
Higher up. There is a cave on the edge of the mountain. I have friends.
Who leads there, Anselmo?
Well, Pablo is the leader. Pablo does not like foreigners. Roberto, come here. See? Here is Pablo. Pablo is the boss here, Roberto.
Foreigner?
Yes, I am also a friend. I'm here at the command of the Republic.
In these mountains I command. What's that? In your pack?
Dynamite?
Oh. Now, I can use dynamite. How much you bring me?
None. It's mine.
What for?
A bridge? A bridge, that is my business.
In this country, foreigner, it is my business.
You have a good horse there, Pablo.
You know horses?
Where'd you get him?
Civil guard. I killed him without harming the horse.
You've killed many civil guards?
20, 30. Yes, but every day there are more. Before the war, I had no horses, not even one. Now I own 5. We're safe here now, my people and my horses. And that's why you will not dynamite the bridge.
We're tired, Pablo. We're hungry.
You will not dynamite the bridge.
It's all right, Roberto. We can go to the cave. You have enough to eat, Roberto?
Oh, plenty.
Yes. Here we eat like generals.
Pay no attention to Raphael. He's a gypsy.
Where are the other men, Gypsy?
We come and go. Some of us are sentries. Pablo insists on sentries.
You're finished?
Thanks. Wait a minute. How are you, Cole?
Maria.
His name is Roberto. He's a dynamiter.
You here long, Maria?
You see my hair? When I first came, it was still shorter. I've been here 3 months. I was on a train. They were taking me south.
Pablo blew up the train at Arevalo.
I was a prisoner on the train. When it blew up, I escaped. They found me, they and Pilar.
She was hiding in the rocks. No hair at all. She cried all the time. And was she ugly?
You blow trains?
A few in Extremadura. You belong to Pablo now?
Pablo. No, I do not belong to Pablo.
This is a very strange woman, Roberta. She wants no one.
No one?
No one. Not you either.
I have no time for women.
No? You will meet another woman soon. Really, a woman.
No, he means Pilar.
Something barbar. 100 times braver than Pablo. But something barbar.
What are you saying now, you unmentionable gypsy?
So, I was just telling the comrade what a gentle woman you are, Pilar. The comrade has dynamite.
Get out.
At once, Pilar. At once.
You, Maria. Yes? Leave us alone, crop-headed one. You don't frighten me, Pilar. Hola, English?
Not English. American.
I call you English. What was that gypsy saying?
That you are much woman. And I'd say he's right.
And what were you saying to the girl?
The girl? Nothing.
Nothing? I see how she is from watching you. Now listen, English. She's young, and she's had a bad time. The worst time a woman can have. You understand?
Sure.
When do you leave here?
In 3 days, if I'm still alive.
Oh, I do not like that kind of talk. Why are you here?
The bridge?
Yes. We should blow all the bridges and get out. Nothing to do here but watch Pablo get drunk. I'm glad you are come, English.
Pablo does not want me to blow the bridge.
When it is dark, the men will be back. We will talk then, English. Maybe you will blow the bridge after all.
What do you do with a pencil and paper, Roberto? I'm drawing a sketch of the bridge. Yes, it is the bridge itself there on the paper. How do you explore the bridge, Roberto?
I don't go for the bridge.
Well, then we'll do it alone. The old man and I.
Do what you want, but do it away from my mountains. Not where we'll be hunted down and killed.
You could escape easily with horses.
I have 5 horses and 8 people. You and the old man make 10.
Until you had horses, you were one of us. Now you are rich with horses and a coward.
You're an old man making trouble with your mouth.
I'm an old man not afraid to fight for the Republic. I'm an old man without horses.
You will blow no bridge here.
Wait a minute. Pilar?
I am for the bridge and the Republic.
What's that, woman?
I am for the bridge and against you. Nothing more. Primitivo?
I am also for the bridge.
Fernando?
To me, the bridge means nothing. I'm for you, Pilar.
Andres?
Equally so.
Me too, Pilar. I'm for you.
The bridge will be blown, Pablo. And after that...
You think there will be an afterwards? It means nothing to you to be hunted like a beast.
Don't try to frighten us, coward.
Coward? It's cowardly to know what is foolish. And when I kept you all alive through the war...
Oh, I believed in you once. 1 year of war, and you turned coward and drunkard.
Woman, you have no right to speak in that way. Not before my people, the foreigners. Here I command.
You heard them. No one commands here but me.
I should shoot you and the foreigner both.
Try it and see what happens. You are like one of the others now. Like them, you take your orders from me.
All right. All right, command then. And if you want, the foreigner can command too. Maybe I am lazy and drink too much. Maybe you think I'm a coward, although you know better. But I'm not stupid. And now if you're a woman as well as a commander, show us all something to eat.
Maria, serve us the supper. Where do you go, Roberto?
Outside. I'm tired. I've got blankets. I'll sleep in the open.
Why not in here?
Well, I like it better in the open.
In the open. He likes it better in the open.
Do not worry about your dynamite. I will watch English.
Thanks.
Roberto.
Oh, it's you.
You sleep with your gun. That's good. You must be careful. Pablo.
He's still in the cave?
He left a few minutes ago. He tries to hide his sadness in the wine. When Pablo does that, there's danger.
I can take care of myself. I'm thinking of the bridge.
I'm thinking about you, Roberto.
Why, Maria?
I don't know.
Look at the stars. They're low. They're so low they're caught in your hair.
My hair is hot.
I can feel the stars in your hair.
Roberto.
See? I've mucked your hair.
All day I wanted you to do that. To feel your fingers through my ugly hair.
Go back to the cave, Maria.
Yes. Good night, Roberto. I thought it best to wake you in there. There is something you should know.
Know what?
The gypsy. He has just come back.
What are you trying to tell me?
Wake up. When Pablo left, the gypsy followed him.
I move like an owl, Roberto. I see everything.
Tell him.
Roberto, you have to kill Pablo. Now, before he kills you.
He won't kill me.
You must kill him.
Why?
You don't know Pablo. What if he takes the horses and goes off? What if you breathe then? When we have no horses to escape with.
You saw him take the horses?
No, but he hides them deeper in the forest. And he talks to them. Pablo talks to his horses. He tells his horses to pay no attention to you. And to you, Pilar.
Huh.
Go to bed, Gypsy.
You don't understand, Roberto.
Shut up.
Pilar, you know Pablo best. What'll he do?
I do not know. Have you observed how he watches the girl? It lies on him like a sickness. Until now, she has not looked at a man, but she looks at you, and Pablo sees it, and the sickness grows worse. That's another reason I want to blow this bridge and get out. And we need more horses.
How can we get them?
El Sordo. Maybe El Sordo will help us.
El Sordo?
These mountains are not all Pablo's.
A good man?
As good as Pablo is bad.
Woman, What do you talk about, huh? You and the English.
About you. Who else?
Pay no attention to her English. He's difficult, but very loyal. English.
What?
When I left here, before I took my gun and I went for my horses. Yeah, but my mind has changed. I returned to say I'm glad you have come. Yeah, you're welcome here.
Wait a minute. Listen. Planes.
Planes?
Planes? Whose are they? Whose planes?
German planes. Italian.
Did they see my horses?
They're not looking for horses.
I could speak in their face. I could speak in their motor.
The moon is too bright. They'll see the horses.
Have you ever seen planes like this before?
No, never. Never so close as this.
Get in the cave. We'll talk in the morning.
Get inside, all of you. Hurry. What do you think?
Yes? Well, we'll need more horses, and soon.
Then Father will get them for you. Tomorrow when you go to him, will you take me with you?
Maria.
Yes.
Understand me. I'm in this war to the finish. A man doing what I'm doing can have nothing else in his life.
Whatever happens to you will happen to me. You will take me.
Yes. Yes, in the morning. Good night, Maria.
Good night, Robert.
Over the sharp rim of the Segovia Mountains, a morning sun cuts through the frosty air. Raphael the gypsy and Anselmo the old man have already left to watch the bridge and the road. And now, Robert Jordan is also ready to leave the cave with Maria and Pilar for their meeting with El Sordo. Suddenly, up the rocky path, a man emerges through the mist.
Amigos! Salud, Roberto! Did you see the airplanes last night?
Why, of course. Weren't you here? Oh, Fernando.
You did not miss me in the dark. I've been to La Granca. I go every now and then to see my wife and children.
Pilar, come here and listen. What did you see on the road last night?
Oh, a few trucks as usual. A few of their guns as usual.
Sit down, Fernando. Breakfast.
Did you pick up any news in town?
Nothing. Oh, yes. There is talk the Republic is preparing an attack.
That what?
They talk of an offensive, perhaps Navasarada. Have you heard of it?
They talk of this in town.
It's supposed to be a secret.
Only rumors. An offensive of some proportions.
Rumors? Well, how can they let such a thing get out?
What else?
No, nothing. They say we would blow up the bridges.
Say, if this is a joke...
There is always such talk, Roberto. Always rumors.
We'll be back later, Fernando. All right, Pilar. Maria.
I'm ready. You man of rumors, guard the explosives.
With my life, Pilar. And then calm yourselves. Only rumors.
But must we talk business so soon? I have good whiskey in glass.
We would talk now, El Sordo.
If you wish. What is the reason for the bridge? An attack?
Yes. And we must have more horses if Pilar's people are to get out alive.
Yes, it is a necessity. When do you blow the bridge? It will be easy to do it tonight.
The English has to wait till the signal comes.
Do it in daylight and we may all be killed.
Not if we have enough horses.
Horses again. I will get them for you.
How? Where?
I will go down tonight. I will find soldiers. And you will have their horses.
Good.
Look at the sky. Not good if it snows. Horses make tracks. The soldiers will follow.
No, this is the month of May.
It is too late for snow.
Perhaps. If there is no snow, I will pay you a visit.
And if there is snow?
Then I will do what is best. The moment will provide the answer.
Pilar, what is it? You're tired. We'll rest a while. Oh, shut up. It is not much further to the cave.
Sit down.
All right. I am tired. And I'm jealous. Oh, how foolish.
Jealous?
Of Maria's 19 years. But you won't always be 19, little one. What would you do if you're 19? Take the English away from you. Even with my years and my ugly face. You're not ugly, and I love you. And I love you much, child. But do you know what it is to be ugly all your life? And to feel in the heart that you are beautiful? You are beautiful. You have little hair, Maria, but you're a gift to any man. And you, Ingles, you're a prize for any woman. I would have made a good man, but I'm all woman and all ugly. Still, many men have loved me. Is that not strange? Where are you going? I have a surprise. Close your eyes. And you too, Ingles. What surprise, I wonder.
No, horses would be a good surprise.
Oh, don't worry. El Sardo and his men will get them. I think Pilar is bored with us.
Look.
Oh, she's disappeared.
Pilar.
Let her go, Roberto. Let her go. What are you worried about?
You.
Why? Because I'm so happy?
I told you last night that I belong to nothing and to no one but the bridge.
Last night I wanted to tell you about myself.
You said whatever happens to me will happen to you. So why did you say that? Here are your people. Your mother and father.
My father and mother, I saw them killed. I'll tell you how it was.
No,
My
Maria.
father was the mayor of our town. And when the fascists came, they took all the Republicans and lined them up against the wall. My father cried out very loud, "Long live the Republic!" And then they shot him. But my mother had no politics. She only loved my father, but she couldn't say that. She just looked at him there at her feet, and she said, "Long live my husband, who was the mayor of this town." She said it very loud, like a shriek. And then they shot me. She fell, and I tried to go to her, but they had tied me with the rest of the girls. Oh, I wanted to be shot, too, when I was going to shout, "Long live the Republic and my mother and my father." But then there was no more shooting. They ordered us up this hill to the city square. Across from the city hall, there was a barber shop. They took us there.
No, Maria.
Oh,
No.
I want to tell you, but I can't.
Maria.
Oh, are you angry about something?
No, of course not.
Oh, I'm glad. I won't cry anymore. Oh, Roberto, I don't know how to kiss, or I would kiss you. Where do the noses go? Always I wondered where the noses would go. They're not in the way, are they? I always thought they would be in the way. Look, I can do it myself.
Maria.
Oh, did I do it wrong?
No. Give me your hand. We're going to find
Come in, Roberto. And welcome home, ladies. Welcome home. You did well with El Sordo?
We did all right. What about the road, Anselmo? All day there was very little business on the road. Here, I've marked it all down on the paper. Only 10 trucks? And you, Gypsy, the bridge.
They changed the guards at noon, then again at 6. Still the same. 8 men and the corporal.
Where is Pablo? Pablo has been gone all day.
Maria, stir up the fire. Stir it up yourself. I have to dry Roberto's jacket. He fell in the brook. He fell in the brook. Must you care for him as for a child? No. A man who is cold and wet. A man who has come home to his house.
Listen, I've been wet before.
Ingles, come here.
What is it?
Come outside. Look. Look at the sky.
It's darkened. No.
No.
How do you like it, Pilar?
Pablo, get out of my sight.
It's very beautiful, the snow. How do you like it, woman? How do you like to command when it snows?
Shut up, drunkard.
I know why you went to El Sordo. But horses make tracks in the snow, English. There will be no offensive now. No bridge blown. No soldiers hunting us in the mountains. No, only the snow. And love making in the forest.
What's your mouth?
Everyone's so quiet. Everyone's so strange. What are you all thinking about?
I do not think, Maria. I warm myself with wine.
Your shoes, Roberto. Here, they're dry now.
You'd think I was a child the way you...
Maria. Here, Maria. Dry my shoes.
Stand up, Pablo.
Stand up?
Are you drunk or just pretending to be drunk?
Roberto. Don Roberto.
Wait, English, wait. There is something I have wanted to ask. Why have you come so far to fight for our republic?
Yes, why? Answer him, Don Roberto.
The man fights for what he believes in, Fernando. Yes, but in his own country. Well, it isn't just Spain who's fighting here. There's a bigger issue here, as I see it. An issue that affects all of us. And because I see it as I do, I'm here to do the best job I can.
Were you always a Republican? And your father?
Oh, sure. He voted the Republican ticket all his life.
And they did not shoot him for it?
No, they don't shoot you for being a Republican in America.
Roberto was a professor. He told me this afternoon.
An instructor. I taught Spanish.
The professor, huh? He has no beard. No, he's a false professor. No beard. A false professor.
He does have a beard.
Does he? You should know, girl.
I've had enough of it, you hear, Pablo? Enough.
He's only drunk, Inglés.
Drunk? Yes. You tried to provoke me, Inglés, huh? Is that it? Provoke me into fighting? Is that how you'd get rid of me?
I say you are a coward and not drunk.
I don't provoke. See? I sit in my chair and eat his insults. Yes. And I'll still be alive when you're all dead.
And I spit on you.
I don't provoke. I don't provoke. My mouth bleeds as we speak. Red. Red like the wine in my cup. I drink to the Senora Commander and to all the fools. I don't provoke.
Get out!
Yes, I get out. I'll go to my horses. They have more sense than men. Now tell them. Tell them about the bridge professor and how to escape afterwards. Oh, the snow. Very beautiful.
You should have killed him, Roberto.
What will he do now?
You throw a grenade in here. That's his style. Give me your pistol, Inglés. I'll shoot him when he comes back.
Wait. Do not forget he knows the way of our retreat. We should point out to Pablo how his conduct...
Shut up! We'll kill him when he returns.
No, not in cold blood.
Cold? You Ingleses are all cold, but I'm not cold. I burn. Burn!
Pablo was once a leader. Without mercy, yes, but also without fear. We live today because of Pablo. But he's changed. And we must do what must be done.
He's back. Pablo, I'll kill you. I'll kill you with my hands. I'll kill you.
Get up. Inglés. The snow has stopped, and I'm not drunk no more.
You were listening to us. You're afraid of being killed.
When I left you, I was alone. I felt lonely. You do not know what it means to be alone. Now hear me, all of you. I have done wicked things in my time. I have killed innocent men. Yes, and it's God's truth that I would restore them. I would restore them all to life. It's God's truth I'm with you now. And it's God's truth that I'm not a coward.
Fool! Lunatic! You believe him?
I'm back with my people, and I think over Sordo. Should be across the line by now, stealing horses for us.
And making tracks, Pablo, to bring the soldiers upon us.
The bridge must be blown. Nothing else is important.
Roberto.
Maria, get down.
I brought you coffee. Yeah, I got up early this morning.
Quiet. I must have been dreaming. Down there, behind the tree.
Yes.
I saw him. I saw a soldier on a horse.
But I see nothing.
I swear I saw him.
We couldn't. Roberto.
Yes. There it is. I was right. Get back to the cave. Tell Pablo.
Pablo?
Yes. Tell him to bring his rifle. Hurry now.
Well, Inglés?
Soldier is dead. Raphael, move him into the brush.
At once, I killed the soldier without harming the horse. Now, look, what a beauty. Oh, what a thing of beauty, the horse.
Augustine.
Yes.
Get the machine gun out of the cave, and you, Anselmo.
I'll take the horse to the corral.
No, he's made tracks in here, and he's got to make them out again. There are bound to be other soldiers. Go on, now, make tracks out of here.
Ah, you have much heading left, yeah.
We may have to run for it. Fernando, take the dynamite, and Andres, go to Pablo's horses. And if you hear firing, bring them down to the pass. The wind will go with you.
No, Roberto.
You will go with Andres. And if there's a fight, we'll need him to help you and to hold the horses.
Where do you take the machine gun?
To the big rocks at the top of the canyon.
I go with you, Roberto.
There may be a fight.
I can help. I can hold the legs of the gun.
Go back.
Please, I want to be with you.
They're coming. Roberto, look down in the valley.
Cavalry. The whole troop.
What are they shooting at? Who?
Hand me the glasses, the binoculars.
Pablo. They shoot at Pablo.
That's true? No. 5 men. Riding hard up the mountain. El Sordo.
El Sordo.
Oh, he's drawing them away from us.
Then we stay where we are.
What are you saying? El Sordo will need us.
Can't you see that they are done for? If we show ourselves, we're done for, too. Then what happens to the bridge?
Most of our comrades down there. Are you afraid to fight for our comrades?
The English is not afraid. What use is courage without intelligence? El Sordo has both. He will understand why we do not expose ourselves.
He'd have found better cover on this side of the canyon.
He knows that, Inglés. El Sordo knows. What do we do, Roberto?
It will be a long day. But we'll wait it out here at the cave.
I'm back, Inglés. The soldiers never even saw me.
It's been dark for an hour. Where have you been?
When the shooting stopped, I went to where El Sordo was.
Dead?
Dead. All 5 of them. They had taken their heads. No heads.
The cavalry rode back to the valley. We can see them from here. We're safe.
Wine. Where's wine?
It's the old man, Anselmo.
It's Sergeant Inglés. I have been by the bridge. I have seen him.
What? Seen what?
Guns, trucks, even tanks. More soldiers than I could count. Everything is moving toward the front.
So, it is come.
Come? What is come?
The enemy has found out that our troops attack at dawn. We were going to surprise them. Now they will surprise us.
Who knows the way through their lines? To Navacerrada.
I have been through before twice.
Inglés, do not be disturbed. Even without their sword, we have enough men to blow the bridge. Yes, I have confidence in you, Inglés.
Quiet. The English is writing.
It's a dispatch for General Galt. Tell him the news is leaked out. The enemy is prepared. Maybe the general knows it, but if he doesn't, he must be told in time.
I'll get to.
Good luck.
We pray for you, Agustin.
Inglés.
What?
When you came here, you told me the bridge goes at dawn after the 3rd night. That is tomorrow morning.
If Augustine doesn't get through, or if he does, and they still decide to attack, we'll see our bombers at dawn. Our bombers.
Then everything must be in readiness, whatever they decide.
Everything.
I will see that it is so.
I'll guard the horses tonight. Now, get what sleep you can. All of you. And watch my things, Pilar.
I brought your blankets here, Roberto. If you must watch horses, you should be warm.
Put a blanket around you. It's cold.
Will there be fighting tomorrow?
I don't know. Are you afraid?
Only for you. Pilar said I'm to stay with you, that he'll take me to the Republic.
You and Pilar will each have a horse. You'll be safe with her.
But I go with you, not Pilar.
I came here on foot with the old man, and I'll go the same way.
Maybe Augustine will get through. Maybe there will be no fighting, Roberto. How much time have we left?
A lifetime, Maria.
I mean till daylight.
Oh, 5 hours.
Pilar told me that time is not important.
Maybe she's right.
3 days and 3 nights. And yet they're everything. Longer than the months in prison, longer than the years I've lived. She told me something else before I left the cave. She said we must live all our lives in the time that remains.
Why did she say that?
Because we would all die tomorrow. And that you know it as well as she does, and you give it no importance.
Pilar is crazy.
She had a reason. She said I must tell you everything that happened to me when they shot my mother and father.
I don't want to hear
it.
it.
Must be told. They pulled my hair and cut it off with a razor. And put the braids in my mouth to gag me. In the mirror in the barber shop, I could see the men laughing. And then they took me out. I stumbled over the dead barber. They had shot him because he belonged to a union. Then they dragged me up the stairs of the city hall to my father's office.
Don't talk about it. Don't think about it anymore.
I was going to tell you on the way back from her father's, but I was glad we didn't tell you. When I was happy, I felt as if it had never happened. But tonight, Pilar said you must know everything. And now you won't love me. Tomorrow you'll take me through the lines, and then I'll never see you again. No, Roberto. We can't change things. But it's true. It's true that I never kissed any man until I kissed you.
No one ever touched you, Maria. No one.
You believe that? You believe that?
I know that.
And you can love me?
I can love you more. I'll never leave you. Never.
pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
But now here's the third actor, For Whom the Bell Tolls, starring Gary Cooper as Robert Jordan, Ingrid Bergman as Maria, Akim Tamirov as Pablo, Gail Sondergaard as Pilar, and Mikhail Razumny as Raphael. The night wears on. A chilly stillness hangs over the cave on the mountaintop. Nearby, where the horses are tethered, Robert Jordan stares through the blackness, his thoughts fixed on the bridge, on the girl named Maria who sleeps in the cave, and on the man Augustin who has ridden for General Gulch with the news that could stop a futile battle. But in Navacerrada, Augustin learns that generals are hard to find.
Who the devil are you? What do you mean by waking me up? I'm Captain Gomez, and this man, he has a dispatch from General Gulch. No one believes me. For heaven's sake, get me to the general.
This lunatic is either a bandit or a spy. Put him under guard.
He bears an important message, Major, and I intend to get him through.
And get out of here. I know of no General Gulch. Heidi, Lieutenant.
Why didn't you get here sooner? What bridge are you talking about?
Questions every inch of the way. Never in my life have I seen such stupidity. For 2 hours we've been trying to see you, sir. I swear by the saints and my dead mother, take me to General Gulch at once or I'll kill you.
Here's your pass. General Gulch is 3 miles down the road. Pray God you reach him.
Why didn't you bring this to me at once? Oh, stupidity, General. Ignorant stupidity. Crazy suspicions.
You on the wireless. What about Abilene?
Abilene is coming through, sir.
And?
The bomber took off 10 minutes ago. Exactly on schedule, sir.
They're gone. It's too late, Gomez. We're done for. Too bad. Too bad. It could have been a great victory. Yes, a great victory.
Roberto?
Yes?
You do not sleep?
I'm thinking of Augustine. If he got through. It's 4 o'clock.
The moon is so bright it could be morning already.
Why did you leave the cave?
I had a dream.
A good dream?
That I was in your house. In America, the one you told me about where you were a little boy. Your mother was there. She smiled at me. She was holding a child who looked exactly like my Roberto. And when I asked her whose son it was, she said, "Why, it's yours, Maria." That's why I had to tell you my dream.
You can't wait till I take you to America, can you?
That, too, is like a dream, Roberto.
Well, wait till this war is over.
You'll always take me with you?
Unless you run away.
I'll never go away from you. I would try to take care of you well.
What does that mean?
It means that when morning comes, I would take your sleeping bag and hang it in the sun, your socks to be washed and dried. I would see that you had 2 pairs.
What else?
This. Your gun, and I would learn how to fire it. Then if you were wounded, we won't be captured. I could shoot you before I kill myself.
Do you have many ideas like that?
Not many, but it's a good one in this war. But I'd rather have you shoot me, though. Promise me if there's ever any need, you will shoot me.
Sure, I promise.
Thank you. I know it's not easy to do. But there are other things I can do for you.
Besides shooting me?
Yes. I can roll cigarettes for you without spilling the tobacco. And if you're sick, I'll take care of you and read to you.
Well, suppose I'm not sick, and I give up smoking and have only 1 pair of socks and hang up my sleeping bag myself. What then?
Then, I'll just sit by you and watch you and love you as I do now.
Now? Maria, everything is now. There never is anything else but now. Not for anyone. If they only realize it. Some people have many years, some only 3 days. But everything is in proportion. You can live a great life and not miss a thing if you pay no attention to yesterday and tomorrow. Like we're doing.
It's beautiful here. Will we ever come back?
Someday, Maria.
Do you think Augustine got through?
Who knows? Are you afraid?
I love you, Roberto. As I loved my mother and father. As I love what I love most in the world, and I love you more. Always remember.
I'll remember. Maria, it's time.
To get ready for the bridge?
Yes, we'll go to the cave. There's much to be done.
Why now, Inglés? There ain't been no signal, no airplane. Maybe your ghosting got through.
We have to be ready just in case. Inglés! Inglés! I do not sleep this night, Inglés. I'm a leader. I care for my people. I have been through the mountains, and I have brought 3 more men.
Whose men?
They are the men of my friend Elias. Each with a horse, Inglés.
3 horses and 3 men? Where is the game?
Oh, well, maybe one gets killed and he won't need his horse, understand? Inglés and I, we understand each other.
Nobody understands you, neither God, nor your mother, nor yourself either.
Take the men of Elias with you.
Yes.
Also the gypsy. You will take this side of the bridge, the roadmaster's hut. Cover the bridge until I blow it.
Good.
But not a move until the bombers come over.
Bombers, yes.
Pilar, you will do the same at the sawmill post. Be careful not to alarm the sentries unless you hear the plane. Take the others with you, Primitivo, Fernando, and Andres. And the old man here comes to the bridge with me.
And what of Maria? What of me, Roberto?
Well, you will stay with the horses. Don't be afraid if you hear shooting.
We can tie the horses. I can go with you.
Now, it's more important that they be watched.
And I'll retreat when all is finished.
Then the bridge is blown. Come back through the gorge as fast as you can. Now, get the horses and men of Elias. It's time to go.
Come. Yes, come on.
Maria. Salute, Maria.
Salute, Roberto. Take much care. Come back quickly.
Hey, well, what sort of a kiss is that? If you cry, they'll think I hurt you.
I'm not crying. I hear the planes, English.
I know. I heard them.
Augustine, he did not get through.
Or if he did, well, someday we may know what happened. Watch for yourself, Pilar, and for her.
I care for you very much, England. Remember that. And don't worry. Everything will go well at the bridge.
Sure, everything's fine. Now, let's go. Hand me the rest of that dynamite, Anselmo.
Careful of the girders, Roberto.
Yeah, what about the others? Can you see?
Pablo on one side, Pilar on the other. They keep the soldiers busy. There's killing, Roberto.
Well, I'll be through here in 5 minutes.
Roberto, for all the letting of blood, will there be a penance?
We fight to make peace, Anselmo. It's necessary to kill so others may live.
When peace comes, all men must do penance, or we never have a true and human basis for living again.
Are the wires clear?
Yes, Roberto.
Well, stretch them out along the bridge now. Hurry.
The detonator, yes. Roberto, look, the enemy, they're coming.
Tanks?
A whole column of tanks. They're coming toward the bridge.
Run with the wires. Hook them to the desert air and blow it.
No, Roberto, no.
By the time you reach the detonator, I'll be finished.
If I blow the bridge, I blow you too. No.
Do what I tell you.
No, I cannot, Roberto. They have reached the other side.
Get the detonator. Hook the wires, Tommy.
Oh, yes, Roberto, yes.
Anselmo, is it ready?
Yes, they're on the bridge, Roberto.
So run to the horses. I'll follow.
Yes, Roberto.
Anselmo. Get it. Get on the horses. Hurry.
You're all right, you very tired. Thanks, God.
Pilar?
Yes,
Fernando?
dead.
The old man also. Where's Pablo?
We saw him coming up the gorge. He'll be here in a minute.
Get down, hold it.
Pilar! Come! All is ready for the retreat.
What was that shooting?
Inglés, look. Plenty of horses now.
The shooting, what was it?
Quiet woman. Rafael. He's dead. Where's Fernando? The old man.
And where are the men of Elias? Where? Why don't you say you just shot them?
I look after my own people. The men of Elias were strangers. I provide horses for my own people.
We have horses to spare.
How would I know we would have 3 dead? Shut up! Now. I'll lead the retreat.
Retreat to where?
First down the gorge.
They'll be waiting for us down
We
there.
stay on this side of the river. They're on the other side.
They've got tanks. Tanks can ford the river.
I know the way.
Take the lead, and I'll follow.
There's the rolling lake. We cross it and go into the forest.
There's the tanks coming. They've seen us.
The tank cannot follow us in the forest.
Cannon. They've got cannon.
There is time to cross between shots. Hear me! At a gallop! One by one!
Pilar, Maria, you first.
No, I wait for you, Roberto.
No, wait then. Pilar, Primitivo, Andres, at a gallop!
Maria!
Hurry! We wait you.
All right, Maria.
All right, Roberto.
Wait for the next shot, then go hard before they can fire
You
again.
will follow?
I'll follow.
I'm ready.
Go.
It's magic! English!
Turn off. I'm coming.
Wait here. I'll get him.
What happened?
You're dead. You fainted, Roberto.
The tank?
There's no more tanks.
Pablo did it. A grenade.
There are others coming down the road, Ingles. Cavalry.
Cavalry. My leg is broken.
Yes, Roberto, can you ride?
Maybe, Maria. Give me a piece of canvas.
Yes.
Tear it off one of the packs.
I help her.
You stay here.
Well, pull Ingles.
Bring me the machine gun. You'll make it all right if I hold them back.
No, we will carry you.
Don't argue. I couldn't stay on a horse. You can make it only if I stay here. Now, I want to talk to Maria alone. When I say take her, and make her go.
Yes, Ingles.
Talk fast, Ingles. They're coming to the gorge. I get the machine gun.
Roberto.
Listen, Maria, and don't say anything.
The candles were lighted.
No, Maria. We won't be going to America this time.
Roberto.
But I always go with you, wherever you go, understand?
No.
You leave with the others, Maria. As long as there is one of us, there's both of us, always.
No, I stay with you.
One of us must do this thing alone for the other. You understand? Because I love you.
Easier if I stay. It's worse for me to go.
It's, as we said in the night, our time is now. And it will never end. And you'll go because you are good to me. You're going well and fast and far. And we both go with you. I promise you that. Now, stand up. You're all there will ever be left of me now.
I can't.
There's no goodbye, Maria. Because we're not apart. Pilar. And once you leave, Maria, you will not turn around. Be strong and take care of our life.
Maria.
No! Help
Maria.
her. Primitivo, help her.
You will obey, Maria.
No, I won't, Roberto. I won't leave him, Roberto.
What can I do, Ingles?
The gun is loaded?
Yeah, and a few extra clips, if you can manage.
Look after the crop head.
Always.
Go now.
Adios, Ingles. Hurry! I lead that trick. Hurry! Hurry!
Maria. Safe. Surely safe now. Yes. Straight ahead, little captain. This way. This way. A little closer. A little closer. That's it. Now. Jordan, now.
Any man's death diminishes me because I am involved in mankind. And therefore, never send to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
Back to Mr. Kruger and our stars.
Now, as they come to the footlights for their curtain calls, we extend our thanks to Ingrid Bergman, Gary Cooper, Akim Camilo, Gail Sundergaard, and Mikhail Razumny. And I don't mind telling you that your names are quite a mouthful.
Well, you've got 4 different nationalities represented, Mr. Stewart. That's right. Sweden, America, Denmark, and Russia.
Yes, and very ably represented, too. You know, you ought to form an alumni association of For Whom the Bell Tolls. I mean, you lived together for so long to make that picture.
6 months and 2 miles high in the Sierras. It's the ruggedest picture I ever made.
You must have plenty of vivid memories of that experience.
The thing I recall most clearly was Razumny riding a mule each morning to location.
What was wrong with me riding a mule?
I kept thinking it ought to be the other way around.
By the way, was that your own beard you wore in the picture, Akim?
Oh, it would have been, because the high wind would blow it off.
Oh.
I imagine it was terribly cold up in those mountains. Yes, and hot, too. I remember Tamiros wearing a homemade Arab suit to keep his face from being burned.
Yes. I was a Russian playing a Spanish part in an Arab costume in America.
Well, I certainly wish we had time for more of your experiences, but I want to be sure to tell our audience about next week's show, because we're serving up a rather special treat called Sunday Dinner for a Soldier. That brand new hit from 20th Century Fox.
Congratulations, Otto. And who's in your cast?
Well, our stars for next Monday night are Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger, bringing you the heartwarming story of a soldier on leave and a lovable family who take into their hearts only to find that this hospitality has changed the course of all their lives.
Well, we'll certainly save Monday night for Sunday Dinner for a Soldier. Good night.
Good night. Good night. Good night, dear. Good night, and many thanks to all of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger in Sunday Dinner for a Soldier.
Housewives, you can help to save American lives and speed the day of victory and peace by saving those waste fats and greases needed for vital war materials. Save every drop from your kitchen. Take them to your butcher in a clean can, and he'll give you 2 red ration tokens plus 4 cents for every pound. Otto Kruger will shortly be seen in the RKO picture, Murder, My Sweet. Ingrid Bergman appeared through the courtesy of David O. Selznick and will soon be seen in the Selznick International production, Spellbound. Hakeem Tamirov is currently appearing in Universal's Technicolor picture, Can't Help Singing. Mikhail Razumny will next be seen in the Paramount picture, Practically Yours. Gail Sondergaard appeared through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, producers of The Suspect. Heard in tonight's play were Tito Ronaldo, Charles Steele, Eddie Marr, Norman Fields, Howard McNear, Jay Novello, Ed Emerson, Paul Theodore, and Joe Granby. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Sunday Dinner for a Soldier with Ann Baxter, John Hodiak, and Charles Winninger.
Here's your chance to improve your table conversation. Tell Michael you live in a big house and you spend £400 a week on clothes.
I spend £400 a week on clothes.
You eat in the best restaurants.
I eat in the best restaurants.
Georgina, try a little harder, please.
Side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where a pale and hungry girl walks like a queen because Broadway's a dream street. Where a fat man stands with begging eyes because he knows his dreams will never come true. It's a cry or a laugh, but nothing in between. Either way, it's My Beat. On special detail, there are no special hours. Dawn was at the window of my office at police headquarters when I scribbled my last report. An out-of-town school teacher was trying to beat the heat by using Columbus Circle for a burlesque runway. I buried that one behind a convenient fan, bid the boys a fond bonjour, and started home out the side entrance. I didn't make it. All I saw of sunrise was in an alley, the alley reserved for police ambulances coming home to the morgue. A voice stopped me and invited me in.
Danny, come here.
The man who stood silhouetted in the slice of light was a man who called himself Capek, a freelance photographer who hung around headquarters. You never knew he was there, but he always was.
The quality of dawn, Danny. Who can hold it? Who can imprison it? It is the eternal enigma for a photographer.
Why don't you go home then, Capek? What keeps you here?
That ambulance, perhaps.
Huh?
You see, creative men like me have a devotion. It is always the same. Perfection. Everything neat and perfection.
Oh, so that's what it is.
Watch that stretcher, Joe. Yeah, okay. Hiya, Danny.
Hi, what do you got, boys?
Suicide. Guy jumped in front of an 8th Avenue subway.
I didn't know anything about it.
Well, not your department, Danny. See you later.
See what I mean, Danny? Neat and perfection. The man they're bringing in, for instance.
What's neat about him?
That was Jimmy Dorn, a Cinderella man who only the other day won $17,000 on the Irish sweepstakes.
What?
You must have read about him, how no newspaper, no newsreel could get a picture of him.
Yeah, I remember. He was shy. I liked him for that.
But I have a picture of him.
Oh? Dead or alive?
Alive, of course. Dead is for any hack with a brownie.
Got it with you? Mind if I see it?
No harm. I've already sold it to the news. Here, look at it, Danny. Note the delicate play of light and shadow, the exquisite...
This guy looks happy. I never seen anybody look that happy.
Because Capek took it at the moment of Jimmy Dorn's greatest joy, the supreme ecstasy of winning $17,000.
Yeah, to each his own. How did you get it when no one else could?
The famous Capek tact. It cost me $50 to arrange it. But the news paid me twice that.
That much, huh?
When Mr. Dorn committed suicide, it raised the price. You see, in the newspaper game, one must know.
Excuse me, Capek. Danny Clover, give me the dope on a suicide name of Jimmy Dorn. Yeah, I know it's not my department. I'm nosy. Yeah. Lily Dorn, 3rd Avenue. Okay, that's enough.
You have the look, Danny. You smell something, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Be with you in a second, Capek. Hello, Benny. Danny Clover. That Jimmy Dorn suicide. Tell the chief I'm going to look into it. Yeah, Benny, I know, but it bothers me. Sure, I'll grab some sleep on the subway.
I asked you, Danny, you smell something, maybe?
Why should a guy let a subway train make his wife a widow with $17,000 orphan dollars? Why should all that sudden dough make him want to commit suicide?
Is it such a secret why men destroy themselves?
Yeah, to me. It's not neat, Capek. It just ain't neat. 3rd Avenue is a tenement 5 stories high and miles long. At 9 o'clock in the morning, it was going full blast. The elevated, housewives hunched in open windows, kids flipping pennies against the wall, and every 7 minutes it screamed. Somewhere between Sam Chu's hand laundry, special attention paid to pleated dress shirts, and the Blue Star delicatessen, cream soda and hot pastrami 2 bits, somewhere between there was a doorbell. I pushed it.
Yeah? What do you want?
My name's Danny Clover. I want to see Mrs. Dorn.
Suddenly, everybody wants to see Mrs. Dorn. Suddenly, I'm a popular lady. Suddenly,
I'm from the police, Mrs. Dorn.
You guys don't quit, do you? All right. Come on in. You want to know how it is to win $17,000? Is that what you want to know?
Look, Mrs. Dorn, I'm sorry about your husband.
Oh, sure. You can feel any way you like.
Tell me about your husband.
Jimmy?
Yeah.
I'll tell you about him. Jimmy didn't like people. He got afraid of them once, and he never got over it.
Why?
You know, I don't know. He was always running, and I ran with him. I was his wife, Mr. Clover. I didn't need to know any more than that.
But maybe you understood why he refused to see any reporters when he won all that money.
Listen. My husband was a frightened little man who won a sweepstakes. It bought him an obituary.
Well, that doesn't tell me much. This room tells me more.
This rat hole. This room says that, doesn't it? Rat hole.
I didn't say that, Mrs. Dorn. I'm talking about that circus poster on the wall. Patsy Mack presents the 3 whirling tornadoes. Was your husband a whirling tornado?
You can go now, policeman. You said your questions. Now go.
Brody, please. Why didn't you stay in that room? They can't do anything with us now.
Come right on in, mister. Who are you?
I'm a clever boy. I don't win sweepstakes, but I stay alive.
Yeah, real clever. Now, what about this circus poster?
It covers the cracks in the plaster.
3 whirling tornadoes. 3 men riding motorcycles in a barrel. Mrs. Dorn, for a frightened man, your husband made a dangerous dollar.
Look, I told you all I know. Maybe you ought to get out of here.
Why should a poster come between us, Mrs. Dorn? We were getting along fine.
You heard the lady, copper. She's saying she's finished talking.
That's right, Mrs. Dorn?
Yeah.
What did you say?
I said that's right.
Maybe I should have let it alone, got some sleep. But it kept eating at me. When I found out Jimmy Dorn rode a motorcycle in a barrel, everybody got unhappy. I don't like it when it gets unhappy. So I took a walk and found myself on Broadway in front of a tired building that has a lot of names. You take your choice. You walk up 4 flights and you get 4 offers. You're perfect for a fairy tale ballet that's opening in Newark. You make a stunning cover on a muscle magazine. Can you play first trumpet with a Bob Hawaiian outfit? If you got a song that's trying to be published, call it a slight fee, of course. And on the 5th floor, you find what you were looking for. The office of Patsy Mack, promoter, entrepreneur, and a doll of a guy.
Well, it isn't Danny Clover.
Hi, Patsy.
You still pounding the stem, Danny? Aren't you ever going to be promoted?
Promotion means a desk job away from Broadway. Who wants that?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Can I give you something?
Grape juice would be keen.
I've got 3 fingers left of a bottle given me by a bearded lady who was enamored of my social standing. It'll bring a smile to your lips.
You drink it, Patsy, and thank her for me, Patsy. Send her a dozen blue roses, or is it red roses for a bearded lady?
Yeah, I'll do that. She'll appreciate it. She loves delicacy.
Don't they all? Patsy, tell me a story.
Okay. Now let me see. Oh, have you heard the one
Yeah,
about...
tell me the one about the 3 whirling tornadoes.
The 3 tornadoes? What fond corner of your memory clutched onto them?
Tell me about them.
Well, I don't remember much about them, Danny. They've been out of the business a long time. The 3 tornadoes, huh? Well, there were 3 of them.
Thanks. There was no one else connected with them.
Oh, no. The tornadoes ran their own carny. Toured the villages and the metropolises.
Patsy, you got a reputation for remembering every act that ever played a circus or carnival. What were their names?
Oh, you put me on my metal, boy. Now, let me see. There was Jimmy Dorn. Yeah, I think. Oh, could he be the one who ended up under a subway this morning?
I'll look into it. Who were the others, Patsy?
Well, there was a fellow named, let me see now, a Russian kind of a name, Danilov. Yeah, that's it, Joe Danilov.
Joe Danilov. And the third?
Oh, now you're pressing me, boy. The third was a man named, let me see, Brady? No.
Could it have been Brody?
Brody, that's it. Well, how'd you know, Danny?
Brody, it's a short jump. I'll try real hard. You're sure there was no one else connected with the act?
Well, now come to think of it, there was another guy.
Yeah?
He backed the show, I think. His name doesn't register, Danny.
This guy whose name doesn't register. Was it you?
Oh, are you kidding? I had nothing to do with the tornado.
Well, thanks a lot. You're a gentleman and a scholar, Patsy. And a liar. I left Patsy there waving his jaw at nothing, which was about what I had. Nothing. An ex-carnival performer wins $17,000 and dies under the wheels of a subway train. They say he jumped. Why should he do a fatal thing like that? Why should Patsy lie to me? A one-sheet poster said, Patsy Mack presents the 3 whirling tornadoes. Patsy had just told me he had nothing to do with the tornadoes. Well, there's another guy I know, in another place I know. His name's Pop, and he takes care of the file room of a magazine. Magazine that tells a lot about people, especially if the people are show people. The file room was deserted except for Pop.
What you doing down here, Danny?
Wrangling, Pop. Oh, you don't have to hide that comic book from me.
My wife packs it with my lunch, Dan. Now, you take this one.
Yeah.
Sandra, the Jungle Queen. Ain't she a honey? Makes a man with me.
Yeah, she's keen. What are you holding on a guy named Joe Danilov, Pop?
Take a second to find out. How was that name again?
Danilov, Pop. D for Doll, A for Avenue, N for...
Avenue N?
Yeah, Avenue N, Pop.
Yeah, got it. Only, you didn't spell it right, Denny.
You didn't let me finish.
Didn't need to. Here's the file on Joe Danilov, all right. Only it's D for dead.
Let me see that. Joe Danilov, ex-carnival performer, a member of the 3 tornadoes, was found dead today at the bottom of an elevator shaft. Danilov left no survivors, his wife having died a year ago. Hey, how about this?
How about what?
Listen, a week before his death, Danilov came out of obscurity to win a cross-country motorcycle race with a purse of $1,000.
So he made funeral expenses. That's hot news, huh?
Last night, another man, a man named Jimmy Dorn, came out of obscurity to win a lot of money. He died, too. 2 whirling tornadoes all played out, one after another.
You know something, Danny?
What?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, sorry, Pop. I was playing with a jigsaw puzzle.
Well, you sit right down there and do just that. I'm going upstairs for some coffee. You want some? Coffee, Daddy. Want some?
Yeah, your coffee. Be nice, Pop.
I'll just be a few minutes. Don't let anybody kidnap Sandra in the jungle.
Yeah. 2 whirling tornadoes. The third one named Brody. Maybe you'll blow away, too. Brody and the bitter widow Dawn. And Patsy Mack, the sweet guy who told lies. That you, Pop? I never knew what it was that slugged me on the back of my head. It wasn't a comic book. And whoever did it wasn't Pop. Just before I hit the floor, I had a flash. It wasn't Sandra, the Jungle Queen, either.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. A number of paying guests mysteriously disappear. 2 elderly spinsters who entertain them have a suspiciously rising bank account. And it's a murder farm story for Casey, crime photographer, to explore on CBS tonight. Also on CBS tonight, you'll hear the network's famous series, Escape, in place of Suspense, while Suspense is on summer leave of absence. Tonight's opener on Escape will be John Russell's famous story, The Fourth Man, a tale of a Pacific Islander adrift on a raft with 3 murderous companions. Be sure to hear Murder Farm on Crime Photographer and The Fourth Man on Escape tonight. They come to you on most of these same CBS stations. And now back to Broadway's My Beat.
You win a lot of money or die violently or do both, and Broadway will know all about you. You get your name and your picture in the morning editions. Then Broadway won't care anymore. But I care. Maybe it's because I've got a cop's curious mind, but it bothered me why Jimmy Dorn died. So I made it my personal business. And so far, business was rotten. I was on my back when Pop brought me to. It took a little longer to find out that the press clippings I was looking at weren't around. That's a new one. Roll for some old press clippings. This needed thinking. To think, a cop's got to eat. To eat, there's a classy sidewalk cafe on the corner of Broadway and 47th where you stand up to a hot dog and a cup of coffee that dares you. I threw a lump of sugar at it when someone tapped me on the shoulder.
Hello, Danny. Mind if I join you?
Oh, K-Peg, not at all. Grab a napkin.
Danny, somehow you look unsymmetrical today. What happened to your head?
I had it done over.
Oh, you detectives, always intruding yourselves into violence and danger. Who did it, Danny?
Person or persons unknown.
Oh, you should go home and get some rest.
Yeah, what about you, K-Peg? Don't you get any sleep either?
I am a vain man, Danny. I've been waiting for the noon edition of the news to come out. It has the picture I took of Jimmy Dorn. Look at it, Danny.
Yeah.
Is it not a magnificent reproduction?
Yeah, it's quite a picture. How'd you catch the expression?
For an artist like me, it is a matter of precise timing. But somehow, I feel the caption beneath this picture is not right.
What do you mean?
I feel the caption should not read suicide. It should read murder.
Oh? Makes you say that?
I have captured death in my pictures for a long time, Danny. This is the face of a man whom death was about to touch with murder, not with suicide.
You talk prettier, but you think like a cop.
The elements for murder are 3, Danny. A widow with $17,000, perhaps a boyfriend, and... Wait a minute, Danny. Where are you going? You haven't touched your...
I've got to make a call.
So you can't eat first?
Who calls on a rich widow with onions in his breath? Hey, you up there. You at the window.
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Mrs. Dorn, isn't she home?
You want somebody, mister?
Mrs. Dorn, I've been ringing your bell. Where is she?
Oh.
You know where Mrs. Dorn went? There's no light downstairs.
Her?
Yeah, her.
Oh, sure, she had a date for across the street.
What?
For across the street, mister. The Eagle Tavern. I saw her go in there with a guy.
Eagle Tavern took up 40 front feet of sidewalk, and its insides were designed to take up thousands of man-hours of loneliness. Right now, there were only 3 lonely people: the bartender, Mrs. Dorn, and Brody. Mrs. Dorn and Brody were standing at the end of the bar trying real hard. I hated to do it, but I decided to ruin their evening for them.
You don't know when to quit, do you, Clover? Why do you keep coming around?
Like I was saying, Mrs. Dorn.
What are you drinking, Mac?
Nothing at all.
Yeah, you can nurse that a long time.
Mr. Clover, look, please, we don't want any trouble. We got all the
It's this way, Mrs. Dorn. A long time ago, a man named Joe Daniloff fell down an elevator shaft and was killed. Seems like he was nobody until he won a motorcycle race. Then he got his name in the papers. Then he died. What does that do to you?
What should it do to her?
I'll try a refresher. Joe Daniloff was a whirling tornado. He belonged in your husband's act, Mrs. Dorn. Try to react on that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You got your reaction, Clover. Now blow.
Mrs. Dorn, you know your husband just might have been murdered.
No.
Try it, Mrs. Dorn. Consider it.
You've got no manners at all. All you've got is a loose mouth.
Wait a minute, Brody. The man said somebody might have killed Jimmy. Do you think so, Brody?
This guy's trying to put poison in your brain, Lily. Don't listen to him.
You think I shouldn't, huh?
Why should you listen to you, Brody?
Go read a book, copper. Go read a book and find out why I should hang around a woman who's married to my best friend, Jimmy Dorn.
Maybe you're waiting for him to die.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah. I never thought of it before. Jimmy's dead, and that makes you number one boy to a lady who just inherited $17,000.
That'll teach you, Lily. That'll teach you not to talk like that.
Talking a woman's easy, Brody. This will be a little... Hey,
what are you doing? You can't play in here.
Stop it!
I'm running a decent joint.
Stop it! Stop it!
Lily, I'm sorry. Don't cry, Lily. Please don't.
Talk to him, Brody. Tell him what he wants to know. Tell him what you never told me. What happened back there 10 years ago? Why were you and Jimmy always hiding? Tell him, Brody.
Take off, copper. You've done your bit. Take off and feel filthy about the whole thing.
Sure, only you fascinate me, Brody. If you didn't shove Jimmy Dorn in front of a subway train, what keeps you alive? First Joe Daniloff, then Jimmy. There's hardly a breeze left of the 3 whirling tornadoes. What's keeping you alive, Brody? Now there was a guy I just had to see. Capex. There was a chance he had taken more than one picture of Dorn. Maybe in the background I'd see a familiar face. Out in Sea Beach near Coney Island, I found the door with Capex's name on it.
Oh, it's you, Danny. Come in.
I didn't want to disturb you, Capex, but I just wondered if you took any more pictures of Dorn besides the one that ran in the news.
Oh, I am not like other photographers, Danny, who take dozens of pictures to get one good one. I take only one, and it is always perfection.
So the one in the news is the only one?
Yes. It is important that there should be other ones?
It might have been. Well, it's quite a gallery you have on the wall.
Yes. Come look, Danny, come look. This one, Danny. This girl who looks like a tired angel on a lonesome street.
Yeah, nice.
And look, and this one, a derelict asleep in the gutter. It has the texture and the lighting of a Rembrandt, though.
Now, Capek, a man of your talent could live in a penthouse with dancing. Why do you live here?
I get some of my best results here.
Yeah, everybody gets some. Hey, you must have got there fast for this picture.
Oh, that one, yes. Well, you know my deal with the police. The minute anything violent happens, I go out with you. I get a picture. You get a body.
Who was it?
That is a man who was once Joe Daniloff.
Daniloff, huh?
Yes. I took this picture just after he fell down the elevator shaft. The mood of finality was magnificent.
Very dramatic, Capek. Daniloff was one of the 3 whirling tornadoes. Did you know that?
So? Well, to me, Daniloff was simply a man who fell down into space and died. The picture captures the sensation, don't you think? The down-sweeping lines, the shadows like a dark caress, the broken form like some grotesque passion, everything neat, everything...
I don't think Capek even saw me open the door and leave. It's a long subway ride and a transfer back to Broadway. Coming up from an underground of naked concrete into the blare of 49th Street, well, there's a magic to it. I didn't have time to enjoy it. I had a job to do and a chance to take. And the chance paid off. Patsy Mack was in his office working late.
Okay, Danny, so I lied to you about my connection with the tornadoes. And why not? First Joe Daniloff, then Jimmy Dorn. Next, maybe me. Why should I take a chance?
They were accidents, the people say.
Oh, not just accidents. Danny, not that kind.
Tell me, Patsy, why do you think you'll be next?
I don't know. This looks like everybody connected with the tornadoes is written down in the little black book.
Tell me more, Patsy.
This time I'm leveling Danny. Once I managed the tornadoes, but I dropped them like they were a basket of snakes.
Why? What did they do?
Remember, I told you there was another guy, their backer?
Yeah.
Well, he got sick. He went to a sanitarium. While he was there, the tornadoes robbed him of everything he ever had.
All three of them did that.
Yes. Danilov, Brody, and Jimmy Dorn.
Danilov and Dorn are gone. That leaves only Brody, plus the widow Dorman, $17,000. Were you ever in a sanitarium, Patsy?
No. But they might put me away for slugging a cop. Oh, what do you want me to do, Danny? Cross my heart and hope to die?
Nothing easier than that. Use your phone for me.
Anything for a friend, Danny. But you are my friend, aren't you, Danny?
Call Billboard for me.
Oh, what?
Personal ad, Patsy. A personal ad on the front page where a guy in the show business will be sure to see it. You phrase it.
Phrase what?
Just this. Anyone connected with the act, the whirling tornadoes, meet at the entrance to Crescent Midway on Coney Island tomorrow night at 11. Have information to wind up affairs of the tornadoes. Phone that in, Patsy.
Because you say so, friend?
Because the police say so. And Patsy.
Yeah?
Sign your name to it. So I had it all set up. This case had murder in it, and I was pretty sure I knew who the murderer was. It was a matter of supplying a pigeon. That was me. The next day, two things happened. The ad was on the front page of Billboard, and rain came. When I hit Coney Island 10:30 that night, it was a wet desert. Neon reflections and stragglers and empty rides. The place was shadows on field paint and shadows on shadows. I had to spot the killer before he spotted me. So I picked one of the darkest places under the framework of the roller coaster and walked into it. I really want you to.
Danny, there's such a night you picked to enjoy Coney Island. On a night like this, it is a dismal alley.
I'm in a dismal mood, K-Peck, and that gun you're holding doesn't make it any brighter.
It gives me the bravery to give orders to a policeman.
You shoot me, you'll be out of character, K-Peck. How are you going to make it look like an accident?
I have other ideas. First, I put my gun in my hand in my pocket. Now I say to you, let's go. Walk, Danny, walk.
You know, K-Peck, I think you loused up the job. A long time ago, you told me everything was neat and perfection. You forgot to tell me you put up the dough for the whirling tornadoes before you went to the sanitarium.
So?
So you killed Danilov and Dorn. But Brody gets away, huh?
Brody in time, policeman. But first, you and I take a ride on a roller coaster.
Yeah. I was wondering how you'd manage it.
Neat and perfection, Danny. Now get on. I'll pay for the tickets when the ride is over. In here, Danny. You get in the first car. I'll sit in the car behind you.
How are you going to work this, K-Peck? You going to slug me and heave me over? Like I said, you can't shoot me. Then it wouldn't look like an accident.
In a few seconds, when we get to the top, you will see. And now keep your hands to your sides, Danny. That's better.
Going to get a picture of this one, too, K-Peck?
When we get to the top, you will see.
The top was 2 seconds away.
Now, Danny, stand up. Stand up.
I stood up. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him rise,
See
too.
how I'm
Take the
making
gun
it
out of
look
his
like an
pocket, its
accident,
barrel in
Danny?
his fist. His arm came up in a wide arc, and that was the break I was waiting for. His body arched forward to strike. I twisted, grabbed his hand and elbow, and threw.
Let go of me, Danny!
How long can a roller coaster ride last? Long enough. Long enough to piece together the jagged edges of some frightened lives. Danilov and Dorn murdered. Murdered because they'd crossed a twisted man named K-Peck. Brody and Patsy Mack hugging the shadows because they were afraid of K-Peck's revenge. And Lily Dorn with a handful of dust and dollars.
You pay for the ride here, mister. Hey, you didn't take that ride all by yourself.
Yeah. A little while later, an ambulance came and picked up the dead, broken body of K-Peck. They took a picture of him, too. I caught a ride back to Broadway in a prowl car. stretches out in front of you, this street called Broadway, like a midway to some cruel and fantastic circus. And you're the performer. You can walk the high wire or play it safe in a cage. Me? I guess my dodge is the wire. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat. Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, is produced and directed by Gordon T. Hughes, with script by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. Musical direction is by Lud Bluffkin. Be sure to join us again next week, same time, same station, for Broadway's My Beat. In just a few minutes on most of these same CBS stations, you'll be hearing the familiar strains of Someday I'll Find You. And the action, as you know, starts with Mr. Keene, the famed tracer of lost persons. A top-rating detective throughout radio's fall, winter, and spring seasons, Mr. Keene will be on hand all summer. So don't miss one of his great cases these Thursday nights on CBS. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
I have the documents, Karen.
What the hell?
How difficult would it be to reprogram the drone?
4 o'clock, Joseph. Here it comes.
There's an armed phantom, and he's coming right for us.
He fired one. Missile at 5 o'clock. F-15 is at 10 o'clock.
You're an atheist.
What do I got to lose?
The bathroom's broken.
Emergency systems.
I have the best seat in the house.
Give us some help.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns Williams and Gracie Allen are up next in our lineup.
Swan, the white floating soap that's pure as fine Castiles, brings you George Burns and Gracie Allen. With the music of Felix Mills, the Swan Ted, and yours truly, Harry Von Zell. Well, yesterday was a lovely Sunday, so George and Gracie went for a walk. But it was also Father's Day, and several people stopped to pat George's cheek and tell Gracie what a sweet old gentleman her father was. Well, it's still the topic of conversation as we look in at the Burns home.
The idea. Those people thinking you're old. Thinking you're my father. I've never been so mad in all my life.
Me too.
Ooh, I can still hear them. How is your sweet old father? Oh, what a charming old father. Tell you, I'm furious.
Me too.
Since when do you have to be old to be my father?
Oh, so that's why you burned up.
Not only that, dear. Even if they called you my young father, I wouldn't like it. You're my husband, and I want everyone to know it. Because I love you, and I'm proud of you.
Thanks, dear.
I want everyone to know that I was courted by the youngest, handsomest, most charming, most sought-after star in show business.
Thanks.
But I married you because I love you.
Thanks.
Well, certainly you've got a few lines in your face. But maybe that's my fault. Maybe I haven't been a good wife.
Oh, sure you have, honey.
Oh, no, I haven't. I worry you. I'm always running out and buying a new hat without even asking your permission.
Oh, well.
Oh, Judge, I hereby promise I'll never buy another hat unless you surprise me and ask me to.
Okay. All right.
I'm just vain, selfish, extravagant, and terrible.
Now, honey, I forgive you. Please, don't cry. I'll do anything to keep you from crying.
A new hat might help.
I thought so. Okay, go buy a new hat.
Oh, now, see, isn't it nicer when you surprise me? That way it doesn't worry you.
Yes, much nicer, yes.
And that's the way everything's going to be from now on, dear. We're going to concentrate on making you young. Now, the first thing on our campaign will be to buy you some new clothes. Look at that old blue serge thing you're wearing.
I guess it is a little shiny.
Shiny? If you ever break the seat of your pants, you'll have 7 years bad luck.
Okay, I can use a new blue serge.
Oh, no more of those conservative old man suits. You're going to the store where Van Johnson and Alan Ladd and Frank Sinatra buy their clothes. And I'm going along to watch.
Don't you trust me? What do you have to watch?
Van Johnson, Alan Ladd,
and Frank Sinatra, yes. Well, let's go.
Now, you be looking at the suits, George. I'll see if I can get a clerk to wait on us.
You're being very optimistic.
Pardon me, madam. Do you wish a clerk?
Why, yes.
Then allow me to place myself at your complete disposal. I shall be happy to serve you. Take your time in choosing what you want. If you wish to change your mind, feel free to do so. And if you wish to return your purchase, I shall refund your money with a smile. The customer is always right.
Well, welcome back to civilian life.
How did you know I'd been in the Army?
Well, for a clerk to talk like that, you must have been overseas for the last 3 years.
What can I show you, madam?
Well, I want you to sell my husband a youthful suit of clothes. Something with zip and color to it. You see, he's the conservative type.
I know the type well. Tall, distinguished. Shall we say he looks like a fine, handsome banker? Shall we say he has the appearance of a well-groomed, intelligent-looking doctor?
Yeah, let's say that. It might be fun. But actually, he's in the radio business. He's an entertainer.
Oh, well, then this is just the store for him. We sell Sinatra his ties and Crosby his shirts.
Good. My husband is their type.
Oh, fine. Would you say he had Sinatra's figure or Crosby?
Well, a little of each. From his shoulders to his waist, he's Sinatra's. And from his waist down, he just Crosby's right out of his clothes. Oh, here comes my husband. Now, remember, we've got to make him think he looks young.
Oh, yes, indeedy.
Young enough to wear young clothes.
I understand.
Well, Gracie, did you get a clerk?
Yes, dear. This gentleman will wait on us.
Hello, son. Son? So you want a suit, huh? Something to wear around the campus?
Now, look, clerk, I'm no dope. I know I don't look like a 19-year-old kid.
Oh, but, sir, men of 25 and 26 also go to college.
Oh, well, that's different. Let's go into the college.
Good. Right this way. I'll call our fitter. Oh, Mr. Vilty!
Yes, Mr. Snapper.
This gentleman wants something in a nice, youthful suit. Shall we measure him?
Let's do. Now, where's my tape? Oh, here. Ready, Mr. Snapper?
Ready. Are you ready, Mr. Vilty?
I'm ready, Mr. Snapper.
Are you ready, Mr. Burns?
I'm ready, yes.
Then here we go. Neck, 32.
Neck, 32.
Shoulders, 32.
Shoulders. 32.
Chest, 32.
Chest, 32.
Arms, 32.
Arms, 32.
Legs, 32.
Legs, 32.
Dull, isn't he?
What size do you think he'll take?
Well, now, look, this is just a guess, but how about 32?
Well, that should fit. How about this number right here?
That thing?
Oh, George, it's beautiful. Yellow gabardine with patch pockets and a belt in the back.
This is a suit for hepcats and jitterbugs. I wouldn't wear this thing.
It's just what you need, George. Wrap it up, Mr. Clark. He'll take it.
I will not.
Oh, yes, you will.
Oh, no, I won't.
Yes, you will.
I will not take this suit home, or my name isn't George Burns.
It looks wonderful on you, Henry.
Looks terrible. Look, the coat comes clear down to my knees. And get a load of these shoulders. They must be 4 feet wide. There's a ton of padding in here.
Oh, is that padding? I thought those were your own shoulders.
Really?
I say some pretty silly things sometimes, don't I?
Yes.
Oh, look. Here comes Harry Von Zell. Now, I'll prove it's a lovely suit. You can leave it to Harry.
I'd love to leave it to Harry. Or anybody else who'd take it.
Come in.
Hi, Gracie. Hello, Joe.
Oh, Harry, isn't that a beautiful piece of material?
It certainly is. Why don't you have it made into a suit, George?
This is a suit.
Yeah, it's supposed to fit that way. It's a sack suit.
Looks like it's still got the potatoes in it. George, why did you buy this outlandish thing?
To make him look young.
Oh, Gracie, you can't make him look young with clothes.
Well, he's certainly not going around without them.
I mean, you have to work on his face.
Oh, what's the matter with George's face?
What's the matter with it? Pull up a chair, Gracie. This will take a little while. Now, in the first place, George's face is full of...
Harry, I wash my face with Swan soap, you know.
Oh. Yes. Well, as I was about to say, it's full of charm and personality. And why not? That face is washed with Swan, and Swan's the white floating soap that's pure as fine Castile. Why, Swan's so pure, so mild and gentle that doctors recommend it for even a baby's tender skin. So it must be great for George's tub or shower, his hands and face. Yes, sir, Swan soap is responsible for George Burns' handsome, charming face.
Why so fast?
I had to hurry up and say that before television came along. Of course, I can take my time about saying that Swan's swell for doing dishes. You not only get loads of fast-working suds, but Baby Gentle Swan helps keep your hands looking smooth and lovely. Boy, Swan's the soap that's swell for everything.
Well, I'm going to take the suit back and get my 1750.
You will not. Oh, I can't wait for you to wear it to our radio broadcast.
Oh, honey, if I wore this to our broadcast, the people would laugh at me.
Yeah, and we don't want to be different, do we?
I'm going into the den.
Oh, Oh, now see what you've done, Harry. You've upset George. If he's going to look young, he has to smile and laugh and be gay. And, say, that's an idea. Oh, I heard a marvelous joke at the beauty shop yesterday. I'll go in and tell it to George. George?
Yes?
What
are you laughing at?
Oh, I can't help it. It happens every time I think of that story.
What story?
You mean you haven't heard it?
I don't know. How does it go?
Well, it seems it was a man.
Go on.
Oh, you haven't heard it, huh?
Doesn't sound familiar.
Oh, well, good. I'll tell it to you. Now, this man said to the streetcar conductor, which end do I get off? George, don't you get it?
That's the whole story?
Well, there was another line, but I couldn't wait for it. I was double parked.
Okay, I'll tell you how it ends. The conductor said you can get off at either end. They both stop.
Both what?
Both ends.
Both ends of what?
Both ends of the streetcar. The man said, which end do I get off? And the conductor said, either end. They both stop.
That's your idea of a funny story.
I didn't tell it. You told it.
I didn't have that silly finish to it.
You didn't have any finish to it.
Well, no wonder you can't laugh with that sense of humor.
Why do you want me to laugh?
Well, because laughter and humor make you young. Now, listen to this riddle. What is it that hasn't got what you think it has, but if it has, how many has it got? Feel younger?
I feel younger, yes.
Now Felix Mills and the orchestra with the Swantet singing Button Up Your Overcoat.
Button up your overcoat when the wind is free. Take good care of yourself, you belong to me. Eat an apple every day, get to bed by 3. Just take good care, you belong to me. Be careful crossing streets, ooh, don't eat meat, ooh, cut out sweet, ooh, you'll get a pain and brew when your tum-tum. Keep away from bootleg hooch when you're on a spree. Take good care of yourself, you belong to me.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Burns.
Hello, Mr. Postman.
There's a frown on your pretty little face today. Are you unhappy?
Oh, George and I are both unhappy, Mr. Postman. Yesterday was Father's Day, and some thoughtless person mistook George for my father. Isn't it the dickens the way one little chance remark can upset you?
Oh, yes. A man once made a remark to my missus and me, and I've been mad at him for 17 years.
Oh, my goodness. What did he say to you?
I now pronounce you man and wife.
Well, I've just got to find some way to make George look younger. How do you manage to keep so young-looking, Mr. Postman?
Oh, I go in for athletics, Mrs. Burns. That's what accounts for my glowing skin, my springy step, and the lovely symmetrical lines of my magnificent torso.
Athletics, huh?
Yes, baseball in particular. Every Sunday I go down to the corner lot with the old bat.
Oh, really?
Yes, and she pitches to me.
Are you a very good baseball player, Mr. Postman?
Oh, phenomenal. Mr. Bob Cobb, the owner of the Hollywood Baseball Club, has asked me to play on his team.
Oh, my, you must really be good to get such an offer.
Oh, yes. My team won the championship back in college. I'll never forget that big game. It was the 9th inning. There were 2 out and the bases full. We were losing by a run and the crowd was going wild.
Oh, my.
Even before I grabbed my bat, the crowd began to scream, "We want Herman! Put in Herman! Herman will win for us! Put in Herman!"
Oh, how thrilling. What happened?
And they took me out and put in Herman.
But, Mr. Postman, you give me an idea. If baseball can keep you young, maybe it can do the same for my husband. I'm going to call Mr. Bob Cobb and tell him he can have George for his baseball team. Can you imagine what he'll say?
Yes, and if he does, you slap his face. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, thanks for coming over, Mr. Cobb. My husband will make a great baseball player for your Hollywood team. Your team does play baseball, doesn't it?
Well, there's a little difference of opinion about that. Could I have a look at Mr. Burns?
Oh, sure. He's right here in the den. Well, do you think you can use him?
I'm afraid not. The men on the Hollywood baseball team like fellas their own age. He's at least 20 years too young for my players.
Who is he?
Oh, a man I thought might want you to play baseball with his team.
Me? Play baseball?
Well, darling, I'm trying to think of something that'll make you younger. Some game or exercise Oh, I've got it. Dancing. That's what the young folks do.
It is?
Well, certainly. Whenever a boy or a girl get together, they dance. Now, suppose a soldier comes home. He hasn't seen his girl for 3 years. So he grabs her in his arms.
And they dance?
If Mother's there, they do.
I see.
Oh, I heard about a wonderful dancing school where they teach you the rumba and the conga. Learn those and we can go dancing.
We go dancing now. I dance, don't I?
Well, yes, dear, but the bunny hug is out of date. Come in.
What's going on, folks?
Oh, hello, Harry. I'm trying to talk George into the conga.
Oh, it's great. I was in a conga line last night.
You see, George, it must be great if you have to stand in line to get it. Now, Harry, maybe George wouldn't be so bashful if you go to dancing school with him, huh?
Oh, no, I can't, Gracie. I'm on my way now to the post office. I've got to mail this dime to Swan, Box 1, New York 8, New York, so I can get one of those swell baby pictures the Swan people are offering. It's a big picture in full color and no advertising on it. Just perfect for the children's room or anywhere else in the house.
Well, can't you go dancing first?
Oh, no, I don't dare, Gracie. Once that conga rhythm gets me, I just forget everything. My hips start swinging, and the rest of me can't stop them.
Well, the rest of you is out wait.
No, I want to send for that Swan picture, Gracie. You should just see it. It shows a lot of laughing little babies playing on a merry-go-round. It makes you happy just to look at it. Everybody ought to send for one.
You mean you're afraid of a little simple rhythm like da-da-da-da-da, thump, da-da-da-da-da, thump.
Now stop it, Gracie. Don't, will you? Now, I've got to remember. Send in for that picture. Lovely baby picture. Send a dime to Box 1, New York 8, New York. Send a dime to Box 1, New York 8, New York.
He will talk our ears off. Got to get him out there.
Open up the door, George. I will give him a shock.
Gotta get that picture. Can't forget that picture.
Well, here we are, George. Senior College School of the Latin American Dancers.
Honey, this is a waste of time. Conga lessons aren't going to make me younger.
Oh, sure they will. And it's a simple dance to learn. You take 3 steps, then stop and flip the hips.
Yes.
And all you have to remember is when you put on the brakes, you leave the motor running.
Okay, I'll go in and suffer through it.
Good. I'll be back for you later.
I'll be out of here in 10 seconds if I'm smart. And I am smart.
Ah, here is a new pupil for Lolita to teach.
Yeah.
Ah, bueno, senor. You will be a fine dancer. I can see the grace, the rhythm in your beautiful body.
You can?
See, Lolita will teach you everything in the book.
She will?
See. Now we are ready for the lesson. Put your hand on my waist.
Okay. Oh,
What is the matter?
your waist tickles my hand.
Now we will begin the dance. When the music starts, watch my hips carefully, will you?
You can count on me.
Then we start the music. Oh, I was right, senor. You are magnificent dancer.
Me, Lolita?
See. But this time you must hold me even closer.
Me, Lolita?
See, you are so strong.
Me, Lolita?
Well, George, did you like it? Let go of that woman.
Oh, she was only showing me a few things. I mean, I was learning things. I mean, she's teaching me.
See.
I see plenty. Who is this woman?
Oh, allow me to introduce you to. Lolita, this is,
Mrs. Burns.
Oh, yes. And, honey, you sure had the right idea with these dancing lessons. Every time I dance with Lolita, I feel so young.
Well, let's come home, Junior.
Oh, senorita, do not be so unfriendly. Remember the good neighbor policy.
Yeah, Lolita is South American.
See, I am South American from my head to my toes.
Well, I don't like my husband's attitude toward Brazil. Come on.
Gracie and George will be right back. I just want to let you know that the offer of a baby picture that I talked about is really on the level. You can get a swell big picture in full color, perfect for framing for only 10 cents. A picture that shows lots of happy, laughing babies really having a great time. Send your 10 cents in coin to Swan, Box 1, New York 8, New York. Swan, Box 1, New York 8, New York. And now here are George and Gracie.
So you think I'm not young enough to dance, huh? Move the furniture back. I'll put on this record and show you some real dancing.
Oh, George.
Now, come here.
You're hard. You're holding me so tight.
Sure.
We're really going to cut a run.
You bet. Here we go.
Oh, you solid Jack.
Good night, folks.
Friends, the makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your Columbia station next Monday at the same time. And may we remind you again to turn in waste fat regularly. It's needed for explosives and life-saving medicines. And don't forget the 2 red points you'll get for every pound. Remember, too, George Burns and Gracie Allen on CBS every Monday night. So until next Monday, this is Harry Von Zell saying, well, I swan. How about you?
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Man the odds! Quick on all canvas!
Gather round, lads and lasses, gather round. You've been shanghaied aboard for the last cruise of the Crimson Pirate. A long, long time ago in the far, far Caribbean. Remember, in a pirate ship, in pirate waters, in a pirate world.
This and a whole new world of entertainment wonders is gloriously unfurled in the crimson story of the Crimson Pirate. In the turbulent days when the lush islands of the Caribbean lay crushed in the steel grip of the cruel Baron Gruda, when only one man, the Crimson Pirate, dared to oppose the tyrant's might. Captain Vallo the Valiant, as daring in love as he was in battle, who preyed upon the golden galleons of the oppressor and stormed his citadels with cutlass and saber, stout heart and bare fists. And when mutiny left him to face the enemy alone, he forged the weapons of an unborn age to blast the threat of tyranny from the sea.
Hands aloft, please. You're the prisoners of Captain Vallo and his scurvy crew.
You may be overconfident, Captain Vallo. There are 200 of the King's Marines aboard this vessel.
And only 20 pirates. That puts the odds slightly in my favor.
It's Burt Lancaster in a portrayal that surpasses the spectacular action and thrills of his role in The Flame and the Arrow. And with him again, to share his amazing adventures, is Nick Cravat, Eva Bartok, an exciting new star, as Consuelo, the hostage.
Why did you bolt your cabin door last night?
If you know it was bolted, you must have tried it. And if you tried it, you know why it was bolted.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game. Public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure Political Strings. The Green Hornet strikes again. Jonathan Ward was a stout man, and after listening to his smooth, easy manner of speech and observing the bland expression on his round, florid face, one was led to wonder just what it was that gave him power as political boss in his district. But his beguiling smile didn't fool the man who sat beside Ward's massive desk in his sumptuous office and listened as Boss Ward talked.
Carter, the primary is getting close. That young fellow, Franklin Norwell, with his ideas of reform, is going to give our candidate a very close race.
Yes, that's right. We're doing all we can to swing things our way. But
I see you feel the same way about Norwell.
That's right, I do, Mr. Ward.
We must do something about it.
Yes. We've got to keep Hood in the mayor's office. He's been mighty useful to us.
Hood can't win. Norwell is as good as elected. And, Carter, we're going to get on the bandwagon.
What do you mean?
We shall withdraw our support of Hood. We'll back Franklin Norwell.
What? But, Mr. Ward, Norwell's definitely based his campaign on the fact that he's honest.
I know. From now until he's elected, we're a bunch of reformists. After that...
Norwell is honest. We can't handle him as we've handled Hood.
Get things moving behind young Norwell, Carter. As for the rest, just leave all that to me. Now get some publicity out to the newspapers right away.
Twitching something to boost Norwell, and turning thumbs down at Hood, who's no good and like to get beaten anyhow so they can get on the bandwagon.
What?
Oh, Michael, you can't say that again.
Take that again, Axford.
Well, you know the Ward machine.
Yes. Ward and his men have been backing Mayor Hood for re-election.
Not since this morning.
What? You mean to say that Ward has changed sides?
That's what I told you. He's come out with all his weight to boost young Frank Norwell.
Norwell's a Sentinel candidate.
Well, politics makes strange bedfellows. Imagine being on the same side as Jonathan Ward.
I thought Norwell was a good guy. I thought he was on the level.
Well, the Daily Sentinel calls him clean-cut, sincere, and honest.
If he's backed by Jonathan Ward, he can't be so hot.
I wonder how he feels about Ward's backing.
Maybe I could find out, Reed. How'd it be if I was to call on him?
Good. Go ahead. Go and see Norwell. And if you can't get to him, let me know. Find out if he's made any kind of a deal with Jonathan Ward.
That I will, Reed. I'm on my way. So you see, Mr. Norwell, we got to know the facts. If you expect any more cooperation from the Daily Sentinel, that is.
Mr. Axford, believe me when I say that Ward's move is as much of a surprise to me as it is to everybody else. No one from his headquarters has approached me about it at all.
Well, are you going to accept his backing?
Frankly, I want to be elected. I'm neither going to accept nor reject it. I'll continue my campaign along the lines it's been going, and my aims and promises will not change. I give my word on that.
Well, I guess that's fair enough. I'll report what you say.
You can quote me. Hood was elected mayor with Jonathan Ward's backing. He's been paying for that backing with favors at the expense of the taxpayer.
That's it, by golly, Norwell. You hit it right on the nose.
If Ward expects any such favors from me, he's due for a disappointment.
No, you're talking, lad. That's the stuff. Now, what was it you said I was to quote? Say it again, will you? Take it slow so as I can write it down.
I shall neither accept nor reject the support of Jonathan Ward.
That's the paper. Read Frank Norwell's statement. Here you are, sir. Reform candidate replies to Ward machine. Here you are, sir. Read all about it. Sentinel paper.
I'm neither going to accept nor reject Ward's support. I shall continue my campaign along the lines it's been going. And my aims and promises will not change. I give my word on that. You know, Carter, young Norwell has determination and brains. This statement will hold the support he already has, and he's not rejecting ours.
I know, Mr. Ward, but reading between the lines, I'd say that's a repudiation of our offer to support him.
What else did you expect from a chap like Norwell?
But I don't see what benefit there is to us in switching our support to Norwell. He'll get in, but he won't listen to anything we might want him to do after he is elected mayor.
Carter, you've been with me a long time. But you haven't learned one thing, that I never do anything without thinking it over, nor without a motive.
But, Mr. Ward, in this case...
In this case, the first thing is to see that Norwell gets in. Then, Carter, I'll show you how easily I'll swing him into line. Now get busy, and leave Norwell's future actions to me.
All right, Mr. Ward. I'll start the ball rolling for Norwell right away. He's as good as elected right now.
Okay, I'll take you to him. Here's the latest report, Gunnigan. 472 precincts.
Swell. What time you got, Axford? Who, me? Oh. It's about 9 o'clock.
9, huh? The turns are coming in faster than usual.
Norwell slipped a little bit.
Between you and me, Ward's backing him did him more harm than good.
You know, Gunnigan, that's just what I was telling Reed. I was saying that
The
what...
guy from the radio station wants to know if you're dead around here.
Here, take him this. 472 precincts heard from.
Okay, I'll tell him.
I was telling Reed that
Hey,
what...
how do you like this, Gunnigan? Norwell's piled up a lead of 500 and some votes.
How many you got there?
550 precincts.
It looks to me like Norwell, hands down. Have we got a man at Hood's headquarters?
Yes, Larry. Get him on the phone and keep the line open. Just keep talking. If Norwell keeps piling up, Hood's likely to concede in half an hour.
Right.
You, Jeffries, take this over to the broadcaster. Fine thing, this business of helping radio spread the news so people don't have to buy a paper. Axford, do you want something?
Well, a little while ago in Reed's office, I was saying
Is
that
he still here?
Sure he is. He's in his office. I was telling him that
Now, wait a minute. Hey, Josephine, get the boss.
Coming in fast, Gunnigan.
How many precincts now?
900.
Okay. Hello, boss. It's going to be Norwell. Yeah, he's running further ahead all the time. Looks like the kid's in. I don't know whether to be glad or sorry. Axford, stop pouring those papers on my desk. Yeah, Axford's still hanging around. Okay, I'll tell him. Axford.
Huh?
Reed says stick around. He's going to take you calling.
Okay. You know, Gunnigan, I was telling Reed there's something funny about Jonathan Ward back in Young Norwell.
Wait a minute.
I thought...
Hey, Joe, you got that line open to Hood's headquarters?
Yeah, Lowry's on the line now.
Hood going to concede?
I'll find out how it looks.
What's he say, Gunnigan?
Didn't you hear him?
I mean Reed. What's he want of me?
As soon as Norwell's in, he's going over to his headquarters.
Yeah? Golly, that's great. I'd better get some pencils and paper. The chances are I'll have to interview Norwell.
Not my pencils. Put those down.
Here's Chief. The stuff sure comes fast with those voting machines in the job.
You're telling me.
Hey, the guy over at the microphone wants to know if there's any coffee left.
No, send the office boy out for another pail.
Well, how about some sandwiches? We're getting hungry.
Gunnigan, grab your phone. This is it. Larry says Hood's throwing in the towel.
Put him on. Hello, Larry. Let's have it. Take it, Sam. I'll repeat what Larry says. Just a minute, Larry. Pete, go tell Mr. Reed it's all over and the Sentinel's man is in. We can let the presses roll. Okay, Larry. Shoot. Hood conceded the election of Franklin Norwell at 9:07 when returns from over half the city had been reported. Failing in his run for re-election, the incumbent mayor made the following statement, quote, I wish my successor the best of luck. Election returns. Mayor Hood concedes.
Hey, lady. Special right here.
Reform candidate elected. Here you are, sir. Franklin Norwell elected mayor. Set elect Street. The new mayor. Congratulations, Norwell. Great work, boy. You put it over. Hey, has anybody got a swallow opener?
Suffering snakes, Reed. Norwell's campaign headquarters is like a clam bake.
Well, this will all die down a few minutes, Axford. Then we'll see what Norwell has to say.
Look, he's going into the inside office where it's private. Maybe we could catch him in there without all these stooges hanging around.
Well, come on, Axford. We'll speak to the girl over there. She seems to be the custodian of the Sanctum Sanctorum.
Okay.
Yeah, I suppose we'll have to wait until that overstuffed man moves aside. Axford.
Huh?
His back looks familiar.
Suffering snakes, Reed. He does it that. That's Jonathan Ward.
Come on, let's edge over.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ward. But Mr. Norwell said he didn't wish to be disturbed by anyone for the next few minutes. He wants to be alone while he telephones his mother long distance.
I'm quite sure, young lady, he'll see me.
He specifically mentioned you, sir.
Just take this note to him.
Well, all right. I'll give him the note.
You tried to get on the bandwagon?
Eh? Oh, your name is Axford, isn't it?
That it is. And by golly, it's going to be interesting now to see what happens to a lot of guys that have been holding down soft jobs.
Eh?
I was...
Well, young lady, what did Mr. Mayor have to say when he read my note?
Well, he said for you to go right in, Mr. Ward.
Thank you, young lady. Thank you very much. Well, Axford, drop in at my office sometime. Let's get better acquainted.
By golly, Reed, what do you make of that? Don't that look like there's something between Ward and Norwell?
Yes, Axford, it does. I'd like to know more about it. Well, we should be able to see Norwell in a few minutes.
I do appreciate the support your paper gave me, Mr. Reed. And I propose to live up to all of the things you said of me.
I'm glad to hear that, Norwell. For a time, I wondered.
You wondered?
Yes. When I saw Jonathan Ward go into your office.
Oh.
Do you care to discuss his visit?
No comment.
No, hold on, Mr. Norwell. Our public is going to want to know if Jonathan Ward can swing you around his finger like he always did with Hood.
No comment, Mr. Axford.
Are you going to reappoint Ward to the job he holds?
No comment.
No comment, no comment, no comment. What's back of it, Axford?
Reed, that's what I'd sure like to know. Where do you go now, Reed? To the apartment?
Yes, I think I shall, Axford. No reason to go back to the office.
Well, do you mind dropping me at cops' headquarters? I might as well see what Burke thinks about the election.
No comment, Cato. That's all he'd say.
Well, no comment sometimes says much, Mr. Britt.
Yeah. Norwell would have denied any obligation to Jonathan Ward if he could. The fact that he made no comment is proof that Ward's put pressure on him. But how? What kind of pressure? Let's have a look at that phone book.
Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Britt.
I have an idea. May work. Let's see. W's. W-A-N. Ward. Here we are. John, Jonas, Jonathan. What time is it?
Oh, just after midnight. Mr. Ward probably not at home this early on election night.
All the better. I'd rather have him not at home.
Well, Norwell probably at home. He's not a night owl.
Norwell won't be out as late as Ward. Hello? Is this Jonathan Ward's residence? No, I didn't expect to catch him this early, but I'd like to talk to him before morning. What time do you expect him? Well, 3? Well, that's all right. Ask him to phone Frank Norwell at 3. Yes, of course, at home. Thanks.
Mr. Britt, I not understand.
You will, Cato.
But why is Mr. Ward to telephone Mr. Norwell at 3 o'clock in the morning?
Because, Cato, at 3 o'clock in the morning, he's going to tell the Green Hornet what kind of an axe he's holding over Norwell's head.
Mayor, it's a lot of responsibility.
Election final. Landslide victory for reform ticket. Read all the solid central final victory.
Landslide victory. Yes, landslide victory. That's what the papers call it. Reform ticket. If the people only knew what a double cross the new mayor is going to give them. Oh, the phone.
Stand still, Norwell.
Huh? What? That mask.
Steady.
The Green Hornet. What does this mean? Don't tell me you're working with...
With whom?
No one.
Norwell, I'm going to answer your phone, and I don't want interference. This gas won't hurt.
No.
Sorry. Hello?
Hello, who is this?
Listen to me, Ward. I've got to whisper. I don't want to wake anyone up.
What do you want, Noel?
Just this. I've been thinking everything over very carefully since the returns came in. I've reached a decision.
You needn't bother making any decisions, Noel. I'll make them for you.
That's what I wanted to tell you. You won't.
What's that?
I said you won't make any decisions for me.
Have you lost your mind?
No, I haven't lost my mind. I've made it up. You can go to blazes. I want no part of you. Well, what are you going to do about it?
What am I going to do? What am I going to do, eh? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Perhaps you thought I was bluffing about your father.
Maybe you were bluffing about Father. How do I know you weren't?
Listen, you young upstart. You'll find out I wasn't bluffing.
You wouldn't dare go through with what you said.
No? You'll see, Norwell. You'll see whether or not I dare go through.
Is Father alive right now?
I told you he was.
Maybe you've already disposed of him.
I said he was alive.
I've got to have proof.
What kind of proof do you expect?
A note from him.
You saw a note from him.
He might have been killed after he wrote that note.
He wasn't.
I want another note, Ward. Have him write another note over the headline of the Daily Sentinel, last edition. That'll prove he's alive right now.
You'll get that note in the
I want it before morning.
But it's after 3 o'clock right now.
What of it?
All right, I'll see what I can do.
So that's it. I've got Norwell's father. Sorry, Norwell. I'll put you on the bed. You'll probably be out for another hour or so. Get going, Cato.
Yes, Mr. Britt.
Straight ahead to the corner, then to the right. We've got to get to Jonathan Ward's house in a hurry.
Mr. Britt, was the mission successful?
It was. Ward came through. He spilled it, Cato.
Oh, that's good. What was axe over head of Norwell?
Ward has Frank's father.
Abduction?
Yes. Turn here. Straight ahead. Last house on this road.
Ward made threats against father's life?
That's about the size of it.
Will you know where father is held?
No, but I'm going to find out. If we're not too late, Jonathan Ward will tell me.
Impetuous young fool. About time you got back.
I had to go to the corner to get the last edition of the Daily Sentinel.
All right, Carter, all right.
It is.
You're sure this is the last edition?
Yes.
Yeah. Look at this headline. This is all we'll need. We've got to make the old man write a note to his crusading young son, the fair-haired boy, right above this headline.
That won't be so tough, will it?
No, but it makes me boil to have to go to all this trouble in the middle of the night. I wouldn't do it if I wasn't afraid to take a chance on Norwell.
Afraid?
I don't want him to blow off to reporters the first thing in the morning.
Oh.
Give me a couple of days with him, and I'll have him well in line. Meanwhile, we'll have to humor him.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the headline, Carter. Take it out to Beasley's Sanitarium.
Doc Beasley will raise Mary Ned when I get him out of bed at 4 a.m.
Yeah, that old quack. Remind him who's financing his place. He'd be peddling shoestrings if I didn't keep him going.
I'll be back in an hour.
I'll wait up for you. Wait up for him. 3 o'clock in the morning.
You'll wait a long time.
Watch it.
How does it feel to be afraid, Ward?
Green Hornet.
That's right.
Yeah. If you think I'm afraid of a cheap crook with a mask...
I don't think you're afraid of me, but wait until the police get you.
Police get me? I'm not a housebreaker, but you are.
The window in the adjoining room was quite convenient.
What do you want?
I just wanted to know where you were holding Norwell's father, and I heard you say Beasley Sanitarium. And that's where I'm going. Goodbye, Ward. I'll go out through the door.
But wait, listen to me. What are you after?
I'll meet your pal at Beasley's place.
Well, of all that... Got away. Well, here's where I get a reward. Operator, give me police headquarters and hurry.
Hey, boss. Who's just here? That car...
Shut up. Hello, police headquarters? Jonathan Ward speaking. Now listen to this and get it straight. The Green Hornet is on the post road, heading for a place called Beasley Sanitarium. Get out there and you can catch him.
A Green Hornet, holy smoke.
Yes, this is Jonathan Ward. You can check back on the number if you want. And don't say I never did you a favor. Steve, get on that phone and call Beasley. Tell him the Green Hornet's on the way, and perhaps the police. Get old Norwell out of sight.
Right.
Don't do it.
What the...
The Hornet.
You again. You left a second ago.
My car did. I tried that convenient window again.
But what
Thanks for calling the police.
What do you want now?
I came to use your phone, with or without permission.
Steve, get him.
Right. I hope you try it. Yes. You too, Ward.
No.
Operator, police headquarters, and hurry.
Let it ring, Burke. Let someone else answer it. We got to get going for the Green Hornet.
But I got to get the phone axe first. Police headquarters, Sergeant Burke speaking.
Mr. Ward forgot to tell you that you'll have to go through the Beasley place. The Hornet may be inside before you get there.
Right.
What was it, Burke?
Guy calling for Ward. Says the Hornet's got a big start. Come on.
A big start, you say?
We got to go through Beasley place. Hey, Joe, get the boys and come with us. Bring the riot guns.
We gotta take over Beasley's sanitarium.
Quiet, Axford. You just came here by courtesy. I'll give the orders.
Then give 'em. Bring the riot guns. We gotta take over Beasley's sanitarium. Come on. We're after the Green Hornet.
Carter, if I sign this paper, write a note on it, as you say, what then?
No promises, Norwell. You just write a note to your son so he'll know you're alive.
How long do you propose to keep me in this awful place?
That's up to the boss.
You can't keep me here indefinitely. You'll kill me sooner or later.
Go ahead and write that note, or I'll suggest that Beasley operate in the morning.
That noise.
Must be a new patient coming in. Some of them put up more of a fight than you did.
I'll write the note.
Say, this room is private.
Police! Where's that Green Hornet?
What are you talking about?
Get me out of here. Help me.
You shut up.
I won't shut
I'll
up.
show
you.
Listen, this old man's crazy. He's my father.
That's a lie. Get me out of here. Take me to my son. I've been held here for 3 days.
He's crazy, I tell you. Ask Lucian that he's...
My son is Franklin Norwell. Here, look, this headline.
Holy crow. Norwell's old man. Wow. And that's Weasel-Faced Carter, Jonathan Ward's right-hand man.
Ward abducted me. He's trying to make my boy take orders.
Well, you stay where you are.
Like one, let me go.
I'll fix this lug. Good one, Axford. Now where at is that Green Hornet? Bring him on. I'm in a fighting mood, and I want action.
Get Beasley. Get them all. This place is a private jail operated by Jonathan Ward.
Come on, boys. Let's take the place apart and see what we can find.
Here, Gunnigan. Some hot coffee.
Casey, you still hanging around?
Uh-huh. Oh, it's been fun watching the returns come in.
Fun my eye. As far as I was concerned, the election was over when Norwell got in. The dribbles from outstate are duller than market reports.
Here, hold your cup and I'll pour some coffee.
And speaking of Norwell, what do you think of that guy?
Oh, why?
He's a stick in the mud. After the way we rolled him to the mayor's job, he won't even give us a statement. No comment was all he said. No comment.
Oh.
How do you like that? We were all set for a statement that would smash all over the front page.
Who interviewed him after Mr. Reed tried it?
4 men tried to get him to talk. No comment. I wish this job had a stick in it.
You know, that's odd.
I spent 5 hours setting up a statement of policy. A statement that hit straight from the shoulder. A statement that would put Jonathan Ward and his machine in rat holes. A statement that would make the people of this town feel that at last that they had a man that would do things. And did he sign that statement? No. What did he say? No comment. Oh, why don't I quit this business and raise turnips or something?
Oh, don't take it so hard, Gunnigan.
Or better still, why don't I own the paper and go out night clubbing until 5 a.m., then drop in on my way home and say, good night, slaves, like the boss.
Huh?
Look, coming in pretty soft.
Oh, Mr. Reed.
Quiet around here, isn't it?
Yes, it sure is, boss.
Still around this case? You'd better take tomorrow off.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, nothing special, eh?
No, outstate's running in the groove. Boss, isn't there some way you can get Norwell to sign that statement so that we can hit the streets with it and the bulldog?
Norwell wouldn't comment.
Nuts. Oh, well. Yeah? No, nothing new. Let him roll. Paper be flat as a pancake without that statement from Norwell.
Hey, Gunnigan!
Oh, it's Axford.
Look what I got. Hi, Reed. Oh, golly, I'm glad you're here. Hiya, Casey.
Have you been in a fight?
That I have, Reed. And oh, brother, you should see Weasel-Faced Carter.
Who?
Listen, Reed, Gunnigan, all of you, listen. We went out for the Green Hornet, but we didn't get him.
You call that news?
Wait. We got to Doc Beasley's sanitarium, and what do you think? Who did we find there but Norwell's father?
Frank Norwell's father?
Yeah. He knew Jonathan Ward, and Ward told him to come to the city and to Beasley's place on account of Frank was hurt bad and being held there.
When?
2 days ago. And when he got there, he was held a prisoner. Beasley's been in a racket all along, holding people there against their will.
Wait, Axford, I don't want to miss this. Hold the press. Hang on to this line a minute. Coffee, get over here. Larry, come here and get some stuff for rewrite.
Holy crow.
Give out, Axford.
Well, Ward told Norwell that if he didn't take orders, he'd never see his old man alive.
Wow.
Go on, I got that.
The cops were there with me. They did, Carter. Then they went to Ward's house. He'd been gassed by the Hornets, but he come to, and Norwell's father brought the charges against him.
Ward is in jail?
He is. Had 3 or 4 guys with him, including Doc Beasley.
Tear down that front page and stand by for a replay.
What about Norwell, the mayor? What's he say?
Did you see him?
Yeah, and he'd been gassed by the Hornet, too.
No.
Yes, he said Ward had an axe over his head. But now, by thunder, he talked.
His statement. Maybe we can get him to sign it.
This is it!
Sign?
Oh, Michael! That's what I could kiss you!
That's top news for the press services.
Right, boss. Go on, you slaves. Get those typewriters going. Oh, brother. Norwell's statement, Ward's downfall, and Old Man's abduction, Beasley's racket exposed. Where's that guy that writes the headlines? Ward in jail, Norwell abduction. Prepare. Green Hornet, leap to red. Read all about it. Green Hornet still at large. Sentinel X-Street.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. Now, here's a special program note. Plan to join the millions who will hear the sensational Bing Crosby program tomorrow night. It's a minstrel show starring Bing, Al Jolson, and John Charles Thomas. Remember, that's tomorrow night. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
More than 100 years ago, in a mountain village in Switzerland, lived a man whose strange experiments with the dead have since become a legend. A legend that is still told with horror the world over.
We've only just started, just opened the door. Look, now's the time to go through that door and find what lies beyond it. But don't you see, Paul? We've discovered the source of life itself, and we've used it to restore a creature that was dead.
This is Frankenstein, who revolted against nature, who experimented with the devil and was forever cursed. His unwilling collaborator was Paul Kremp.
I can't prove you murdered, but I can stop you using his brain.
Why, he has no further use for it?
Don't be a fool! Be careful! You damage it!
Only 2 women ever entered this house of evil.
Elizabeth, come back!
Elizabeth, the lovely cousin who had promised to marry him, and Justine, the maid, who kept passionate and secret rendezvous with her master.
Won't you understand you're in real danger? What Victor is doing is dangerous to everyone in the house. Now, you cannot possibly conceive what dreadful thing he's planning to do.
What are you trying to tell me, Paul? That Victor's wicked? Insane?
Wicked, insane, evil. Call Frankenstein what you will. A demon had made a man-made monster, and now the monster was the master.
Paul, what are you going to do? For your sake and to protect Elizabeth, I've so far kept silent. But now I shall go to the authorities and have them destroy that creature. And see that you pay for these atrocities. No!
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver, away!
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. In the pages of history, one can find no greater champion of justice than the masked rider of the plains. He fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. But one of his most thrilling adventures took place across the border in Mexico. It was during the Mexican War for Independence when he joined forces with the Black Caballero and the men of Juarez in their struggle for liberty. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the hills. Shadow and the Black Caballero are waiting for us. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! The residents of Santa Marta were thrown into sudden panic. Foreign soldiers from the fort that stood at the edge of the town entered more than a dozen homes, seizing everyone inside them. No one was spared. The aged, the very young, even the women were placed under arrest.
No. We are innocent, senor. We have done nothing. My daughter, my Benita, what is the deal? No,
Scarcely had the first arrest been made than a horseman raced from town, driving his mount with whip and spur toward the hills. His horse was foam-flecked, and he himself was near exhaustion. But at last he drew rein and threw himself from the saddle. A rising wind tore at his clothing as he staggered toward the mouth of a cave.
Compadres! Ramon, Jose! See, come on, where? Miguel, what has happened? Why you come here? The Senor Lone Ranger. The Senor Black Caballero. Where are they? I must see them, Jose. But what is that? Quick! They are inside. Come.
Jose, what is it?
Senor, it is Miguel.
Oh, Miguel, you're welcome. You bring us news from town, yes? You...
Si, senor. I bring the news. Terrible news.
Bad news, Miguel. What is it?
Compadres, we are lost.
Go on.
Today the soldiers have seized our families. Your father, Chico, he has been taken to the guardhouse. Ramon, your wife, Carmencita, she too has been taken prisoner. Your mother, your father, your little son Joaquin, they too have not escaped. Oh, it is terrible.
Diablo. Why, Miguel, why?
That I do not know, senor.
Perhaps I do. Miguel, who else was seized? Anyone not related to your comrades here?
I cannot say. I left at once.
Amigo, what is it you have in mind?
This, Black Caballero. It's been several days since we raided the fort and recaptured the arms and money belonging to Juarez that the soldiers had stolen.
See?
By this time, Major Lafitte must have learned that these men helped us. It wouldn't be difficult. He had only to go through the village and find out what men were missing.
And?
And we know that he wants revenge. He can't find us to punish us, but he can seize the families of your friends. The Major isn't the kind of man to overlook such an opportunity.
But no, my friend. It is impossible. That would be making war upon women and children. No man of honor could do these things.
Major Lafitte is not a man of honor.
But
moreover, he and the men he commands are foreigners. They're fighting for a foreigner, Maximilian, against Juarez and you and your people. He's part of the force attempting to make slaves of a free people. And when you're fighting for an unjust cause, you must use dishonorable methods.
Then, amigo, it is as you think the families of our compadres will be punished for what we have done?
Not punished, perhaps. More likely held as hostages.
Hostages?
For our surrender.
Oh, but this must not be.
Tonto, get Silver and Scout. Saddle them at once.
Tonto, are you right?
To Santa Marta, Black Caballero.
No, you must not. If you are caught,
If we're caught, then I'm depending upon you to see that we're free.
Of course, amigo, but...
No use to argue, friend. We've got to know what's happening. Tonto and I will see. Adios. We'll return as quickly as we can. The families of the small band of daring men who followed the Black Caballero were placed in the guardhouse. The outer wall of this building faced the outside of the fort. It was toward the guardhouse that Major Lafitte and the scout he called Dirk made their way. The wind in the meantime had increased in strength. Crossing the courtyard, the two men were more than once halted by its force. And although it was no more than noon, the sky was beginning to darken with particles of dust and sand swept up by the storm. Lafitte shouted,
Sacre bleu. Whoever saw the light?
Major, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Eh? There are winds like this often?
Take a look at the color of the sky to the east. You'll think this ain't nothing more than a breeze after we're through.
Ah, what a country.
There's the guardhouse.
Quickly, let us get out of this.
Come on. Oh, this is better. We're out of the worst of the wind beneath the wall here. Got your keys?
We keep the dogs covered as they open the door.
You think I won't?
Stand back! Attempt to rush us, we'll shoot you down.
What is it you wish with us, senor?
Peace! Why cannot you leave us in peace?
Quiet out there! Quiet! Quiet!
Shut up, blast you! I'll let you have it! Shut up!
I ask you again, senor. What is it that brings you here?
One of the guards reported you.
See?
You have been heard singing and laughing. This morning a man could not think for the howling you made. What has happened here? What is it? Speak up.
Ah, senor, would you not wish to know?
None of that now. When the major asks a question, you'll answer, and pronto.
We are happy, senors, because we have heard good news.
News?
See, we have been told that soon we shall be free.
So, now I think I understand. You have been told that as soon as those traitors hiding in the hills have surrendered, you'll be permitted to leave, eh?
See, we have heard that also.
Explain to them, monsieur.
Well, folks, I'll tell you how it is. If them hombres come here to the fort and give themselves up, then you'll go free, sure.
That is what we
Hold
have...
your horses a second. That ain't all of it. The point is just this. That offer don't hold if they're caught first.
No?
And the major schemed so they would be. Don't you figure we savvied what had happened just as soon as word got out that we was holding you for hostages?
Of what you speak, senor?
Why, all your friends in the village that had a notion where them gents was hiding out just about broke their fool necks to get into the hills and pass them the word.
But is that not what you wish?
Why, sure it was. But not in the way you're thinking. We've had men planted out there to follow us. Captain Lassier's got a patrol with them right now in the hills.
waiting for word where they're hiding out so as they can grab them. So like I said, it don't look much like they're going to be able to surrender willing. And if they don't, you folks stay on in this here calaboose.
You comprehend, my friend?
Ah, but for once, senor, you make the mistake.
What's that?
Tell them, Pancho, tell them.
Talk, blast you.
I have said, senors, that we have been told that we will go free. But it is not because those you seek will surrender. No, we would not wish our freedom at such a price.
Then how else you going to get out of here?
That we do not know.
Huh?
But it has been promised us by the senor with the mask.
The masked man?
Hey, where'd you see that fella? How'd you get word from him? By thunder, you...
How they got word, Dirk. Through the window. They shut the window.
Them sentries of yours blind? How'd he get so close to the wall without being sighted?
I do not know, but
I was seen.
Then how will
At
you...
this moment, I have a gun aimed at the only guard who is aware that I'm here. He knows better than to call out.
I will
You'll
take...
do nothing. And thanks for the information about Captain Lasser. We didn't know he had left the fort.
Blast you!
You can be sure that he won't find my friend.
You cannot always escape us.
We'll see about that. And one thing more.
Well?
I've given my word to these people that they'll regain their liberty. The men and their families who are now in the hills will not have to suffer because of it.
You will
and
not...
I'll keep my word.
Mister, that's big talk that's going to get you in front of a firing squad yet.
Come on, Silver. Get him up, Scout.
The engine was with him.
Corporal, turn out the guard. After those fellows. The masked man and Tonto raced back to the cave in a desperate effort to reach their friends before their hideout could be found by Captain Lasser. Even the increasing fury of the windstorm could not slow their pace. And at the entrance to the cave...
What's the horses, Kimasabi?
Me watch them.
I'm going inside. Warn us if anyone approaches.
I'll try to do it. Amigo, what have you learned?
Buddy.
Yes?
Captain Lasser is somewhere in the hills. They've got men posted to signal him. Anyone coming here would have been followed. Tonto and I came by a roundabout trail.
Sapristi. 3 from town have already arrived.
You know if they were seen?
Oh, no, Dominic, Pablo! Come here, quickly! You heard what the senor Angels told me? What have you seen, amigos? Was there anything you noticed as you came?
Senor.
Well, Pablo.
As I rode here, there was a man on the horse. I thought nothing of it. I did not know it.
Pablo.
We can't take chances. The horseman Pablo saw was one of Lafitte's men. Captain Lasser is on his way here now.
See, we must leave at once. Jose, you
Sorry, amigo.
What is it?
We have been talking. All of us have discussed this thing, Senor Black Caballero.
Art with it?
It is like this. The soldiers, they have made our wives, our mothers, our fathers prisoners. Those we love will be punished for what we have done. What chance have we, amigo, when
Remember, you are cowards, yes? Is it that you no longer trust me? Is it that you would go crawling back to your homes and beg those pigs of soldiers to have mercy upon you?
No, but, senor...
It is for Mexico and others we fight. It is not for ourselves, you, me, Ramon there. Would you give up that fight now?
Our families, amigo, you must think...
Wait. Men, I understand how you feel. I am not of your country, but I am your friend nevertheless, and know what is in your mind. It is not easy to go on fighting when people dear to you may suffer by it. No matter what the cause, it still is not easy. But I think there's a way out. A way in which those of you whose families have been seized by the soldiers may rescue them. And still you'll be free to fight for Mexico.
And that way, Senor Lone Ranger.
You have followed me before and had success. Will you trust me once more? Will you follow the Black Caballero and me again? Do you think the stakes are worth the risk?
And our people are held prisoners?
Will be returned to you safe and sound.
What do you say, amigos?
I will follow. Yes, sir. And I, Pablo, I will also follow.
There is no time to waste. Get your horses. Saddle up. Pronto, my friend!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Pablo had been seen and followed as he rode to the cave. The Legionnaires, led by Captain Lasser, jogged down the trail toward the hideout, unaware that their arrival was expected. The windstorm had grown still more violent. It rose to hurricane strength, and the troopers had difficulty following the trail.
Doggone, Captain, I can hardly get my breath. It's blowing so hard.
Oui, monsieur. It is getting worse.
Look at the dirt in the sky. You think it was getting close to night.
We should be grateful, however.
Huh? For this?
The wind will cover the sound of our approach. These rebels will not be warned.
Yeah, I was forgetting that.
Watch the trail. It grows narrow.
Uh-huh. Come on, boy. Get up there.
Monsieur!
Yeah?
What is that? You are familiar with this country?
Sure. That's just the cut I told you we had to pass through. There's a valley on beyond. Then we climb a ways. After that, we're almost there.
Good, good.
Here we are. It'll just take us a couple of seconds to get through here. It'll be clear sailing on the other side of this cut if it weren't for this blasted storm.
I see the valley.
It's about 3 miles wide. Then begins rising again.
Halt!
What the blue?
Who calls?
Captain waiting, amigo. Please hold it in order.
You're covered, every man of you.
This cannot be.
You and your men are out prisoners, Captain. Oh, boy. And if you doubt my word, look around you.
Guns! They've lined the pass. No use making a break for it, Cap. We wouldn't have a chance.
Disarming Captain Lasser's startled column, the Lone Ranger and his companions forced the Legionnaires to accompany them back to the cave the Mexicans used for a hideout. There the troopers were forced to exchange their uniforms for the ragged clothing of the band of patriots. The Lone Ranger himself took off his mask and assumed a disguise. The Mexicans could not hide their jubilation.
Hey, compadres! Time is passing.
This is the outrage.
How did you expect to be treated, Captain? You came here with your men to make war on these people who wish only the right to rule themselves. Did you expect them to welcome you?
What is these filthy clothes? It is unheard of.
New experiences are good for the soul, amigo.
Hey,
you easy, Captain. You ain't doing yourself no good getting mad. What are you fellas fixing to do? Leave us here?
The moment the men are ready, we ride.
What about us?
You ride also.
Huh? What for?
You'll find out soon enough.
Amigo.
Yes?
Our compadres are almost ready. Shall I tell them to mount?
First see to these fellows.
See?
Tell your men to tie the troopers to their saddles. When that's done, we can leave.
It will be done.
Yes, senor. Listen, this storm, it is getting worse.
Fine.
What can we do in such weather, senors? The sky is like at night. I have seen what trees have fallen. Never has there been such a storm in all the time that I, Miguel, can remember.
If it weren't for the storm, our plan would fail, Miguel.
See?
For our own good, hope that it doesn't die out before we reach the fort. Ready, men? Then come!
At the fort, while Dirk sat looking on, Major Lafitte paced the floor of his quarters.
Why don't you sit down, Major? What's the use of getting yourself all head up? Ain't nothing to be gained by it.
Captain Monsieur should have returned an hour ago.
What do you expect? To plan your fights on regular schedules? How in blazes do you know how much trouble he had rounding up them fellas?
Precisely. How do I know? The longer it takes for him to return, the more serious the situation looks.
Yeah, that's maybe so. But you ain't helping none by wearing out the floor.
You forget yourself.
Huh?
An officer of the Legion is accustomed to being addressed with more respect.
Now, look here, Major. Don't you forget yourself. I ain't one of your trained monkeys. I ain't enlisted in your army. And you need me and Squint a heap more than we need the cash you pay us. So just stick that in your pipe and smoke it.
Pardon, monsieur. I am upset. Much depends on what happens today.
Forget it, Major. I can savvy how you feel.
I've left word to the sentries to inform me the moment Captain Lasser is sighted.
Well, I reckon they will then, all right.
But it is worse, this waiting, than fighting itself. For a soldier, the battle is nothing. It is inaction when everything hangs in the balance that is impossible to bear.
Something like scouting for Injuns, huh? You worry about 'em until you see 'em.
Perhaps.
Yeah, better calm down.
We will try.
Let's listen to that wind, Major. If I was you, I'd be thanking my lucky stars I was here all safe and snug and out with the others, no matter how doggone impatient I got.
Captain Lasser was approaching the fort, but if Major Lafitte had seen the manner of his approach, his anxiety would have increased. The smart uniform he had worn was gone, as were those of his men. Instead, he and his troopers were garbed in the ragged clothing of the Mexican peon, and although uniformed figures were present, brown faces showed beneath their hats. As they rode, the Lone Ranger gave his instructions to the Black Caballero.
Don't waste a moment. We have the storm and our disguises in our favor. But our advantage will only be for a moment.
I understand, amigo.
There are more soldiers at the fort than we've captured. See? Our only chance will be that of complete surprise. The gates are thrown open. Enter with your men and spread out at once. Circle the courtyard. I think you'll find that most of the garrison will be there to greet Lasser.
How do we greet him, my friend?
We should be close.
I cannot be far. The air is thick with dust. It's difficult to see. But there is one thing, amigo.
Yes?
If we are discovered before the gates are open, what then?
It will do no good to attempt to storm them. We'd meet only failure and spend good lives as well.
That is so.
But do not forget that if Lafitte is holding the families of your men, we are holding Lafitte's senior officers in the pick of his command. We can arrange an exchange. Captain Lasser and his soldiers are your people who have been imprisoned.
In either way, we are assured of success.
We'll hope so.
Get him up, Stone. It is Tonto.
You were looking for me, Tonto?
There, fort. It's almost time.
Remember your instructions. Pass the word to your men.
See, he's ready, Diablo. Yeah.
Captain Lasser. We'll be at the fort in a moment. One sound, one word of warning from either you or your men, and you'll regret it.
And if we keep silent?
We'll try to avoid bloodshed. We are not murderers.
It is a bargain. Oh, who goes there?
They've seen us. Now for it.
Meanwhile, inside the fort.
Yes, monsieur. Was it the sentry?
I didn't hear nothing. You're imagining things now. Didn't I tell you to take it easy?
I was almost sure.
Go on and sit down. You.
Major!
Entree!
It is Captain Lasoma, Major. He is outside the gates.
Crosby, are you sure?
But of a certainty.
They are alone?
No, Major. They have with them prisoners.
Good.
By golly, they've done it.
This will be worthy of a celebration. We shall have wine. Why are you standing there, you fools? To the gates, admit them.
Wait, Major.
No, my friend, we shall see how much trouble these fools will make us in the future. They will be quiet after this, I can assure you. Come, I shall congratulate the sewer myself. Open the gates, I say. What delays you?
One moment, sir.
They're getting them.
Congratulations, Captain. Come on, Silver.
Surround the courtyard, compadre.
Take the captain.
These are rebels.
Open fire.
You haven't a chance, Major. Tell your men to throw down their arms.
Never.
What's out? Up with your hands.
I give up.
Oh, well, listen to me, Major. Call on your men to surrender before the lights out. You hear me? You want your men killed?
Cease fire! Cease fire!
Black Caballero.
You call me, amigo.
Command your friends to hold their fire. The Major has surrendered.
Viva Juarez! Viva Mexico! Compadres! We have won!
The legionnaires, seeing that resistance was impossible, threw down their arms and assembled in the center of the courtyard under the watchful eyes of the Lone Ranger. When he was assured that there would be no attempt at treachery...
Now then, march ahead of us.
What is it that you do?
Obey orders and don't ask questions.
But I will
to the guardhouse, all of you.
I will give you the keys. We cannot resist. You can free your friends.
We shall.
Then you
but
can...
that isn't all. Other regiments of the Legion are in the territory, Major. We've gained the fort, but it would be impossible for us to defend it.
You have won this time, but there will be other times, I promise you.
We will continue fighting as we have in the past, striking from the hills.
You will not...
But in the meantime, you and your friends will get a taste of your own medicine. This will do. Halt! Major, unlock the door.
Oui.
Open it. You're free. Find yourselves horses and get to the saddle.
Senor, you have kept your promise. You've rescued us.
We thank you, senor.
Hurry. We leave in a moment. All right, Major. What are you? Inside with you. All of you. March. Quickly.
You lock us in there?
I promise you a taste of your own medicine. This is it.
No.
Did you hear me? Inside.
Oh, monsieur, if only someday I can meet you again. Then it will be a different story.
I'm remaining, Major. I think you will. And then we'll see.
Never, amigo, have I had so much enjoyment myself.
Your people are ready?
See.
Here, Silver. Then we leave. This is the second blow we've struck at Maximilian's men, Black Caballero. Let's hope not many more will be needed.
Mexico will thank you, my friend.
Come, back to the hills.
See. On, Diablo!
Come on, Silver. Silver, away!
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
The Dark Crystal. It begins as a quest.
You must find the shard. The crystal shard.
The crystal shard?
To save our world, Guiltling.
A wonder-filled fantasy adventure. Journey into a mystical realm of sights and sounds. Enter the world of the Dark crystal.
What's it for? Is that what you want to know? You want to know what this is all about? Is that it, Gelfling?
Now from directors Jim Henson and Frank Oz and Gary Kurtz, the producer of Star Wars, comes a new dimension of fantasy and adventure. Travel to another world, another time, in the age of wonder. The Dark Crystal.
Let's check what's coming in the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. 2 days ago, I saw your ad in the Star Times. I want you to do something for me. Find someone who I know is in this city. You see, I think the man I want you to help me locate will be killed unless I find him first. If you're free tomorrow evening, we can meet at the corner.
We can meet at the corner of Robertson and 35th at 8 o'clock. Carry a top coat and your hat in your hand. I'll speak to you. Anxiously, Dorothy Simmons. Sure, it sounded like 100 other letters I get through Box 13. But when the thing was over, I wished the mail carrier had taken a detour somewhere on his appointed rounds.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, 113.5.
Susie. Susie. Hey, Susie.
Huh? Oh, hello.
Hello. Susie, I've been here for an hour. My name is Holliday.
I'm sorry, Mr. Holliday. I guess I was wool gathering.
Yes, I guess you were. Why are you staring so hard at that letter?
I'm studying it.
Why?
Well, I'm reading a book.
So?
The book says you can tell character from handwriting.
Oh. And what do you get from that letter from Dorothy Simmons?
Nothing.
Yeah, it must be a great book you're reading.
Oh, I don't understand it at all, but it's fun.
I'll come back later when we can clear this up. But I've got a great idea, Susie.
What?
You forget about the book until I get back. Then I'll tell you all about Dorothy Simmons. At 8 o'clock, I arrived at Robertson and 35th. At 8:03, a young woman, maybe 25 or 6, spoke to me. And at 8:15, we were sitting across from each other in a booth at a coffee shop. She was good-looking, smartly dressed, and talked smoothly and well. But underneath that calm exterior, something was happening.
I know he's somewhere in this city, Mr. Holliday. I've got to find him before someone else does.
Maybe you'd better tell me who this is we've got to find.
My brother.
Oh? Well, how do you know he's here?
I've traced him this far.
Heard from him at all?
No. He's running away from something. Or someone.
How do you know that?
Well, the last time I saw him, 3 months ago, he was frightened. He wouldn't tell me what was wrong. And then he disappeared.
Your letter said he might be killed.
He said that.
Well, any reason for saying it?
No. At least none that he told me.
Look, Miss Simmons, this city has a perfectly good missing persons bureau. An efficient setup to help people in your spot. Why not go to the police?
I can't.
All right, you can't. Reason?
I don't know what my brother's done.
Oh, I see.
I'm not sure he's done anything wrong, but... Well, he might have,
And if we find him?
What do you mean?
Well, if he's been a bad boy, it'll be out of my hands.
You'd turn him over to the police?
Well, of course.
You won't help me except under that condition.
Well, that's about it.
All right. I agree.
Fair enough. Now, where do we start looking?
I don't know.
Well, what's his name?
Dave. Dave Simmons.
Have you got a picture of him?
No.
That's great.
I can describe him.
Oh, go ahead.
He's about 5'7". He has
Dorothy
dark
described
hair
her brother to me, and as she talked, a man who'd been sitting a couple of booths away got up and came near us. At first, I didn't pay any attention to him. Then it struck me as funny that he should be taking such a long time tying a shoelace. Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Hold it. Having trouble?
Huh? Talking to me?
Yeah, I think so.
I got a knot in the lace.
Convenient place to get it.
Huh?
Oh, nothing. Are you finished now?
What's the idea? I can't stop to tie my shoelace?
I've no objections.
And what's the beef?
None, I guess.
What are you, wise guy?
Sorry.
Yeah, wise guy, that's what.
Was he listening?
If he'd have had his ear any closer, it would have been on my coffee. Did you ever see him before?
No. No, I'm sure I haven't.
Come on, let's get out of here.
Look, he's looking in the window.
Maybe he just likes us.
He must have heard me describe my brother.
Yeah, he couldn't miss. Okay, come on.
He's gone.
Uh-huh. You sure you've never seen him before?
Oh, I'm positive.
Must have been following you.
Following me?
Couldn't have been me because there was no reason for him to tail me.
But why should he be after me?
I don't know. Yet. Where are you staying?
Oh, the Wilmington Hotel.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cab! Hey, cab!
What are you going to do?
Put you in a cab and see that you're not followed.
Oh, but what about you?
Mr. Shoelace doesn't know it, but he gave us a lead. All right, get in.
When will I hear from you?
I'll get in touch.
Oh, no. I'll get in touch with you.
But why shouldn't I call you?
Please don't. Just let me call you tomorrow.
Okay. Here's my card.
Thank you.
It's all right. Wilmington Hotel, driver. I waited for a cab to follow the one Dorothy had taken. None did. Mr. Shoelace had dropped out of sight, at least until the next day. It was about 11 in the morning at my apartment when... Come in. Well, hello.
Hello.
I see you're wearing knotless shoelaces this morning.
Yeah. Mind if I sit down?
No, go right ahead.
Thanks.
I'll admit this is pleasant, but it can lose its charm. This visit, I mean.
Maybe you'd like me to get right to the point, Holiday.
There's merit in that suggestion.
Uh-huh. You wonder how I found you?
No, you tailed me last night.
Uh-huh.
Good job, I didn't see you.
No, nobody does unless I want them to.
Oh? Now, about the point you mentioned. Is it still lying around?
Holiday, I'll go 50-50 with you.
Oh, that's generous of you. 50-50 on what?
20 grand. Now, look, we both beat our brains out if we work alone. If we work together, we got a better chance.
That sounds reasonable. But if I knew what you were talking about, we could make more sense.
She didn't tell you?
Tell me what?
What are you trying to do, play coy with me?
No, not at all. What should Dorothy Simmons have told me?
Who?
Dorothy Simmons. What a funny man I am.
Yeah, ain't you?
What's the big laugh?
She said that was her name.
That's right.
Suppose I told you she was lying.
All right. Suppose you tell me.
No, I think you're on the level with this.
All right, let's stop the funny business.
Nothing doing, Holiday. What you don't know won't hurt you.
And what about something I do know?
In that case, look me up. Here. Here's my card. I might come in handy.
Well, he left me sitting there holding his card. On it I read, R. Dakin, private investigator. The whole thing was beginning to look like a bride's first cake when... Hello?
Mr. Holliday?
Yes?
This is Dorothy Simmons.
Oh? Are you sure?
What did you say?
That name, Dorothy Simmons. You sure it's yours? Hello? Hello?
May I see you?
Well, I'd love it. Oh, I had a visitor.
Visitor? Who?
Our friend last night. Seems his name is Dakin, a private investigator.
Private investigator?
Yeah, that's right. Now, does he mean anything to you?
Can't we talk about it? I mean, not over the phone.
Okay, I'll come to the hotel.
No, I don't want anyone to know I'm here besides you. That man might follow you.
Oh. All right, you name the place.
Well, there's a drugstore down the street from the hotel. I'll meet you in there in half an hour.
Better make it an hour.
All right, an hour. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Whatever was going on, it was going in a circle with me riding the edge. But it looked interesting. A girl who said her name was Dorothy Simmons. A man who said her name wasn't Dorothy Simmons. A missing brother and a 50-50 cut in something that would bring $20,000. Yeah, it had possibilities. But before I went to meet Miss Simmons, I found out about Dakin from Lieutenant Kling. Dakin was a shady operator. He'd come within an ace of having his license taken away from him on more than one occasion. But he'd always managed to slip the noose and stay in business. Okay, this looked good. So an hour later, I was with Dorothy Simmons in the drugstore.
I don't know him. I've never even heard the name Dakin before.
All right. How about your own name?
It isn't Dorothy Simmons.
Well, what is it?
I can't tell you now. Please don't ask me why. When we find my brother, I'll tell you everything.
Meanwhile, I've got a ticket on a merry-go-round, and I get dizzy easily.
You said you'd help me.
Mm-hmm. But I can't fight a mist or hunt for someone in a city that's...
Dakin must know something about my brother, or he wouldn't have followed me. He must have thought I'd lead him to Dave.
You've got something.
Please find out from Dakin what he knows.
I don't think Mr. Dakin is the type that dishes out information just like that.
Make him tell.
How? Use thumb screws or the Iron Maiden?
I've got to know why he's after my brother.
I'd like to know that myself. And why you won't tell me your real name. Oh, there are a lot of things I'd like to know.
Let's go to see Dakin. And if he tells us anything, I'll tell you anything you want to know.
All right. That's a deal. Come on. Looks like Mr. Dakin's not receiving.
Try the door.
It's open. Mr. Dakin isn't very private, is he? Dakin? Dakin?
Why are the shades drawn?
Mr. Dakin likes it dark, I guess. And
What's the matter?
I think Mr. Dakin is all through investigating anything. Be quiet.
Dead. He's dead.
He's shot.
Who killed him?
How do I know? Hand me that phone.
What are you going to do?
Phone the police?
No, you can't do that.
Look, Dakin's been murdered. I'll do a lot of things for adventure and excitement. But hiding a murder's not one of them.
But my brother, suppose he...
I told you twice. If your brother's...
Please don't call the police. Not yet, please.
I said hand me the phone. Come on, look out. Get out of the way.
All right. Here.
Well, that's better.
Operator.
Operator, get me the police. I want to report...
Operator, never mind. The call was a mistake.
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's latest adventure, 113.5.
Whatever Dorothy Simmons used to hit me, it was a lot harder than my head, and something had to give way. So I did. When I opened my eyes, Lieutenant Kling was bending over me.
Well, it's nice to know you're still with us.
Yes, I wake up to the strangest things.
Uh-huh.
Hey, why are you here?
The operator reported a call from here. 2 minutes later, another tenant passed here and saw this lovely tableau. You always lie down and go to sleep with murdered men?
Always? Oh, what did she hit me with?
This great, big, nice, heavy paperweight. And who's she?
Dorothy Simmons.
I still ask, who's she?
Well, I told Kling the whole story, beginning to end. And when I'd finished, I realized how silly it sounded. He looked at me and...
Your name should be Alice.
This is no Wonderland, and... Did your boys turn this place upside down?
No. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Check on Dorothy Simmons at the Wilmington Hotel. You heard her description. Now, Holiday. She hit you and ransacked this room, looking for something. What?
You know as much as I do.
That gives me a whole lot to go on.
As much as I had.
Oh.
Brilliant. Brilliant observation.
Yeah, and you're in a good spot to notice it, I don't think. Look, why don't you go to Tibet?
Can I go now? Home, Tibet?
Oh. Yeah, get.
Thanks. And when you find out about Dorothy Simmons, give me a ring, will you?
Yeah, sure. Now beat it.
left the room and walked downstairs into the street. My head was still buzzing like a party line in a crowded neighborhood, but it was clear enough to let me see a big limousine that was parked just across and down the street from Dakin's office building. It hadn't been standing there when Dorothy and I went in to see Dakin. Besides, a face looked out at me from the rear window. Then the face vanished, the car drove away. Well, this was getting better. A limousine, complete with chauffeur. I caught the license number, jotted it down in my head in between a couple of aches, and went back home. Later at my office, I had Susie check on that license number.
I've got it for you, Mr. Holliday. The car belongs to a Mr. Josiah Kettering.
Huh? Are you sure?
Sure. Why?
I don't get it. Kettering's one of the richest men in the state, a recluse. Now, what connection does he have with Dorothy Simmons, Dakin, and...
Hello?
Susie, is Dan there?
Oh, sure. It's Lieutenant Kling, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, hello?
Your head still on?
Barely. Why?
Then get this through it. There's no Miss Dorothy Simmons registered at the Wilmington.
Well, I told you that might not be her real name.
Look, I'm not finished. Nobody of that description is registered there. And before you ask me if I checked all the way through, the answer is yes. Your dream girl simply doesn't live there anymore. Or ever. Holiday, are you there?
I'm not much of any place right now.
Better stay where we can put a finger on you.
Mind if I go out on an errand meanwhile?
Where?
Have one of your boys follow me. Maybe I'll need a little company. So long.
Hey, there's no...
I can go on an errand for you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, not this one, Susie. I'm going to see what Mr. Josiah Kettering has to offer.
Yes, sir?
Is Mr. Kettering in?
Do you have an appointment, sir?
Yes, tell him I've come from Mr. Dakin.
If you'll wait in the foyer, sir, I'll give Mr. Kettering your message.
The butler disappeared down the hall, went into a room, and a few seconds later...
This way, if you please, sir.
Oh, thank you.
That will be all, Carl.
Very good, sir.
And close the door. Well, you sit down.
Thank you.
You said something about a Mr. Dakin.
Yes, you know him.
What do you want?
Well, did you know Dakin was murdered?
Mr. Dakin was the type of person who invariably ends up that way. Some people do, you know.
And some people do the killing.
That achieves a nice balance. But that's neither here nor there. What have you come to tell me?
Nothing.
What are you looking at?
Books. Quite a collection you've got in here.
Yes. Do you know books? Rare ones?
I don't have the money necessary to enjoy them as much as you do.
Meaning what, sir?
Nothing.
You said you came from Mr. Dakin. Have you anything to tell me?
I didn't answer the old man who sat there leaning forward, watching me like a bright but aged robin. I could swear he thought I had something. Something he wanted. I decided to play along, stall for what I could learn. His hands yellow and thin trembled, and then...
Well, answer me, man, answer me. Have you got it? Did you get it back?
No.
Don't, idiot, you incompetent fools. I paid you to get it back. I paid you. Now I want it. Bring it back to me, do you hear? Bring it back.
Well, I don't know where it is.
Then why did you come here?
Because Dakin was killed.
I don't care about Dakin or anything else but my book. It's gone, stolen. Look, I kept its place open. Bring it back to me, please. Get it back to me.
The old man walked to a bookcase. He ran his hands over the row of volumes. Then his fingers stopped at a vacant spot.
What do you want?
Turned back to me.
More money? I'll give it to you in cash.
Now, just a minute. Maybe you had better tell me the name of the book again.
You know. Dakin knew. Dante First Folio. Now, please get it back
Why
for me.
didn't you go to the police?
Police? Why did you say that? You're not one of Dakin's men. You're not, are you?
No.
You're all against me. Everyone's against me. Everyone wants my collection. Get out, get out, get out!
Who stole that book from you?
They stole it from me. They knew I couldn't go to the police. They knew. But I fooled them, didn't I? I hired Dakin But you're not Dakin. You're the police. You won't let me have it back. You won't let me have it back. I tell you. I want that book back.
Better take care of him, Carl.
Quiet, sir. He'll be all right, sir.
What do you know about this, Carl?
Nothing, sir.
Who stole that book from Mr. Kettering?
There was no book stolen, sir.
There was. A book Kettering couldn't let the police know about because it was in his possession illegally. Is that right?
Sir, these books are all he has.
Yes, I know. And how many of them are stolen from other collections?
Just the Dante First Folio, sir.
Mm-hmm. The only one he couldn't go to the police about, so you hired Dakin to trace it.
Please, sir. This won't mean prison for him, will it? It mustn't, sir.
I don't know. Now, look, Carl, who stole it?
But there was a couple here. Mr. Kettering's secretary.
Girl?
Yes, sir.
What did she look like?
Well, she was about 25 or 6, rather pretty. Knew a great deal about books. Mr. Kettering had placed an ad for someone to do cataloging. She answered.
And she saw the Dante first folio.
She must have at one time or another. Mr. Kettering kept this room locked, but of course...
That's enough. You said a couple. Was the other one a man?
Yes, a chauffeur. He and the girl were friendly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you'd better take care of Mr. Kettering.
You won't go to the police, sir. It would kill him.
I can't answer that. Just take care of him. I've got something else to do. Sure, Kling, it adds up. The girl and the chauffeur got away with the folio.
The girl being this Dorothy Simmons.
Simmons, Smith, Brown. What's in the name? She and the chauffeur stole the folio. The girl knew Kettering wouldn't dare go to the police.
And why did she go to you?
Now, here's my guess. The chauffeur double-crossed her, ran out with the folio. She couldn't go to a reputable private detective agency, and she didn't want the chauffeur to catch sight of her.
So she picked you for the patsy, to find the guy. The guy she said was her brother.
And it's got to be it.
Okay, I'll buy it. But what about Dakin?
Either she or the chauffeur killed Dakin. The chauffeur because Dakin was on to him, or the girl because she didn't want to be trailed.
That makes sense. And Dakin was going to cross up the whole thing. Grab the folio for himself because he knew nobody could go to the police.
A nice merry-go-round with a double cross for a brass ring. And no free rides.
Okay, that's the setup. But where does it leave us?
Find the girl or the chauffeur.
Okay. But something tells me that's going to be tough.
And it was. For 5 days, the police dragged the city. It was dead end until Kling came to my office and...
The man answering the chauffeur's description was picked up about 200 miles from here in a cheap rooming house. He made a run for it, used his gun.
And?
He was killed.
And the folio?
He didn't have it. And he didn't sell it either.
Well, how do you figure that?
If he had, we'd have heard about it. And even if we hadn't, the guy wouldn't have been holed up in a joint like that. He'd have had dough.
Yeah, so where's the folio?
Girl?
Uh-uh. The chauffeur must have hidden it.
You got any ideas?
No. What was found on him?
Just this. Slip of paper.
What's this?
You can read. It says 113.5.
113.5. This all there was on him?
That's all.
What's it mean?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Kling, some place in this city is a folio worth $20,000. 2 men have been killed because of it.
Yeah. All we've got is 113.5. Just those numbers.
Code?
That could be. It's beyond me.
Mm-hmm. Anyway...
Oh, hello, Mr. Holliday. Hello, Lieutenant Kling.
Hi, Susie.
Oh?
Gee, you're both looking sad.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Holliday, remember what I told you I was reading about handwriting?
Please, Susie,
well...
not now, please.
Oh. What's that note?
113.5.
Huh?
1. Susie,
What's the matter?
what have you got there?
Books on handwriting.
Kling, look at those books. Look at them.
Huh? What's eating you? What about them?
Look at them. Just look at them, Kling. Kling, I know where that folio is. I was sure I was right, but I wanted to go it alone. Kling wanted both the folio and the girl, so I had to be alone just in case. And my destination? The public library. What better place to hide a book than there? I climbed the iron stairs to the stacks that towered over the main reading room. I read the index numbers on them. 111, 112, 113, decimal point. I reached out my hand for a little volume that stood between books that probably hadn't been taken out since the library was built.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Miss Simmons, I believe.
I hoped you'd lead me to it. May I have it?
Good hiding place, isn't it? Way up here in the stacks, hidden between books that nobody had asked for. But let's talk about you, Miss Simmons. You've changed. Hair a different color, dressed shabbily, dark glasses. No wonder you couldn't be found.
I'll take that folio, please.
I guess you would. After all, you killed Dakin to keep him from finding the chauffeur.
That's right. And I'll kill again. I'll kill again and again to get something that will mean the end of watching other people enjoy life. Hand it to me.
Miss Simmons, if you shoot, wouldn't the shot be heard? Wouldn't you have to explain?
Give it to me.
You have great patience. You followed me probably every day. Now, a little more patience won't hurt.
Stay away. Don't come any closer.
You want this, don't you?
Give it to me.
All right. But you will have to get it.
Don't. Don't drop it over. If you do, I'll kill you.
That wouldn't do any good, Miss Simmons. If I drop it over this rail, it'll drop 3 stories into the reading room below. Now, still want to shoot?
Please. Please, give it to me.
Put down that gun.
No.
Then shoot. But when you do, this book drops. There are about 50 people down there. Which one of them would you like to pick up $20,000? Take a look, Miss Simmons.
Let go of me. Let go.
Come on, Miss Simmons. And you'd better walk ahead of me. Somehow I wouldn't want you at my back on those steep, narrow stairs.
But weren't you afraid she would shoot, Mr. Holliday?
Oh, yes, Susan. But she knew if she did, I'd drop the book. And that gave me time to grab her.
Gee. And to think you discovered where the folio was because I brought library books here to the office.
Mm-hmm. See what reading will do for you, Susie?
Uh-huh. But I've given up those books on handwriting, Mr. Holliday.
Oh? Why?
Because I analyzed one sample of handwriting, and it said the person was loyal, kind, unselfish, generous.
And who is this paragon of virtue?
Miss Simmons.
Oh, good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville. This week's original story was written by Arthur Bowie. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and that of Lieutenant Kling by Edmund MacDonald. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
Go on, tell me all that big talk about Charlie Potatoes when the chain's off and nobody chasing you. Come on. You can't, can you? You can't because you're nothing. You're not even a man. You're a monkey on a stick. That cracker mob back there, they pulled the string and you jumped. I'm a strange-colored man in a white South town. How long you think before they pick me up?
Get off my back. I ain't married to you. Now, what do I care? Come on.
You married to me, all right, Joker. And here's the ring. But I ain't going south on no honeymoon now. We going north. Time's gonna come, Joker. The time's gonna come. Go on! Burn their eyes out!
Can't go lynching me. I'm a white man.
I'll tell you what kind of white man you are.
And I'll be Charlie Potatoes. Charlie Potatoes coming down the street.
No more yasser.
It's been so long.
It's real now.
Don't go away.
I ain't going anywhere.
Don't go away.
Come
Thank you.